Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 6 of What If a Noob Found Himself Trapped in Sword Art Online, trained and cleared all 100 floors. Let the tale begin. Chapter 126, Black Iron Palace. Drifter stared in the direction the red players had vanished. He refused to collapse, no matter how mentally exhausted he was. All that time he spent talking and provoking red-eyed XAXA, he was quite literally flirting with death. All it would have taken was one more coincidence, and for the red player to not have underestimated them. If 3 of them had gone after Griselda instead of him, she would be dead, and they would have been able to pick off the Reavers one by one. Drifter! A human-shaped missile slammed into him, and Drifter leaned onto his spear to support both of them. Then he swept Yuna in a desperate embrace, and kissed her deeply. "I told you I would be fine, Songbird. See? Mostly intact." Touching his forehead to hers, Drifter whispered softly while staring into her brown eyes. Worry was still evident on her expression, as was her relief at finding him alive. You stupid dummy! Don't you ever dare leave me behind again, got it?" "Never, Yoon. Never." He leaned in and kissed her again, slowly this time. Public indecency be damned. When their lips finally separated, Yuna still kept her arms wrapped around him in a show of protection, or maybe possessiveness. The Spearmaster looked around. The Hill of the Cross had probably never seen this many visitors at once. Even Keita, Sachi, and the other 3 were there, despite Drifter's express orders that they should stay in Rauberg. He couldn't find it in himself to be angry with them for disobeying. That had to have been a much harder decision than following his command and staying safely in the zone, but they still did it, for him. If the Black Cat's loyalty to Reaver's Requiem hadn't been proved yet, now it was indisputable. "You look beaten up as shit, Dri Boo." The Spearmaster smiled at the insult, and grabbed Argo before she could escape his reach. Hugging her to his side like Yuna was doing to him, he stroked the info broker's hair. For once, she didn't complain or struggle. Her eyes were still red. "Good to see you are back to normal, little rat. That whole panicking thing really doesn't go well with the merciless information merchant persona you have going on." "Ugh. Yu-chan, scold him for me, will ya?" Yuna flickered Argo's forehead. "Ack! You're all bullying me." Drifter grinned, amused by the 2 girls' antics. Yuna might have called him a dummy, but she wouldn't truly scold him. This wasn't like it had been with Mort. This time it was much more urgent, and the songstress had been aware of it from the beginning. After finishing with the 2 girls, Drifter walked towards Griselda. While everyone seemed relieved and happy, and Drifter, Kirito, Asuna, and Kismol were being enthusiastically interrogated by their friends, the older woman was lost. She was sitting at the base of the giant dead tree crowning the Hill of the Cross, eyes glazed over. Liz, Agile, Wolf, and Shigeo were watching over her, seemingly lost on what to do. Drifter approached her. "Griselda, I suppose asking if you are okay is a stupid question, isn't it? But we need some answers." The woman blinked, and her eyes focused again. She looked at Drifter, Kirito, Asuna, and Kismol, got up, and bowed deeply. "The 4 of you. Thank you. You saved my life. Thank you." Drifter put a hand on her shoulder and lifted her up. Then he grabbed the woman in a hug. She looked like she really needed one. Thank you." "Aha." Griselda buried her head on his shoulder and started sobbing. Her voice broke, and Drifter felt the tears wetting his clothes. Yuna came over his other side and threw her arms around both of them. The couple stayed like that, holding the older woman until she had no more tears left to cry. For now, at least. Thank you. I am better now." When she let go of Drifter, Griselda took a step back and thanked him and the Reavers again. She rubbed her face to get rid of the last traces of tears, which quickly became dust and disappeared in beautiful flickering light crystals. Yuna still had an arm around her, and Griselda was leaning heavily on the songstress. "There's no corner of Aincrad where we would let those bastards harm you or anyone else and get away with it, Griselda. It's over now. Yuna's right. We did nothing more than you would have done if our positions were inverted. But we need to hear the whole story before we can put this behind us. Drifter threw a significant glance at a spot about 20 meters away. Valork and Silica were standing guard over the crumpled form of Grimlock. The man hadn't even tried to run away. He was curled up in a fetal position, mumbling incomprehensibly and shaking. Griselda looked at her husband with complex emotions. There was confusion and hurt and sadness and fear. No love. Not after what he did. Not anymore. She took a deep breath. I'm not sure I can say much to clarify. I have yet to understand all of it myself. KG Grimlock called me here. I should have suspected something, but he is my husband. Was. Drifter didn't see what she did, but after a few swipes on her menu, the ring on Griselda's hand disappeared. He was fairly certain she had just dissolved her in-game marriage to Grimlock. That action seemed to take a huge burden off Griselda's shoulders, and she even managed a shaky smile. He started saying many things. That we were alone. Nothing of it made much sense. He said he loved me. And that I had changed, so he didn't love me, but did. And about how he only wanted the me of his memories. His sweet, caring, and obedient wife. And then those red players. Laughing Coffin appeared. She looked away from Grimlock. I have to thank you again. Especially you, Drifter, Kirito, Asuna, and Kismol. I think Grimlock hired Laughing Coffin to kill me. You stopped them. Stopped him. Drifter patted Griselda on the shoulder again. She had just gone through something horrible. But she was a tough woman. Then his gaze moved left of Grimlock. And that brings us to the biggest surprise and problem of tonight. Laughing Coffin. The member of the Red Guild that Akari and the other Fumingdom player managed to capture was still paralyzed. Akari was sitting on him, a dagger held loosely in hand, not close enough that he could try suicide. She had been there when Mort made Drifter a murderer. Her subordinate was standing silently by her side. Drifter would have to remember to thank him later. Without him, Griselda would be dead, and they would be none the wiser to the existence of the killer organization. Laughing Coffin? Argo questioned. Of course. Only a few of them had been there when Red-Eyed XAXA revealed Laughing Coffin. Later, Little Rat. That's going to be a long discussion, and here's not the ideal place. Kirito? I think it's time to finally use that corridor crystal. Black Iron Palace, I believe. The swordsman nodded. Pulling the large blue crystal out of the guild storage, he inputted the coordinates and activated it. The large plaza of the Town of Beginnings, and the massive dark structure of the prison, appeared in front of their eyes. Valork and Agile lifted Grimlock and pushed the sobbing mess of a man through the portal. Akari nicked the red player with another dose of her paralysis potion-coated dagger just for good measure before allowing Drifter and her subordinate to hail him up. Normally this kind of rough manhandling wouldn't be possible. The system itself would block it. Even Grimlock had to voluntarily step through the corridor crystal. But red players didn't have rights. Drifter and the role player carried their package through the portal, still paralyzed and still in combat state, both of which should not be possible inside a safe zone. They were relieved of it by the NPC prison guards, who dragged the red player away. The murderer was cursing and laughing all the way. The Cardinal system was extremely intelligent. It recognized Grimlock's crimes, but at most it could give him an orange player status. He would be imprisoned for 60 days only. He hadn't actually killed anyone. There was no such light sentence for a red player. Whether they only murdered one person or 100, it was a life sentence. The criminal would stay in Black Iron Palace for the rest of SAO, however long that was. Griselda. Griselda. You can't do this. I love you. This is your fault. Griselda. The players watched Grimlock be escorted away with uncomfortable expressions. The man had completely broken down. He was shattered. Shards of what he once was. KG. Come on, Griselda. You can visit him another day, after you have calmed down. You might actually collapse if you go now. You are right. Thank you, Asuna. I should probably go back. My guild needs to. Oh, Golden Apple. What am I going to do about them? How do I tell them? You can think about it tomorrow. And you are not going back. You can't be alone tonight. I vote for the hot springs. It always calms me down, and I think we're all too hyper to sleep anyway. Plus Argo has a lot of investigating to do. You can be damn sure I do. Come on, reach on. I'll show you firsthand how a proper info broker works. It was close to 4 in the morning when Drifter, Kirito, Argo, and Akari met outside, in one of Ralberg's plazas. True to their word, they had spent 2 hours in the hot springs to relax, and avoided any topic that might trigger Griselda. So no mention of her husband, guild, red players, laughing coffin, and what happened tonight. It would have been a very awkward conversation if Griselda hadn't been so physically and emotionally exhausted that she fell asleep within 15 minutes. They only woke her up when they were leaving, and Asuna and Yuna brought her back to an inn. The 2 girls would sleep with Griselda tonight, just to be safe. After dismissing the other Reavers, Drifter, Kirito, and Argo walked out of the hot springs. Akari was already waiting for them there. Silently, the 4 took the teleporter to the 19th floor. We'll put aside Grimlock and Griselda's matter for now. But we need to talk about Laughing Coffin. After a long time of staring into the night sky, Drifter broke the silence. When none of his companions said anything, he turned to Akari. His gaze was sharp, and the ninja frowned under her mask. Fumaningdom deals in outlaw zones, Akari. I know about it, and no one here sees anything wrong with it, so we aren't going to have any problems related to that. But did you already know of Laughing Coffin before today? Relaxing slightly, the role-player shook her head. No. We have identified several red players, but there was never any indication they were joining in an organization. A red guild. This is bad. Since I'm assuming you are Argo's arm in the gray side of SAO, you don't have anything on them either, do you, little rat? No. Sorry, Dribu, Kibu, Akari-chan. I should have known about them. Don't beat yourself over it, Argo. We thought Mort was an outlier. There was never any reason to suspect there were so many red players, much less that they would work together. Kirito extended a hand to pat Argo's head. Drifter and Akari nodded in agreement. They are all insane. I don't think anyone here questions that. We need to investigate them, Argo. We need to nip Laughing Coffin in the bud. We can't have murderers running around while we are already struggling to climb Aincrad. Don't worry, Dribu. I didn't find him before 'cause I wasn't looking. Now Emma turn over every stone to uncover the bastards. The Spearmaster smiled. If Argo said it, he could trust her to make good on her word. Of course, there was always the question of what they would even do after finding Laughing Coffin, but they could think further on that later. Let's assess what we know for now. Thankfully that demon had very loose lips. He blabbered on incessantly. Good job on keeping him distracted, Broken Spear Drifter. Great, they were back to role-playing now. Drifter just sighed in exasperation. He did let us know a lot. Let's see. Laughing Coffin. A guild of red players. At the very least 7 of them, probably many more, since I doubt they sent their entire force to deal with Griselda. Their attire is very distinctive, but I would say the red cursor is even more of a dead giveaway, so I don't know if that helps much. They all had this on their wrists. Drifter changed his menu to public and drew a sketch of Laughing Coffin's logo. It wasn't the best, but still recognizable. What do you know about tattoos in SAO, little rat? How do you get one, and where? Are they permanent, or can you change it whenever you like? Never had a reason to look into that, Dribu. Now you do. All 7 had the symbol tattooed on their wrists, so that can be an identifying mark, Akari. It would be good to know if all red players are part of Laughing Coffin, and if not, how many. Next, Red-Eyed XAXA. He's the only one who gave his name, although I think the red-eyed epithet was made up in the moment. Skull mask, flashing red eyes. His signature would be the S-Stock. That's not a common weapon. He is probably a mid-tier leader in Laughing Coffin. He was clearly in command of that group. Not the leader? No, he mentioned someone he called boss. Honestly, XAXA was really good. Frontliner good. And properly mad. If even he addresses someone so respectfully, Laughing Coffin's guild leader must be as good as us, Kirito. And one cruel fucker. Drifter rarely swore openly like that, but he was in a bad mood. They had saved the day, rescued Griselda, and arrested Grimlock and one of the red players. But having learned what they did today, no one could see it as a victory. Unfortunately, that's about it, Argo. You have a lot of work ahead of you. For this, I'm willing to go into overtime, Dri Boo. I want those monsters out of circulation as much as ya. Start with the red player Akari caught. I don't think it will be of any use, but we have to exhaust all our leads. You don't think he is going to speak, Drifter? The Spearmaster shook his head. He has no reason to. We wouldn't torture him even if there was an option to do that. AMD, we can't promise him freedom. Now that he is in Black Iron Palace, everything is under the system's control. Not to mention we can't release a monster like him again, even if it was up to us. Exactly. So, if anything is going to make him crack, it'll be solitude. A long time of staring at the same four walls without anyone to talk to will probably drive him more insane than he already is, though. Good riddance, I say. Argo spat on the ground, and Drifter couldn't help but nod along. The red player deserved everything he got, and worse. I still think it's worth a try. I'll go with you to interrogate him tomorrow, okay, Argo? I don't want you going there alone. I'm not a child, Dri Boo. I never said you were, little rat. But promise me. Argo glared at him for a few minutes, but eventually relented. "'Kay. I know you don't like it, but I'm just worried, little rat. Those guys are vicious. You know that." The info broker didn't contest him, and let Drifter pull her into a hug, burrowing into his side much like her namesake. The Spurmaster looked at Akari. "We'll need Fuminingdom's full support, Akari. I'm afraid the most dangerous part will fall to your guild. It's understandable if you want out. Don't mock my honor, Broken Spear Drifter. Fuminingdom, I'll gladly fight against the demons." The Spearmaster hummed in acknowledgement, already having expected that. Lastly, he turned to Kirito. "That leaves informing the assault team to us, Kirito. I'll respectfully leave it in my guild leader's capable hands." The boy groaned, and, for the first time tonight, Drifter, Argo, and even Akari laughed. Chapter 127, No Interference. Drifter scratched his face and yawned. He had barely gotten 2 hours of sleep last night. It felt like he had just closed his eyes when the alarm he set went off. The sun had already risen, albeit just barely. At least the view on the first floor was better than what Kirito and the others would be seeing all the way up in the 19th. The sun was actually visible from here. Though, the Reavers were all exhausted, both physically and mentally, so it was unlikely they were already up. Only Drifter was unlucky enough to have to get up this early. Another debt to add to Laughing Coffin's bill. "Ready, little rat? This is gonna be useless, but yeah. Thanks for coming with me, Dri Boo." The Spearmaster affectionately rubbed Argo's head. The duo was standing in front of the Black Iron Palace, and they were starting to catch attention from the early risers. They were two famous faces, after all, and the prison wasn't exactly a tourist location. "We'll visit Sasha and the kids after we are done. That should cheer both of us up. Ya thinking this gonna be that unpleasant?" Drifter talked with the NPC guard, saying they were there to visit a prisoner. When the large iron doors opened, he motioned the info broker in, following her while nodding. Definitely. He isn't going to give us anything but insults, Argo. All I'm hoping is that he lets something slip. The brown-haired girl stopped, and Drifter almost walked into her. Looking at her inquisitively, the Spearmaster wondered what happened. You okay, little rat? If he does say something, or I manage to find out from other sources, what are you planning to do, Drifter? Ah. So that was it. He almost smiled. She was scared for him. Drifter pulled his little sister to him. If, and that's a big if, little rat, we learn something, then we'll decide what to do. Together. But I know what you really mean. If we discover how many red players there are, and where Laughing Coffin's HQ is, I'll go after them. Let me finish, Argo. He raised his hands to ward off her objections, and stared Argo down until she stopped talking. They are a cancer we need to get rid of early, Argo. Or they will spread and consume SAO. We can't escape if we have people actively working against us. But I don't mean I plan on hunting them down alone. Argo's glare softened. She knew Drifter had a tendency of taking on huge burdens alone, but it appeared even he wasn't crazy enough to go against Laughing Coffin alone. I'll get Agile, Wolf, and Shigeo. Klein, Orlando, even Kibu and Lind. The entire damn assault team. Akari and her ninjas. Anyone who understands will have to put an end to Laughing Coffin by any means necessary. Even if we can never sleep soundly again. You didn't mention Kibu and the others. Drifter shook his head and sighed. I really don't want to involve them in this if I can avoid it, Argo. Nor you. I know I don't have the right to control any of you, and I'm not that much of a hypocrite to say you are too young after everything we went through. Doesn't mean I can't still try and prevent you from becoming murderers like me. Usually saying something like that would have earned Drifter a slap. Yuna got really pissed with him when he was all self-deprecating like that. But there was no blame or guilt in his voice when Drifter acknowledged himself as a murderer. It was just a fact. He had come to terms with it, and firmly believed he killed for the right reasons. He would have to be careful not to lose sight of them if he was forced to take lives again. Argo felt that, so she didn't scold him. Only Yuna knew Drifter better than her. She could tell when he was suffering, and that wasn't it right now. Anyway, all that is just hot air if the red player doesn't tell us anything. So let's see him and get out. This place is cold. Drifter pushed Argo forward, and they walked down the monochrome corridors, passing row after row of empty cells. There had probably been other prisoners since SAO started, but just for petty crimes like stealing. At the moment, the Black Iron Palace was housing only 2 inmates. Drifter and Argo stopped in front of the cell of the first of them. Not Grimlock. They could hear Griselda's ex-husband sobbing further down the corridor. But they were here to see the first permanent tenant of the prison. Drifter crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down on the red player. Now, with light shining through the tiny window on one wall, the criminal wasn't nearly as intimidating as yesterday. He was a short, scrawny man, maybe 4 or 5 years older than Drifter. The guards of Black Iron Palace had stripped him of all his equipment save for his starting clothes, so his face was clearly visible, as was the Laughing Coffin tattoo on his wrist. Laos. You look like a real piece of shit. His name was floating above his head, underneath the red cursor. Drifter wished he had known it last night. It was a lot harder to be scared of someone with a name like Laos. Only then, noticing their presence, the red player turned his head. That insane smile was plastered on his face, and Argo frowned. Drifter didn't change his expression. Oh, it's just you guys. Can't you ask those ninjas to come visit me? I really want to rip them to pieces. Bite their faces off and dash. Shut up. We are the only 2 faces you will see, murderer. Make sure to take a good look, because when we are gone, you will spend the next few years counting cracks on the wall. Ha ha ha. Why so grumpy, Broken Spear Drifter? Is it because of yesterday? We were just having a little fun. Do you know how many stabs a person can take before they give up? It's really great here in SAO. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs, heal. 4 stabs, 5 stabs. The 2 green players didn't even bother interrupting this time. They just let Laos sing-song until he got bored and trailed off. The red player pouted like a child. You guys are no fun. I won't talk to you anymore. Having said that, Laos turned his back to them. Minutes of silence went by, and the red player sneaked a peek over his shoulder, then put on a surprised expression. You are still here. I had no idea you were so interested in little old me. The show Laos was putting on didn't fool Drifter and Argo. He was insane alright, as mad as they could get, but the red player wasn't stupid. He knew there was no going back for him. The NPCs couldn't be bargained with or bribed. No one could storm Black Iron Palace and free him. He was condemned to spend the rest of Sword Art Online in this very cell. The rest of his life, if the assault team failed to beat the game. Crazy or not, the red player also dreaded this future. We have questions for you, Laos. Answer them, no games, and I'll drop by every now and again. Bring you news from the outside, maybe even some special food if you behave. Bah! I don't need your pity, frontliner. You won't have it anyway. How many players are there in Laughing Coffin? What are their names? Who is your boss? Where are your hideouts? Talk or don't, choice is yours. Either way, we are leaving in 10 minutes. Boring! Laos spat on Drifter's feet, his answer clear. The Spearmaster and Argo still waited the promised 10 minutes. Not a second over the deadline, they turned around and left, without a word. Keck! You won't even ask why I became a red player, frontliner bastard? Drifter barely slowed down his steps, throwing one last glance over his shoulder. I don't need to know why monsters kill. I just put them down. Laos was stunned by the response for a moment. Then he started laughing, cackling away, apparently having heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. Goodbye, Argo the Rat. Goodbye, Broken Spear Drifter. Boss will drink your blood. He will chew and spit out your bones. Ha 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 ha. Well, that was productive. Sarcasm dripped off Argo's words. Drifter flickered her forehead. Don't be petty, little rat. We never expected anything to come of this anyway. If we still have no leads after a few months, we can come back. Is your offer to visit the kids still valid, Dri Boo? I think I need the little balls of sunshine. They're gonna take my mind off things with the incessant questions. Drifter grinned. That was the Argo he liked to see. 18 floors above, a different conversation was taking place. Kirito and the rest weren't present, but they could imagine the contents. And the results too, if the unhappy faces of Keynes and Schmidt when they came out of the inn were anything to go by. The rest of Golden Apple seemed more shell-shocked than anything. Griselda was the last one to step out of the inn. She seemed sad and tired, but not surprised. Yuna stepped forward to greet her. Hey, Griselda. It didn't go well, did it? Ah. As well as it can be expected, actually. I'm still having trouble coming to terms with last night. Golden Apple disbanded. That wasn't a huge shock, but the Reaver still comforted the older woman. She had put her all in the guild, and it was a huge blow to lose everything like that. But Griselda was a tough woman. She rubbed her eyes, and when she looked up again, there was a smile on her face. Maybe not a bright one, but it was definitely real. I want to talk to Grimlock. After that. Black Swordsman Kirito, if you would allow me to be shameless just this once, I have a request. The oddly formal way of speaking hinted at what her wish was. Kirito nodded for her to go on. Griselda put a hand on her chest, the other on the pommel of her sword, and bowed. Please let me join Reaver's Requiem. Kikuka put down his phone and groaned. That was another politician demanding he immediately free the SAO victims. As if he had been trying to do anything else the entire time he was put at the head of the task force. Yesterday's conflict and the subsequent reveal of an entire guild of murderers had been the largest bomb Sword Art Online had ever dropped in his lap. His entire office was working overtime to both deal with public outrage and, more importantly, identify the criminal players. If for no other reason than to move them to a more secure location. There had been several calls to pull the plug already. That was, surprisingly, the one silver lining Kikuka found in this whole mess. He was a mere soldier, and the decision to pull the plug or not didn't fall to him, but to their country's legal system. And while lawyers and judges scrambled to come up with legal precedents, some of the heat was taken off him. Pull the plug. Kill the red players. Death penalty. As a soldier, Kikuka was in favor of it. Whatever mental illness, whatever reason lawyers could come up with to justify the murderer's actions, it was all bullshit. He had heard the conversation between Drifter and XAXA, and then the one with the arrested red player. They enjoyed killing. The plug should already have been pulled for monsters like them. Kikuka pulled his head from his hands when he heard a knock on his door. "Come in." "Sir, I have the reports you asked for." "Leave them on the table and give me the rundown." "Yes, sir. We are trying our hardest to identify the red players, but it's been tough. At the moment, we only have 6 confirmed suspects, including Red-Eyed XAXA, but we can't connect any to their real-life identities." "What?" Kikuka narrowed his eyes. His subordinate gulped, but soldiered on. "We are sorry, sir, but there are still several hundred SAO players we can't properly identify because they almost never leave private areas and hide their faces when they do." Error. Also, we had never paid attention to it before, but there are many players who use masks or other concealing items. The members of Humaningdom are one such example. In all, there's over 600 players whose real identities are still unknown. Kikuka groaned, and put his head between his hands again. After a few minutes of kneading his temples in a vain attempt to mitigate his headache, he waved a finger to his subordinate. "Forget the green players, tell me about the red ones and Laughing Coffin." "Yes, sir. We have tentatively identified 28 red players." I say tentatively because, once again, there was an oversight on our part. The SAO broadcasts don't show the color of a player's cursor. We never found anything wrong with this since, as far as we were aware, Mort was the only red player, and, from the time he revealed himself to when he died, we could still only watch the boss raids. As you know, going over the footage of 7.000 players is close to impossible, so we have been dedicating most of our efforts to the frontliners. I'm assuming you identified the 28 suspects by their interactions with other players and confirmed outlaws? Exactly, sir. By following Red-Eyed XAXA, we got the names of the 5 who were with him minus the one Reaver's Requiem arrested. And another they met later. Got it. And still nothing on the imprisoned red player? No, sir. Kikuka groaned softly. This was not a problem they had foreseen. While they could watch the broadcasts of Drifter and Argo when they went into Black Iron Palace with no problems, the transmission of the red player was nowhere to be found, even after carefully combing through all the players. They could only speculate that the Laughing Coffin member's broadcast was set to transmission currently unavailable. That assumption was proven correct when they tuned in or tried to Grimlock's broadcast and found it also turned off. From that, they could conclude that players inside the cells had their identities protected, while the visitors didn't. It had to be something to do with them being criminals. Why the hell is Kayaba protecting those murderers? We can't see the cursors, we watch their transmissions, and even when we looked at it from Broken Spear's POV, the red player's face was blurred and his name blipped out anytime someone spoke it. Kikuka smashed his fists into his desk. It was almost like Kayaba wanted the red players to go free. Ahem. Sir? What? His subordinate flinched when Kikuka shouted at him, still immersed in his anger towards Kayaba. The task force leader forced himself to calm down and asked again in a more civil tone. Sorry, what? The team don't believe Kayaba is especially protecting the red players. Our current guess is that this is just part of his no outside interference policy. At the risk of angering you more, Kaiba is Sword Art Online's god. We are just observers. He grants players free will to do whatever they want, and us the ability to watch almost everything, be it boss raids, their daily life, or barbaric atrocities. Your point is? None of the other red players had their faces blurred, we simply can't identify them because they use masks. Nor is any other name censored but that of the criminal in the jail. We think that is the case because he is already a piece off the board. The leader of the SAO task force had been softly thumping his fingers, but he suddenly stopped. Kikuko was a very smart man, or he wouldn't have been given this post. He immediately understood what his subordinate meant. He is afraid we would pull the plug on captured red players, because they are the only ones whose identities we can confirm, since Black Iron Palace strips them of all their equipment. He foresaw everything that's happening now in the real world, including the public outrage. But he doesn't want anyone messing with his creation. That was our conclusion too, sir. Broken Spear Drifter mentioned before that once imprisoned, red players can't be freed in any way, including by those who captured them. That means the murderer currently in jail will stay there until SAO is beaten, or his real body gives out. He has become a non-entity. Still, Kaiba likely doesn't want him to become a scapegoat for public feelings. Kikuko stayed silent for several minutes, then leaned his head on the backrest, staring at the ceiling. Again. There's nothing we can really do, is there? We'll continue trying to narrow down the pool of suspects, sir, but... No. We don't believe there is. Kikuko closed his eyes and sighed. Motherfucker. Chapter 128, Both Are Real. Passing on the news about Laughing Coffin to the rest of the assault team hadn't gone well. Drifter, Kirito, Asuna, and Argo had chosen to make it an open session. Meaning, they called an emergency meeting with all the frontliners, not just the guild leaders and vice leaders, and on the very next day of the fight with the Red Guild. There had been much grumbling as the frontliners arrived for the meeting, having been pulled out of their farming and leveling up. The annoyance was replaced with horror as the three Reavers and Argo took turns describing their conflict with Laughing Coffin. Any instinctive denial was squashed by Griselda herself coming forth and telling her part in the story. Maybe it would have been better if they had kept it to a select few. They had argued about that, Argo being in favor of only telling the guild leaders so as to not spook Laughing Coffin into hiding. But she was outvoted by Drifter and the other two, who believed spreading the news and letting players beware was worth the panic. There was hardly a way to know if they made the right decision or not. Nevertheless, the next few weeks saw a sharp increase of the tension amongst normal players, and in the size of groups adventuring out of safe zones. The amount of players in the wilderness, however, decreased, as many were too scared to go out. For the clearers and frontliners, there was little change in the routine. Unlike lower-level players, they didn't have the option of stepping back. And while the thought of murderers hiding in the dark was unsettling, the top players were confident in their abilities. But regardless of the actions taken by the players, there was no sign of Laughing Coffin. If it weren't for Reaver's Requiem prestige giving credence to the tale, and Lao's in the Black Iron Palace, many would think the Reavers had made it all up. Oh yes, many people went to visit Lao's in the prison. Lind, Kibu, Shivata, Klein, Orlando, all wanted to see the red player with their own eyes and, in the case of the first two, make sure the Reavers were telling the truth and not hiding anything. They may not have gotten proper confirmation, but Lao's madness and hysterical behavior put paid to that. The player was properly insane, and the cursor above his head was very red. Laughing Coffin existed, no doubt about that. Eventually the players forgot about it. Well, they would never truly forget, that would be not only irresponsible, but also foolish. But without any traces of Laughing Coffin even after they cleared the 19th floor, they put the matter to the back of their minds. The frontliners had a much more urgent worry in their hands. The 20th floor. While every boss raid was dangerous and potentially deadly, the round floors were on another level entirely. Players liked to come up with nicknames for everything, but any they thought up for the 10th, 20th floors, and so on, were so ominous they gave up. One thing every frontliner understood was that, when the time for the boss raid came, some of them might die. And sure, that possibly was never far away even on normal floors, but that was usually due to mistakes or carelessness. Not on the round floors. On those, even if you did everything perfectly and without a single misstep, you might still die. That was not due to the players lacking anything, but simply how overwhelmingly stronger the floor bosses were. Needless to say, it was a very wary assault team that stepped on the 20th floor for the first time. They had just come from a floor where behind every tree was an assassin, but they were somehow more high-strung here than on the 19th floor. The contrast was probably on purpose. It had to be. Because when the assault team stepped on the verdant grass, feeling the comfortable breeze blowing on their faces, the 20th floor could not be more different than its gloomy predecessor. In fact, the 20th floor seemed to be almost a carbon copy of the first, so much that the frontliners were feeling a sense of déjà vu. Grassy hills extending from one side of the floor to the other, with sparse groups of mobs here and there, none close enough to be a threat. A river ran lazily in the distance, and they could hear a waterfall hidden somewhere out of their sight. The town was about a kilometer away, pretty little houses with smoke drifting from the chimney. Even the tower to ascend to the next floor was clearly visible, although the entrance wouldn't be so easy to find. So, was the 10th floor just Kaiba being overly sadistic, or is all of this just a huge smokescreen? The latter, definitely. Yup. No doubt about it. This is just the calm before the storm. The boss is gonna be hell. The frontliners were too traumatized by now to be anything but skeptical about the new floor. None of them entertained even for a moment the honestly idiotic notion that Kaiba might be taking it easy. The game master didn't know what that expression meant. The players had grown wiser. Aight, everyone can see the town and mobs, so we ain't gonna stick together this time round. See y'all, the teleporter is ours this time. Aincrad Liberation Squad, we are leaving. The Reavers didn't contest Kibu, and watched the assault team split apart. Klein and Orlando waved goodbye to them before heading towards the settlement. Kirito looked around. What do you think, guys? To the town or let's explore some? The Reavers stopped and considered his question. On one hand, they were tired. On the other, the sun here is really nice. Indeed. There's that hill over there, the one with the lone tree. It looks perfect for a picnic. I did make some sandwiches. Asuna searched her inventory and came out with one of the snacks which smelled absolutely delicious, and that settled it. Over 20 floors, the Reavers had learned the importance of rest. And, though it took some convincing for some of them, eventually they all understood that taking some time off every few days wouldn't be what condemned them to Aincrad for eternity. This really does look like the first floor. Even the mobs are similar. Okay, those pigs are a lot bigger than the frenzy boars. And their color is different. But still, it's close. You think Kaiba ran out of ideas already? Maybe he is rehashing? Yuki excitedly pointed at a group of 3 furry animals, each the size of a small car and with tusks that wouldn't look out of place in the prehistoric section of a museum. Granite boars. I can take one. Liz, Agile, Wolf, Shigeo, with me. Drifter took his pick, and Kirito nodded, then aimed his sword at another mob. That one is mine then. Valork, Silica, Kismol. Asuna, the last one is yours. Got. Nautilus, Yuki, Rand, will try to lead it to that depression over there to restrict its movement. Sinan, Overwatch. Yuna, Fire Mare or Song of Stone, depending on the situation. I'll leave it at your discretion. Sure thing, Kirito. Dark Melody might also be a good one here. I'll see how it goes. The songstress put away her harp in favor of a long flute she had gotten from a quest on the 16th floor. Yuna's musical instrument skill was the highest in SAO, to no one's surprise. Song of Stone and Dark Melody were 2 of her newest songs. The first was a defense buff for allies, and the latter a defense debuff for enemies. The 3 granite boars were happily grazing, but their demeanor changed entirely when the players got within 50 meters of them. They raised their heads, beady eyes fixated on the humans, tusks glinting dangerously in the sunlight, and pawed the ground. Agile hefted his axe and grunted. "That's a large aggro range. We are downwind," Sinan pointed out. As an archer, she was sensitive towards that kind of thing. Ugh, why did Kaiba have to be so realistic with all those little things? He's a perfectionist. Now, watch out. It looks like they are. Yup, they are charging. Trusting his comrades to deal with the other two mobs, Drifter hit the leftmost granite boar with serpent coil and pail, luring it in their direction. Growling with rage at the attack, the mob lowered its head and charged straight at Drifter. It was as big as a car, and just about as fast as one. Liz smacked it down. Her glowing hammer caught it right on the top of its head with a hammer down, the powerful downwards blow causing the granite boar to smash head first into the ground and almost flip over. Agile and Wolf came from the side, one with a huge axe, the other with a mace the size of a watermelon, both striking the downed mob without a hint of mercy. Shigeo stood back on this round, shield raised and a taunt ready to catch the aggro when the monster pig got back up. Say what you will about beast-type mobs' intelligence, but the granite boar was resilient. After receiving attacks from 4 of Aincrad's highest-level players, and strong skills on top of that, the mob merely grunted and shook itself. Its HP had barely decreased by a fifth. Heh. Dark melody it is, Yuna. Those things are tough. Drifter grinned despite himself. This was more like it. Compared to fighting Laughing Coffin and trying to unravel their plot, if there was even one, this was much nicer. Much more normal. The thought struck Drifter as odd. When did it happen? When did he start considering this daily life of hunting monsters the people in the outside world had never imagined as normal? For what mattered, when had he started calling it outside world? Drifter distinctively remembered thinking of it as the real world at the start. Back when SAO was just a virtual prison, and all he wanted was to escape this fake world and go back to the real one. The thought kept swirling in Drifter's head even as he cut down the granite boar. It was a fact. For him, this world where he was right now, the monster he just killed, the grass he was standing on, everything was real. When had that become his reality? Maybe it was when Kismel joined their guild? She was clearly more than an NPC. She had feelings and behaved just like a normal person. She had broken the NPC mold, and, with it, shattered the thin barrier in Drifter's mind. Or maybe it was even earlier. When they founded the guild, no, earlier still. Earlier than his meeting with Kirito, Asuna, and Sinan. It was when he started adventuring with Yuna and Nautilus. The first time he saw something else in SAO other than pain and death. A prospect of something new, something enjoyable. Yes, that was it. While he would never be able to pinpoint the exact moment, the change had happened when he started looking forward to the next day, instead of just wishing for it to end. It had been the people. Yuna and Nautilus. Argo. Kirito, Asuna, and Sinan. Agile, Wolf, and Shigeo. Kismel and Ferder. Silica and Valork. Yuki and Ran. Lisbeth. Keita, Sachi, Ducker, Tetsuo, and Sasamaru. Griselda. Shivata and Litten. Orlando, Neza, Chuchulain, Beowulf, Gilgamesh, Enkidu. Klein, Harry 1, Isin, Dynam, Dale, Kinemitz. Akari. Sasha, Shun, Lala, and Yuka. Keynes, Schmidt, Yoko. Kibu and Lind. Grimlock. XAXA and Laos. Miaolin. Shishio. Diavel. Vaildin. Locke. Namate and Merida. Rockle. Mort. Faces flashed through Drifter's mind. Some close, some far away. Some friends and family, others enemies and mortal foes. Some NPCs, some players. Some still here, others long gone. Drifter had never realized just how many people he had met in Sword Art Online. from those he barely knew to those he considered family in all but blood. Nice! Everyone, sit down and grab a sandwich. You too, Griselda, stop being so hesitant. You are one of us now. Drifter looked at his guild. Asuna distributing sandwiches to everybody. Agile, Shigeo, and Wolf setting up a cloth underneath the shade of the tree. Silica and Kismal patting Ferder while Valork and Liz watched. Ran and Sinan trying to rein in an overly excited Yuki. Nautilus laughing at something Kirito said. Griselda, standing unsure of where she fit, but willingly getting dragged along. Yuna, smiling and waving at him. Heroes and monsters. Drifter knew them all. They were what made this world real. As real as the one he came from. Chapter 129 Odd Quest. The sun was shining brightly, and the refreshing breeze blowing through the hills carried with it the sounds of birds singing and insects chirping. The wind also carried the noises of battle. A granite boar lunged at Drifter in a reckless charge, and the spearmaster swung his weapon, meeting it head-on. The mob snarled, a large cut now adorning its snout, and Drifter was forced back, only his quick thinking stopping him from falling over as he stabbed the ground to steady himself. That's not very nice. Drifter glanced down at the tear in his chest plate where one of the ivory tusks of the mob had grazed him. The red polygons that passed by blood and SAO flickered from the wound. Grunting, Drifter closed the distance between himself and the mob with a rage spike. Rotating his spear, he stabbed at the granite boar's eye. The mob turned its head away, but Drifter simply shook his spear, giving it a weird torsion, and accurately hit his target. The roar the injured granite boar gave was deafening, but Drifter was undaunted. He pressed on with horizontal, sting, and needle spear, eventually claiming the mob's other eye, as well as its life. Huff! Taking one of these solo was harder than I thought it was gonna be. That's why I told you not to do it, dummy. Yuna stomped her way over and examined the wound on his chest. It was already closing, his battle regeneration skill having recovered most of his lost HP. Still, the songstress thrusted a low-level health regen food on his hands, and started playing rest. Drifter smiled despite his girlfriend's pout. Even after a few weeks, he still found it extremely endearing, not to mention adorable, when she called him dummy. It might not be a very common, nor the most flattering pet name, but it was the one his songbird had chosen for him. He could feel her affection every time she said it. 4.5 minutes, Drifter. That's a long time for you to take on a mob. Nautilus and the others walked over from where they had been watching, a few tens of meters away. Drifter shrugged, swallowing the snack Yuna handed him. The pigs are tough. I hadn't realized how big of a difference Yun's dark melody made until I tried to fight one without her help. The spearmaster pecked the songstress on the cheek to show his gratitude, and she rolled her eyes despite her obvious enjoyment. Ferder came over to Drifter and rubbed against his legs, tongue lolling off his mouth. Drifter grinned and, opening his menu, took out one of the drops from the granite boar. He threw the slab of meat high in the air, and the wolf ran and jumped, catching it between his powerful jaws before happily hunkering down to feast. I swear this dog is getting smarter each day. He even recognizes which mobs drop meat, and knows how to ask for it. Hey, Drifter! Ferder is not a dog. He is a ferocious, mainly, cutest in the world wolf. Silica Mott glared at Drifter, and he quickly raised his hands in surrender. Far from him to argue with Reaver's Requiem's youngest member and loyal defender of all things furry. It feels like one of those adjectives doesn't agree with the others. Humph. You are just jealous Ferder is the most famous wolf in our guild. Why you little come here, Silica. Silica stuck out her little tongue at Wolf, who had made the comment under his breath, and then immediately shrieked when he reached for her. The Reavers watched with smiles when Silica started to run, only to be caught by Wolf, who put her over his shoulder, and then started spinning. Her screams became delighted laughter as her pigtails swung wildly. The merchant also had a huge grin on his face when he finally let a very dizzy Silica go. He ruffled her hair and scratched Ferder behind the ears when the wolf trotted over to join in on the fun. The remaining 2 members of Merchant Warrior Agile's party were ones who many people easily forgot. They weren't as well known or distinctive, nor did they have anything to set them apart like the rest of the Reavers. But none of the players in the guild thought that. Neither did Wolf and Shigeo themselves, truth be told. They were all precious companions. Family. Drifter watched Wolf playing with Silica with a smile. He knew the older man had a child. Just a baby, a few months old. Wolf had already told them during one of the drinking sessions they had with Furinkazan, Shivata, and the Legend Braves that his biggest regret in entering SAO was leaving his daughter for his girlfriend to raise all alone, for who knew how long. Maybe forever, if he didn't survive to the end. With no way of knowing his family was watching his every move from the outside, Wolf was constantly afraid of what was going on with the 2 people he loved the most in the world. He even said, one time when he got too tipsy, that he wouldn't resent his girlfriend if she found someone else. After all, he was the irresponsible father who abandoned them for a game. That night had been the first time Drifter saw Agile and Shigeo so angry. Wolf had gotten 2 earfuls from them. He would get another one from his girlfriend when they got out of SAO, as she was not amused when she heard it. Curiously enough, that was also the same night that Wolf said he would marry her when they left SAO. That had earned him a few free drinks, and what was likely to be a very passionate night when they returned to the outside world. Agile's wife, Trisha, had offered to babysit Wolf's daughter when that day came. Still, leaning on his spear next to Yuna and watching Wolf play with Silica, Drifter could only think that Wolf was a great father. His fears were all understandable. But instead of dragging him down, they made him stronger. Oh! What is it, Drift? Argo. Hold on for a moment. A new message popped up on his HUD and distracted Drifter. Looking at who the sender was, he couldn't help but exclaim, drawing Yuna's attention. He chatted a lot with Argo, but usually he was the one to start the exchange, not her. Argo, I got an interesting quest here, Dri Boo. Pull me into a party so I can share it with you. His interest piqued, Drifter looked at his HUD. His party was full already. Yuna. No, that was a bad idea. He glanced around and saw Nautilus chatting with Ran a few steps away. Hey, Naut, I'm kicking you for a second. Sorry and thank you. Better to seek forgiveness than ask for permission. Before the ash-haired player deciphered what he meant, Drifter had already kicked him from the party and invited Argo. Almost immediately, the info broker shared the quest details with him. His eyebrows rose until they were almost hidden by his hairline. Hey, what's this about, Drifter? Nautilus stomped over, not really angry. Ran followed him, and the others started paying attention to the commotion. Drifter just raised his hand in a gesture of asking for silence. He reread the quest while the others gathered around him. Sinan tilted her head curiously. What's happening? No idea. Drifter just kicked Nautilus from our party and invited Argo. Ho! Liz waved her hand, looking at the Spearmaster curiously. She knew Argo must have sent him something interesting in private from the face he was making, but the blacksmith didn't think it was bad. Probably just confusing, from his furrowed brows. Ah, hey, everyone. I was reading through a quest Argo shared. It's very convoluted. About 5 minutes later, Drifter stopped staring at the empty air in front of him and raised his head to discover Reaver's Requiem surrounding him. He scratched his cheek, embarrassed, when he looked at Nautilus. Sorry again, Naut, but you might have to join one of the other parties. Argo will have to stay in mine for a while. No worries, Drifter. But what's on the quest that had you so focused? Error. It's a quest that can only be completed by 2 people, hence why I can't share it with you since Argo and I are already in it. But it's all very confusing. The word you used was convoluted. Drifter nodded slowly. Well, yeah. Argo has to stay in the town, and I have to go to, quote, the broken embrace of fallen stars. Don't ask me what that means. It's somewhere west of where we are now. Kirito frowned and opened his map. The 20th floor was still being explored, but they already had a simple overview of it. There's a small forest over there. That's probably it. And here is where it gets even more confusing. Apparently Argo has to do something in the town, and I have to do something in that place, whatever it is. And we have to time it so it happens together, or it won't work. Now they understood why Drifter had that expression. Quests were usually a lot more clear on the objectives than this, or, at the very least, more detailed. That sounds like a whole lot of trouble and time. Are the rewards worth it at least? No idea. It only has question marks. Ran and some others groaned. Unspecified rewards could mean some incredible treasure or absolute trash, as it was much more likely. And Argo wants to do that? You know how she is, she can't stand not knowing something. And who knows? It might be the next flag of valor. The skeptical expressions from his friends showed just how likely they thought that was. Drifter himself wasn't that keen on going on some wild treasure hunt. But Argo had asked for a favor, so he was going to do it. He turned to Kirito. I don't think we are all needed, Kirito. How about we split up? You think it's going to be okay? Drifter nodded. If there was a chance the quest was going to be dangerous, Argo would have warned him. It was far more likely that it was just going to be a colossal waste of time. All right then. Take who you want, we'll continue grinding. Nodding again, Drifter pulled his spear out of the ground and sheathed it. Who wants to go on a wild goose chase with me? Silica? That's one. Yuki, too. We'll need a shield. Liz, okay. And how about you to round it off, Griselda? Great! Party members decided. Drifter kissed Yuna and then walked off. The Reavers who stayed behind waved to the party as it got further away before going back to hunting granite boars. Honest thoughts, Drifter. You think this is gonna end up on anything? The small forest had just come into their view when Liz asked this question. Drifter shrugged. My gut is saying no. It's too random, like one of those scammer quests. I heard some people are still repeating those, hoping it gives some hidden skill like martial arts to. Drifter and the others laughed. SAO truly had everything, including rotten NPCs who gave impossible or nonsensical quests only to rip off players. Many people, including Drifter, had been tricked by them in the earlier days. Honestly, Argo always had a good nose for sussing out scammers. If her instincts are saying this quest is worth it. Yuki pointed out, and Drifter agreed. It wasn't easy to trick Argo the rat, not even for NPCs. We will see. I say, if we can't find anything by nightfall, then we should just treat it as an excursion. Sounds good. The party of 5 arrived at the small forest a couple of minutes later. Drifter updated Argo on their progress and observed the grove. It didn't seem any different than any other forest they had come across before. A rustling bush up ahead caught his attention, and Drifter saw a mob emerge. He raised his spear, and then lowered it. Huh. What's that? Chapter 130, Dragon? Dragon! In a small forest on the west side of the 20th floor, Drifter, Silica, Liz, Yuki, and Griselda were carrying out the quest for Argo when they suddenly came across a monster. Drifter raised his spear to attack it, then lowered the weapon. Huh. What's that? It was a mob, definitely. The cursor above its head left no doubt about it. But it didn't look like a mob at all. How cute! Silica squealed, and Drifter couldn't disagree. The creature was very cute, and not threatening in the slightest. Usually that would have raised Drifter's awareness, but he couldn't feel any sort of danger from it. Now, Drifter wasn't a character in some Chinese wuxia novel who had some sort of supernatural sixth sense that allowed them to gauge how dangerous an enemy was just by looking at it. But he had spent the last 10 months fighting for his life daily, so he had developed certain instincts. Usually, Drifter could tell when an NPC, mob, or player had hostile intentions towards him. It was like a prickling in his scalp. But he wasn't feeling anything from the creature in front of them. The mob looked like a bird, but also a mammal at the same time. It was covered in pale blue feathers, but it had 4 legs and walked like a quadruped. 2 wings sprouted from its back, covered in feathers with white patterns. Instead of a tail, it had 2 really long feathers. The mob was also really tiny. Drifter reckoned that, if he ignored the tail feathers, it would fit on his palm. It was after he had finished analyzing the mob that his gaze drifted upwards to see its name. His pupils immediately constricted, and the spear he had lowered jerked back up. Careful! Don't get close to it. Heh! What is the problem, hiss? Silica and the other girls had been charmed by the creature's cuteness, but their expressions changed when they too saw the name. Yuki sucked in air, her sword already glowing with a skill. Her heart was pumping as fast as when they fought a boss. Small feathered dragon. The last word was why the 5 reavers suddenly got so tense despite their earlier curiosity and the mob's non-threatening appearance. In 20 floors, the players had met every kind of mob there was, from aggressive ones which attacked on sight, to those which were nearly harmless as long as you left them alone. But players had also learned that some mobs were more dangerous than others regardless. Humanoid mobs were one such example, because they could use skills and were usually more intelligent. And mobs with some kind of status to their name, such as words like noble or ruler or general, tenfold. Those were usually floor bosses and field bosses. But there was a third kind of mob, usually of the beast type, that players had learned were incredibly stronger than the norm. They were the ones which carried the lineage of some mythical creature, like hydras and phoenixes. Or dragons. That was why the party got so scared all of a sudden. Never mind how it looked, the small feathered dragon had to be strong. Even Agua the Igneous VRM hadn't had dragon on its name, and it had been a floor boss. But the tiny mob in front of them didn't suddenly become a powerful monster, nor did it try to attack and rip them to pieces. It just looked at them with curious eyes that were far too expressive for a mere monster, and chirped. I don't think it's hostile? The small dragon just stood there, watching them curiously, its cute snout twitching. Even the bird-like chirping sounds it made were very adorable. Could it be a quest? Mob? Maybe an NPC's pet, like Ferder was to Locke? Maybe. Eventually, Liz threw out a guess. It seemed plausible enough, and the small feathered dragon still didn't show any intentions of attacking, so Drifter lowered his spear. Pry it? The mob took a few cautious steps forward. Then, not sensing their animosity anymore, it took flight with a few silent beats of its wings, and landed on Silica's head. The girl froze, then started giggling as the small feathered dragon licked her nose. Drifter and the others stared in disbelief. They had never seen a mob behave like that. Or be so friendly. Even Ferder had been wary of them before becoming Kismel's familiar. Error. Are you okay, Silica? Ha ha ha. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Isn't she the cutest thing in the world? Ha 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 ha. She? Drifter asked no one in particular, but the girls had already surrounded Silica and were petting the little dragon, who seemed to bask in all the attention. Tempted, Drifter too went forward and scratched the feathers on its head. The mob closed her eyes in pleasure and rubbed against his hand. With that, the party was conquered. Silica, who always had a weak spot for cute creatures, had hearts in her eyes. Can we keep her, Drifter? Please? Staring at the small feathered dragon, who had climbed on his arm, eventually settling on his shoulder, Drifter didn't know what to do. He shrugged, dislodging the mob a little, and it chirped once before hopping off his shoulder and flying to Griselda, who beheld it with admiration. I'm not sure how we would go about doing that, Silica. But if it wants to follow us, then I don't see why not. It's friendly enough. Yay! Thank you so much. Silica rushed over and hugged him, the little dragon flying over to land on her head again and chirping out a song. Drifter really hoped there was a way to ensure it stayed with them, or Silica would be heartbroken. Pina! I'm going to call you Pina. It was a very bewildered Argo who read Drifter's message. She had heard of Pacific mobs before, the kind that only retaliated if players attacked, but didn't make the first move, but never of one that actively tried and apparently succeeded in endearing itself to players. What the info broker wasn't sure of was whether the creature, Pina, had anything to do with the quest she and Drifter were doing, or if it was just a coincidence. Damn annoying quest. Argo muttered under her breath. She had been following the leads of the quest all around the town for the last 4 hours, and finally found the end. She was sitting on the steps of a rundown temple in the outskirts of the city, munching on a type of sour stringy candy she found in an inconspicuous stall on the 13th floor, and which had quickly become her favorite. Until Drifter completed his side of the quest, all she could do was wait, friendly dragon or not. It took Pina about 5 minutes to charm the entire party. She was like a puppy, running, flying ahead, then looking back and returning to her spot on Silica's head. There was no doubt that the little dragon had chosen the girl just as much as Silica had chosen her. Drifter really hoped there was a way to allow Pina to enter the safe zones. Suddenly, Pina stopped and let out a sharp cry, her feathers standing up. Correctly reading the signs, the Reavers halted their steps and stared at the path in front of them. Activating searching let Drifter see the red shape of a mob coming towards them. Just one, right up front. Smack it good, Liz. Griselda, you aren't used to fighting with us yet, so be careful with the switches. The woman nodded. When the mob, a mixture of an ape and a bird called Archaeolunger, burst out of the shrubbery, Liz immediately hit it with a bone breaker. Yuki and Drifter advanced from both sides, stabbing and cutting the mob before it could react. In a display of impressive coordination and understanding of each other, Drifter's spear ripped left, leaving just enough space for Silica to dash forward and stab the mob with a canine, before slashing down again to block the Archaeolunger's path. Griselda had already witnessed how good Reaver's Requiem was when leveling with them the past 2 weeks. Before, she had been somewhat unhappy when they allowed her to participate in the 19th floor boss raid, but forced her to stay in the back. She barely scored a few hits against the boss. Now, she understood that it wasn't a matter of her not being good enough, but experience. If she had been the vanguard of the raid team, it was likely she would have dragged them down. She just wasn't at that level of teamwork where they could complete each other's moves without even needing to communicate. Switch! Yuki yelled, and Griselda ran forward. Even with her back turned to her, the purple-haired twin was able to tell where Griselda was coming from and stepped to the other side, allowing the tall swordswoman to flash past her with an avalanche. The overhead slash laid the mob flat on its back, just in time for Drifter to put his spear through its throat and end the fight. 2 more, Drifter! The spearmaster raised his head when he heard Silica shout. In the time it took them to finish off the Archaeolunger, 2 more of the same mob had spawned. His expression turned stony, but he still wasn't too worried. Sliding his right leg forward, Drifter twisted his spine and stretched his right arm to the limit. His spear seemed to jump forward, piercing the chest of the closest mob before it even had a chance to scream. Pressing forward instead of pulling back, he stabbed his spear deeper into the Archaeolunger. The mob stumbled and roared, a long feathered arm lashing out and scratching his own. Drifter ignored it and kicked the mob with a martial arts, low blow, giving Silica an opening to go around its back and stab it 4 times in quick succession with triple fong and stop cut. The Archaeolunger swung around and tried to grab Silica, but the nimble little girl ducked under its claws, not forgetting to give it a few more slashes. Drifter didn't let the chance go, and jabbed his spear on the back of its head, wiping away the little HP it had left. Griselda, Liz, and Yuki had already dealt with their mob, and 2 clouds of polygons flickered for a few moments before disappearing. The only injury was Drifter's, and he had barely lost 10% of his HP. Instead of wasting a potion, he thought to let it recover naturally, as it would only take a few minutes in a non-combat state. Yet, who knew that Pina would cry and fly towards him at this moment? Flapping its wings to hover in front of Drifter, the little dragon opened its mouth and spat several translucent bubbles. His eyes widened in surprise when the bubbles popped against his skin, and he saw his HP bar glow green and rapidly refill to 100%. Silica and the others were also stunned. Any kind of healing ability was rare in SAO. The best most players had was battle regeneration. The Reavers had Yuna's rest, and that already caused envy from all the frontliners. But now they had run into a monster with this kind of skill, and it was even a friendly one. What were the chances? Silica, forget everything I said before. We are going to find a way to keep Pina with us. Kaiba watched Drifter's party on a monitor. His eyes were following the small feathered dragon, who sometimes flew ahead of the players, then turned around and rested on Silica's head. It had clearly taken a liking for the girl. His expression was inscrutable. The small feathered dragon and a new unique skill had been Kaiba's last addition to SAO. Somehow, he was not surprised the little creature had found its way to Reaver's Requiem. Cardinal surely knew who was best suited for the skill. Everything is ready, Aki. Are you sure you want to go through with it? His lover, Rinko, hugged him from behind, burying her head on his back. For the first time in months, a glimpse of something other than apathy crossed Kaiba's expression. I must, Rinko. It's the only way to make sure Sword Art Online is perfect. The woman looked up at him as Kaiba turned around and held her in his arms. She didn't cry or try to convince him to not do it. She knew the plan, she had helped come up with it. And deep down, buried beneath all her love for him, a small part of her thought that he deserved it. Whatever the consequences. The couple kissed once, perhaps more passionately than ever before. And Rinko blinked away her tears when Kaiba laid on the bed in the center of the room and put on a nerve gear. If he succeeded, and she had no doubt he would, that was the last time she would see him. Kaiba didn't hesitate. Adjusting the helmet, he made sure everything was turned on, including the kill switch. It was only fair. Link start. Chapter 131 Pina and the Ruins. Silica was the happiest girl in the world at the moment. Or in Aincrad, at the very least. Like any child, she had always loved small and fluffy things. Even as a young teen, she was completely enamored with animals and other cute mascots. She absolutely loved Ferder. He may not be very small, but he was extremely fluffy and the sweetest wolf anyone had ever seen. She loved to run her hand through his fur, to lay down using his soft belly as a pillow, and to play with him. But deep down, Silica always knew that Ferder, as much as he liked to stick with her, was Kismel's companion. Which was why she was falling in love with Pina even faster. The small feathered dragon was perched on her shoulder, rubbing her head against Silica's cheeks and cooing. It was the cutest thing in the world. Silica was rubbing Pina's tiny head when she noticed a notification flashing on her HUD. Who knew how long it had been there? Her mouth fell open when she clicked it. Kya! Her scream of surprise had the party turning around in shock, weapons flashing out for whatever attacked her. When they saw nothing, their expressions grew confused. What's wrong, Silica? I just got a new skill. Monster taming. And it's giving me an option to take Pina as my tamed monster. Really? Well, what are you waiting for, Silica? Accept it. The rest of the party watched starry-eyed as Silica clicked a button invisible to them, and both her and Pina shone green for a moment. When the glow was gone, Silica still looked the same, but Pina was at least 50% bigger. And her eyes, when she chirped and rubbed against Silica's face, seemed brighter than before. The not as tiny anymore dragon licked her master's cheek, then made a thrilling sound before flying around and spitting beautiful bubbles in a display of joy. When Pina settled back down on Silica's head, the party clustered around here, asking details about the small feathered dragon's status, now visible to Silica, and her skills. Griselda, Liz, Yuki, have any of you ever heard of this monster taming skill? The girls shook their heads. Griselda scratched Pina's chin and made a writing motion. Maybe Argo knows something? Right. Drifter had forgotten that he had an info broker very conveniently waiting for news from him at the moment. He immediately coined a message and sent it, and Argo responded almost immediately. Drifter read through it twice, to make sure he didn't misunderstand anything. Then he whistled. Apparently you lucked out, Silica. Argo says she only knows 3 other people with the monster taming skill. Getting it is heavily dependent on luck, but also other requirements. You can't have killed too many of the mob type you are trying to tame. Well, I say trying lightly. The mob has to be the one to initiate everything, like Pina did. Plus, you can only have one tamed monster at a time. It should say that somewhere in the description of the skill. So if you want another, you'll have to release Pina first. But, like I said, really luck dependent. There's no guarantee you'll get another pet even if you let Pina go. Good thing I'm not planning on doing that, then. Isn't that right, Pina? You are with me forever. Ha ha ha. First surprised, then a bit confused, then unconcerned by the information dump, Silica held Pina and played with her. The dragon chirped happily. Good thing too that Silica wasn't planning on releasing Pina, since she was almost certainly the rarest pet you could get in SAO. The dragon part aside, Pina was the first and only creature with healing skills that any of them had ever seen. Still, Drifter felt compelled to add one last bit of information that Argo had highlighted. Right, Argo says Pina only has one life, Silica. And that there's no known way to revive a dead pet. So just take note of that. Silica's joyful expression faltered for a moment, and Drifter rubbed her head affectionately. He didn't need to repeat himself. She was a smart girl. Alright, we already welcomed Pina as Reaver's Requiem's newest member, so let's keep going. Argo's got a quest for us, and she's starting to grow impatient. In the town, a very confused info broker was wondering how Drifter had stumbled on a dragon and had one of his party members gain the very rare taming skill when she had sent him to run errands for her. Further, she was thinking, what about her damn quest? Having Pina with them made the party's journey a lot smoother. Not because she could heal them, they didn't actually get hurt that much against normal mobs, but because she could detect monsters from even farther away than Drifter's searching. That allowed them to avoid battles, or get the jump on the mobs if they so wished. Still, Pina's detection ability or not, it was only 3 hours later that the party found something that might be related to the quest. By then, they were almost giving up, and even Argo had messaged that it was getting late. Every minute was precious for frontliners. Their levels always needed to be the highest in SAO, this floor more than ever. Unlike what some people in the outside world thought, it was impossible for players to just grind mobs until they were way over-leveled for the floor. Kaiba would never leave such an obvious loophole. The reason training grounds and good maps were so coveted amongst frontliners was that the amount of mobs in SAO was limited. Yes, monsters respawned, but never fast enough to allow all the players to maintain an acceptable leveling speed. Furthermore, there was a point when the experience lower-level mobs gave was so insignificant that even farming for years wouldn't be enough to level up once. Aincrad had a cycle. To climb higher, you had to get stronger. To get stronger, you had to climb higher. Wasting several hours on such a convoluted and confusing quest would be unacceptable if it had been anyone else but Argo who asked for it. Pina made the entire trip worth it, however, even if they found nothing. But something they did find. It was already past noon when Drifter spotted it. A moss-covered rock that looked different from others. A little too rectangular, too straight. Curious, he walked over. Before getting there, he already knew it wasn't a rock, but a broken pillar. Moss and dirt hid most of it from his view, but he could see some engravings depicting what looked like the sun and giants. Got something, everyone! Try to find more of these, see if we can get a direction. The girls spread out, never too far that they couldn't help one another if trouble appeared. After about 5 minutes, Yuki shouted excitedly. I found 2 more here, Drifter. It looks sorta like a collapsed archway. Before the Spearmaster could go over, Silica called for him too. Well, Pina flew over and grabbed his shoulder with her claws, trying to drag him. Over here too, Drift. More columns. Griselda and Liz soon reported similar findings. Drifter himself found more ruins. After a quick mental triangulation, he discovered that the bulk of the ruins were concentrated in one direction. That way. My gut is telling me this is finally Argo's quest. The party started walking in the direction Drifter pointed. More and more ruins came into view, broken pillars giving way to entire structures, collapsed and overtaken by nature. Clearly, this forest had once been a bustling civilization. Even the mobs changed, the deeper they went. When soil gave way to cracked cobblestone paths, the archaeolungers disappeared, replaced by golem-like mobs covered in moss and roots, literally pulling themselves out of the ground as the party came closer. The first time the party saw one of the mobs, called Forgotten Guardian, they stood back and allowed it to laboriously get up, showering the surroundings in dirt and plant matter. The being was a little over 2 meters tall, with stubby arms that ended not on hands and fingers, but a solid-looking, white marble, mortar-like fist on the left arm, and a glinting obsidian blade on the right, still wickedly sharp despite the passage of time. The Forgotten Guardian was heavy and slow. Drifter didn't let down his guard, however. There were 2 types of mobs, those which were all-round, jack-of-all-trades, and mobs with glaring deficiencies in certain aspects, which were compensated by overwhelmingly higher stats in other regards. The Forgotten Guardian very clearly belonged to the second type. Its speed was as low as it could be, but its defense was bound to be mind-bogglingly high. What remained to see was in which end of the spectrum its attack power was. Liz, we'll be relying on you this time around. Griselda, Yuki, you are support. Silica, we are aiming for the joints, try to restrict its movement. Golem-like mobs, or those with some kind of heavy armor, had a much higher resistance to edged weapons. You had to use hammers or maces and other blunt weapons to kill them within an acceptable time frame, which automatically made Liz the vanguard for this battle. Liz calmly took the lead, shield and hammer ready. She had started SAO as a simple blacksmith, and joined Reaver's Requiem still with the same position. But with time, she had moved up to become a clearer and then a frontliner. It had been several months since then. Being the vanguard and staring down a monster didn't make her heart beat nearly as fast anymore. The same could be said for Yuki. Once they entered a battle, her playfulness vanished, her expression set in firm determination. Even Griselda, despite not having as much experience, could face the mob without huge complications. Drifter didn't need to be mentioned. Silica just reversed her grip on her dagger and crouched as Pina took flight. The 12-year-old girl didn't hesitate for even a moment when Liz provoked the Forgotten Guardian, and dashed past the blacksmith and under Drifter's spear to sink her dagger on the mob's knee with a tiger bone. The high-level dagger skill shouldn't be underestimated, despite the strange name. It was one ferocious stab, followed by a twist of the blade, dealing massive damage. While Liz, Griselda, and Yuki took the front, and Silica sneaked around the mob's back, Drifter chose to go at it from the side. The blade hand of the golem chopped down on Liz, who hurriedly raised her shield to block. Drifter stabbed the arm with a double tap, twice in the same spot, forcing it to change trajectories and missing the pink-haired player. The obsidian blade cut deeply into the ground, and Liz took the chance to strike it, hoping to smash it off. She failed, unfortunately, but the force behind the blow was enough to send the Forgotten Guardian stumbling back, right into Griselda and Yuki's waiting blades. Drifter himself swept his spear up, leaving a series of cuts on the mob's stone torso. He deflected the hammerhand with the shaft of his weapon and spun, a tornado knocking the mob even further back. Silica jumped on top of it, her dagger a blur, and Liz ended the fight but smashing its head with all her strength. The visual effect of both girls standing amidst the swirling shards made the rounds around the world, not that they knew that. Good work, everyone. We'll keep the same tactics for the next Forgotten Guardian stuff. Balancing his spear in the creak of his arms, Drifter typed a quick message to Argo. Then he looked at the loot from the battle, and raised an eyebrow. Now I'm sure we are on the right path. The girls looked over, and Drifter took out a purplish crystal. The item had a very imposing name, False Star Fragment. It's pretty, but why do you think it's related to your quest, Drifter? Did it update? Nope. But remember the clue? Broken embrace of fallen stars. Can't be a coincidence. Drifter stared at the item in his hand for a while more before throwing it to Liz. It was a forging material. Even if the quest resulted in nothing, just finding a new type of mineral was worth it, especially if the blacksmith could make something with it. For the next half an hour, the party advanced deeper into the ruins. Other than the Forgotten Guardians, there was also another type of mob called rubble python, giant snakes that disguised themselves amongst the destroyed buildings. They also dropped the false star fragments. Drifter didn't question the logic. Liz was already coming up with new blueprints. Slowly, a giant building came into view. It looked like a temple of some sort, with doorways big enough to let an 18-wheeler truck through them with room to spare. The roof was spherical, or at least it used to be. There was a huge hole in it now, like a giant had punched through it. That very same hole was letting sunlight into the building, and even from outside, through the doors, Drifter could see the culprit behind the destruction. A big rock, which could be nothing else but a meteorite. "I think we found your quest, Drift." Yuki whistled, and the Spearmaster nodded. There was no doubt this was the right place. Broken embrace of fallen stars indeed. He prepared his spear. This feels like boss time. On your toes, girls. Chapter 132, False Star. This feels like boss time. On your toes, girls. The party stopped before stepping inside the building. A giant, spacious temple, even if in ruins, with a meteor in the middle, a cone of light shining on it from the hole in the ceiling. If this wasn't a boss room, Drifter would eat his spear. Not all quests had final bosses. In fact, the majority of them didn't have bosses at all, at most some elite mobs. But every now and again, you would stumble upon a quest of much higher difficulty, and those did have bosses. Of course, this type of boss was much, much weaker than a floor boss or a field boss. It couldn't be compared even to the final boss of a campaign, like Aether, Lord of the Fallen. This was especially the case this time. This was a two-person quest, and the participants even needed to be separated, one in the town, the other here. The boss difficulty would be calculated taking that into account, which was why Drifter was even considering fighting it with just the 4 girls in his party. What do you think, Drift? Something hidden in the room? The meteorite itself? The Reavers had fought far too many battles to be shaken by something like uncertainty. Their only consideration was what the boss was. Usually a boss reflected the area they were in and the mobs in it. But Forgotten Guardians and Rubble Pythons were two vastly different types of creature. The Pythons are more like mobs that moved in after whatever this place collapsed. My bet is on a golem or that big rock coming to life. Silica gestured to the meteorite, and Drifter agreed with her. He looked at the dragon on her shoulder. Pina's sensing anything? Don't think so. Drifter pondered for a few minutes, running scenarios in his head. Eventually, he grunted. We'll try it. Liz, Griselda, you are our frontline. Check left and right as soon as you enter, to make sure it isn't waiting for us just behind the door. Myself, Silica, and Yuki will be right behind. If anything is wrong or the boss is too strong, we bail immediately, got it? Silica, we'll be relying on Pina to get us through this. If possible, have her time it so it doesn't overlap with potion cooldowns. Yes. The party got into formation and walked towards the temple. The closer they got, the more intense it felt. Boss music could start playing and it wouldn't be out of place. It's the meteor. They hadn't even entered, and everything inside the temple was perfectly still. Yet, Drifter knew. He felt a thrumming in his bones when he looked at the giant rock. The boss was the meteorite in the center of the temple. Change of plans, I'll be the main attacker. Liz, Griselda, on my sides. Bait and switch. The party changed formations without saying anything. After countless battles together, Liz, Yuki, and Silica had full confidence in Drifter's orders. Griselda was the only one who hesitated, but only for a moment. The moment the party stepped through the threshold of the temple, they felt the change immediately. There was a humming in the air, and, with a loud rumbling sound, the meteorite started to shake. Instead of falling, dust rose from the ground, creating a knee-high cloud. The meteorite rolled over, and the players saw a massive purple crystal, similar to the false star fragments the Forgotten Guardians and Rubble Pythons dropped. It looked eerily like an eye. Then, starting from the eye, more crystals burst out of the meteor's surface, forming 8 lines. It looked like a bowling ball with spikes strapped to it. 3 health bars appeared above the meteorite, erasing any doubt about its status as a boss. Drifter glanced at the name over it. False Star. It was as imposing as the boss itself. Which was to say, a lot and a little at the same time, depending on how serious you took it. To the party, it was about halfway. They didn't fear the boss, but they respected it enough to take the battle seriously. Never underestimate the enemy, that was a lesson harshly learned by all frontliners. But sometimes overestimating could be just as bad. Still with the same humming sound, the boss charged the party. Well, Drifter said charged, but it was more along the lines of rolling. The crystal lines around its body were spinning rapidly, like the tires on a racing car. Drifter wasn't stupid enough to meet it head-on. He jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding getting impaled, and slashed with it vertical. He almost lost his spear. The tip got snagged by 2 of the purple crystals and the weapon was almost torn off his hand. Drifter's eyes widened and he shook the spear, barely managing to keep his grasp on it. Pulling back his spear, Drifter lifted his foot and kicked the boss. It did no damage, nor was it intended to. The frontliner simply used the much heavier boss as leverage to push himself away. Landing a few meters back and steadying himself, Drifter threw a quick glance at the HP bars above False Star. There was a very small portion of the first missing. Aim for spots without crystals. Also, watch out for erratic movement. Forget surrounding it, we'll fight as one unit. The eye has to be the weak point, I'll aim for it. Yuki, parry and deflect. Griselda, Silica, to my left. Liz, the right. Drifter didn't lose his cool. False Star was intimidating, especially when its solid rock body loomed over him, but from their clash, the Spearmaster understood the boss wasn't actually that strong. The main mechanic of the boss, and the crux of the battle, would be to avoid getting their weapons taken from them. It's coming again. Narrowing his eyes, Drifter leaned forward, spear held in his right hand, the tip pointing at the ground. He watched the boss coming closer, that crystal eye appearing and vanishing as it rolled. He waited until the very last second, then roared. Sky Render! Just as the eye was coming up after another rotation, Drifter's spear reached it, carving an enormous red line across False Star's body. The first HP gauge above it dropped by a full 15% from that one attack. I was right! The eye was indeed the boss' weak spot, otherwise there was no way Drifter could have dealt this much damage in one go. False Star didn't scream or show much reaction despite the huge injury. Drifter wasn't even sure if it was alive. But he pressed on the attack, using in martial arts, Heiza to dispel the cooldown from Skyrender, and launching a snake bite to once again strike the boss eye. This was the reason why he had suddenly changed the party configuration so he was the main attacker. False Star's eye wasn't small, about the size of a manhole cover, but there was no weapon better than a spear for striking accurately such a target. While Liz, Silica, Yuki, and Griselda possessed incredible control over their weapons, nobody could compare to Drifter in that regard. He vaguely saw the rest of his party attacking the boss from the corner of his eyes, but paid no attention to it. He jumped back and rolled to the side to avoid getting crushed by the rampaging monster, and slashed again with his spear, tearing another gash into False Star, although this time he wasn't in a great position to hit its eye. The meteorite monster spun to the left, chasing Drifter. While bosses usually had more advanced AI, capable of somewhat ignoring aggro, this was clearly not the case with False Star. It was completely focused on Drifter, and ignoring the other Reavers. The Spearmaster sneered. This kind of mindless enemy was much easier to deal with than one that could think. While anyone other than a frontliner might have trouble alone, Drifter was confident he could take it out on his own, it would simply cost him time. With a party of elites like he had, it wouldn't be more than 15 minutes before False Star was felled. When the boss suddenly rolled to the right, Drifter jumped in pursuit, his spear lashing out in what was an almost perfect recreation of Rage Spike. He didn't stop there, double tap and 3 normal attacks shaving away another 10% of Infall Star's first HP bar. Under Drifter's piercing offensive and the combined efforts of Silica, Liz, Yuki, and Griselda, the boss had already lost 80% of its 300% HP. Left switch. A small tremor of the boss' huge frame caught Drifter's attention, and he yelled. Silica and Griselda immediately traded places with him, just in time to avoid a sudden charge from Infall Star. Drifter stabbed again, poking another hole into the boss. Drifter's eyes were cold as he watched the meteorite monster. His spear never stopped, cutting, slashing, and stabbing, leaving innumerable wounds on the boss. It had been barely 5 minutes since the battle began, and Drifter's body was aching. Cardinal did a very good job of reproducing the sensation of muscles burning and exhaustion. It was irrelevant. Drifter had only once stopped during a battle, and that was from the shock of having his arm ripped off. Now not even that could make him frown, much less something like tiredness. Skills were thrown around without a care, his spear glowing blue, green, orange, and half a dozen other colors. In between, Drifter sprinkled normal attacks, more than half of his blows landing on Infall Star's eye. It took less than 7 minutes to bring the boss down to its last health bar. Phase change, everyone. Liz, Griselda, defense until we find the new pattern. Silica, behind me. Work together with Yuki to find weaknesses. Roger. Once the last of its second HP gauge had been wiped out, Infall Star had stopped moving, and even the humming noise from its trembling had disappeared. The large change in behavior was a clear sign that the last section of the battle was approaching. As they watched, the purple crystals all around the boss body started to recede. Drifter watched with furrowed brows before his eyes suddenly widened. Oh fuck block! Countless purple crystals, now thin as needles, exploded from Infall Star's body. They flew in all directions at extreme speed, at least several dozen coming towards the party. And yet, despite how fast the needles were and how sudden the attack, Liz and Griselda stopped most of it with shield wall. Yuki waved her sword in an arc, her incredible reflexes allowing her to precisely cut many of the needles that got past Liz and Griselda. Drifter went for a rougher approach, but just as fast. 3 slashes from title sequence knocked down most of the remaining needles. Still, Liz, Griselda, Yuki, and Drifter all had several red dots in their bodies from the crystal needles that slipped through. The blacksmith and swordswoman, who had tanked the brunt of the attack, were down to yellow and looking like they suffered from chicken pox. Silica was unharmed, Drifter having put himself in front of the girl before the attack. Go! Pina! Drifter gave the order to retaliate at the same time Silica yelled for her pet to heal them. Whatever sort of skill it was that Infall Star had just unleashed, it obviously couldn't be used again right away, as Cardinal would never allow something that unbalanced. Now was the best chance to stage a counterattack and finish off the boss. All out! Kill it! While Pina flew over and spat bubbles at Liz and Griselda, Drifter rushed forward, his spear glowing. Humph. How about a taste of your own medicine? Needle spear flashed out, each strike jabbing precisely in the boss eye. In an instant, Infall Star was covered in holes. Another wave of his spear carved 2 lines across the boss body with horizontal arc. Then 3 more stabs, followed by dirty play. Ha! With a shout, Drifter used Sting, burying half of his spear into Infall Star's eye. The boss trembled one last time before shattering. 13 minutes, not bad. Great job as always, Liz, Silica, Yuki. Griselda, all your actions were perfect, you are just lacking a little more confidence. You hesitated, which led you to be wounded by one of the boss charges. Drifter looked at the time on his HUD and spoke, congratulating his party members. When he got to Griselda, her eyes widened. She never expected that even in the middle of the fight, Drifter would still be paying enough attention to the other players that he could even notice something the person in question had failed to. truly deserving of being Reaver's Requiem's second-in-command and one of SAO's elites. Yes. I'll make sure to be more careful next time. Drifter patted her on the shoulder. Don't think too much about it, I'm not scolding you. This is not something you can really train, you learn as you go through more battles. The more dangerous the fight, the better you get at making split-second decisions. Yuki pipped up, and the others nodded, even Silica. That was just how it was. Training was important, essential even, but there were some things that couldn't be taught, only learnt on the edge of the knife. On unrelated news, my quest finally updated. Now I know what we have to do. Saying so, Drifter took out a huge purple crystal from his inventory. It was the size of a basketball, and glowing faintly. False Star. Chapter 133, Crystal Tablet. In the broken-down temple of a lost civilization, Drifter was holding up the big purple crystal he had received after defeating the boss, and False Star. The item, aptly named False Star, was even bigger than his head. Liza's eyes were glowing as she stared at it. Unfortunately, the blacksmith was destined to be disappointed. It's a quest item. And since the quest updated, I know what we have to do now. Come on. Ignoring Liza's angry pout, Drifter walked towards a structure in the back of the temple. It had been hidden by the meteorite when they entered, and nobody had paid much attention to it during the boss battle, but now the quest was indicating for him to go there. The structure was a chest-height, crescent-shaped altar. It had a grove in the middle which, lo and behold, fit the false star perfectly. Drifter didn't put the crystal in its place yet. Instead, he sent a message to Argo. They both had to complete the quest at the same time for it to work. Drifter, boss taken care of, little rat. Ready when you are. Finally! A curly-haired girl with a hood shot up from her sitting position, scaring a few players who were nearby. They actually hadn't noticed her until she shouted, despite Argo being in plain sight. The info broker cared none for their reactions. She had been bored out of her mind, sitting here for the last 4 to 5 hours, waiting for news from Drifter. Bolting with the eagerness of someone who wanted to do anything else but what she was doing before, Argo ran towards the doors of the old temple on which steps she had been sitting. Previously, those doors had been closed and wouldn't budge no matter what she did. But now, they opened with the slightest touch of her fingers. The doors creaked when they opened, and the inside of the little temple was almost completely dark except for a few rays of sunlight entering through the windows. Anyone else would have been scared by the eerie ambience, or at least a little taken aback. Argo strutted in with all the confidence in the world. This was a safe zone, and there was no way she could be killed or hurt here. And even if there was something along the lines of a horror house attraction, she wasn't worried. She had been through and seen too much to be scared by a mere deserted temple. With light steps, Argo walked over to the other end of the temple, where an altar was resting. If Drifter was there, he could have told her that it was identical to the one in the bigger temple. Stopping in front of the altar, Argo opened her inventory and took out an item she had received from the NPC who gave her the quest. It was a round, dark purple crystal, about the size of an adult's fist. The item was called False Star Core. Argo, eye on the clock. The moment it ticks, we put the crystals in the altars. Drifter, got it. Counting the seconds, Argo watched the clock in her HUD intensely. When it changed, she immediately deposited the false star core into the altar's grove. Drifter must have done his part correctly, because the quest item glowed, and then, to her surprise, melted and vanished. In its place appeared a crystal tablet with many engravings and letters in a language she didn't recognize. Argo picked up the tablet and examined it. Another quest item. By then her HUD had already pinged, telling her that the current quest had been completed, and that another stage would activate once she took the crystal tablet to the 21st floor. Multi-floor quest. This was huge. It had to be known that, while there were quests in SAO meant to waste a player's time, quests that spanned multiple floors were always extremely important. It wasn't wrong to treat them as the main quests of SAO. Rewards aside, multi-floor quests always involved information on floor bosses. Drifter, the quest is complete. I got half of a purple crystal tablet sort of thing here. I'm assuming you have the other half? Reading Drifter's message, Argo's eyes widened and she turned over the crystal tablet to see that it was, indeed, incomplete. She had failed to notice that due to her being lost in thoughts, but it made sense once she thought about it. This was a two-player's quest after all. Argo, get back as soon as you can, Dri Boo. We need to get this thing whole again. I'll bet my whiskers that it got intel about the floor boss. Drifter, really? We are on our way. Having gotten an affirmative response from Drifter, Argo closed her menu and looked at the crystal tablet. If it truly contained information about the 20th floor boss, then it was invaluable. She wondered how high this quest would go. Sighing, the info broker put away the item. She had too many worries at the moment. The 20th floor, the free guides for low-level players, maintaining her information network. Maybe it was time to get an assistant. She had Akari, of course. The ninja, while slightly off in the head, was Argo's right hand. But right now, all of Akari and Fumaningum's efforts were concentrated on finding the red players and Laughing Coffin, and that was more important than anything, even the 20th floor. There was also Neza, who she sometimes loaned stole from the Legend Braves. But he could only help her with smaller tasks. Unfortunately, despite his special weapon, Neza was at most a mediocre clearer. Haas. Shaking her head, Argo sighed again and walked out of the little temple. Behind her, the doors closed, looking as if they had never been opened. It was just about 5 p.m. when Drifter and his party returned to the town. Kirito and the others were still out leveling and would come back when the sun set. Now, most of the players in the party were very famous. Broken Spear Drifter was one of the faces of Reaver's Requiem and the assault team. Lisbeth was SAO's best blacksmith. Yuki was one of the twin sisters that were recognized as an invincible duo in the front lines. Silica was well known simply because she was the youngest frontliner. Only Griselda wasn't a famous face, but even then quite a lot of people had gotten interested in her after knowing she joined Reaver's Requiem. But today, the amount of eyes on the party as they walked through the gates and into the settlement was 10 times the normal. And the reason for all the staring was, of course, the little dragon perched on Silica's head. As it had been proven clear earlier, the knowledge of the monster taming skill was nearly null. So to see a small mob with a green cursor in a safe zone, obediently following a player, came as a huge shock, but when those players who stopped to watch saw who the party members were, somehow they felt like it wasn't that absurd anymore. Even amongst the assault team, Reaver's Requiem had to be one of the most famous guilds. Although they couldn't be considered a small or even medium guild anymore, they were famous for only having frontliner elites. Of the 12 titled players, 7 were part of Reaver's Requiem. And as rumors quickly spread, another was soon to be added. Even Argo was stunned when she first saw Pina. It was one thing to read a message about it, another entirely to see the small feathered dragon firsthand. I can't even. Only you could, you know what, not gonna think 'bout it. Nice to meet ya, Pina. Ya are a cutie. Argo stammered and stuttered for a few seconds before giving up. She put out a hand as if she wanted to shake paws with the little dragon. Pina sniffed her hand and, apparently approving, flew over to Argo's shoulder and nuzzled her cheek. There and then, another was conquered by the little dragon's charm. Argo was surprised, then laughed. A warm smile appeared on Drifter's face when he heard her childish giggles. Sometimes it was easy to forget Argo the rat was just a young girl, the same age as Kirito, Asuna, Liz, Yuki, and Ran. Only 2 years older than Silica, and 2 years younger than Yuna, Nautilus, and Valork. Right, what about the crystal tablet half you got, Dri Boo? Can I see it? All yours, little rat. I'm sure you will let us know if it has info about the floor boss. Drifter transferred the item to Argo without thinking twice. The info broker joined both halves of the crystal tablet, and they magically glued together, becoming whole again. She nodded thoughtfully. You're right on that. I'll need a few days to get through this. I'll get right back to you as soon as I got something done. Drifter nodded. This was Argo's domain, and the info broker was already murmuring to herself, lost in her notes. Shaking his head with a fond smile, he said goodbye to her, receiving a mumbled response, and left with the party. Kirito and the rest of Reaver's Requiem would be returning soonish, and they had a surprise for them. They hadn't told the others about Pina yet. It was a tired group that made their way into the city an hour after sundown. Kirito and the others had gone quite deep into the 20th floor, hoping to find the entrance to the labyrinth. They failed to achieve that objective, but they had a much more complete map of the floor now. Drifter, we are at the inn at the end of the main street. Perfectly timed, Drifter's message arrived just as they crossed the gates. Kirito didn't even bother replying, since they would see the Spearmaster and his party in about 5 minutes. When he mentioned the message, Yuna, Sinan, and, curiously enough, Valork, quickened their steps. The Black Swordsman smirked. Their unique situation, aka risking their lives every day, made them all clingy to a certain extent. None of them were prepared for Pina. The little dragon had been laying in ambush above the inn's door, and dive-bombed the Reavers the moment they entered. There was a lot of shrieking and swords drawn. Pina got scared and flew off, making a sad chirping sound, before landing on a table. Drifter, Silica, Liz, Yuki, and Griselda were on the floor, struggling to breathe. Pina tilted her head curiously and looked at them. Pre-I? What the hell is that? Agile finally lowered his axe after realizing there was no danger, and stared unabashedly at Pina. The others seemed too tongue-tied by surprise to say anything. Ha! Man, I need that laugh. Ha ha ha. Agile, Yoon, everyone, this is Pina. She is a small feathered dragon and Silica's pet, an absolute sweetheart. Everyone, say hi to Pina. Finally getting his laughter under control, Drifter struggled to get up. His belly hurt and he was gasping for breath. Plucking up Pina, he scratched her head, and the little dragon purred and snuggled into his arms. Drifter smiled, then placed her on top of Yuna's head. The songstress froze, afraid to move for a whole minute. Then she raised a cautious hand and touched Pina's head. The little dragon closed her eyes and rubbed against the hand. Yuna carefully picked her up and held her in her arms, and Pina licked her cheek affectionately. That took the fear out of Yuna and the other Reavers, and they crowded around her to see the cute creature. Pina basked in the attention, chirping and licking people's hands. This. Who, why, how? Yuna stammered, and Drifter chuckled. Silica, Yuki, Liz, and Griselda walked over to join the big group. Pina was flying around Tetsuo and Ducker's heads now, dodging their grabbing hands and spitting bubbles in a game of tag. Drifter and the party launched into an explanation of what happened while they were separated. Wow! Not just Pina, but a boss too? Was it hard? Not really. More technical than anything. Each of us could have taken it alone, just would have wasted a lot more time. Drifter shrugged. It wasn't arrogance in his voice, just confidence. Anyway, this is amazing. Pina is amazing. Aren't you, girl? The little dragon chirped from her perch, Nautilus' shoulder at the moment. Drifter had no idea if she understood what Yuna was saying, and Pina seemed too preoccupied having a staring contest with Ferder, who was sitting before Kismel's feet. We told you about our day. Now, how was yours? Chapter 134, 20th Floor Boss. The days seemed to flash by, and, before anyone knew it, it was the night before the 20th floor boss raid. All 130-some members of the assault team were gathered together for one last strategic meeting. The scouting party already spoke their considerations. Now Argo the Rat has some information she believes will be of use to the assault team. The info broker rolled her eyes at Lin's pompous way of saying it was her time to step forward. The famous Dragon Knight was a controller. He liked to make others feel like he was always in command. Ike, what he said. Y'all saw the first phase of the boss, and that's all fine and dandy. The scouting party did a great job. But I and Broken Spear over there stumbled upon a quest about 10 days back, and it took me till now to confirm everything done. No one spoke. Argo was possibly the player the assault team respected the most in all of Aincrad. Despite her normal avaricious behavior, she was extremely generous when it came to intel about bosses, never holding anything back. Further, she was always extremely thorough with the information she collected, double and triple checking everything to make sure it was correct before passing it over to them. Without a doubt, Argo had saved the most lives in SAO, even if indirectly. Second phase is still a mystery, but I know the boss goes berserk when it's down to the last health bar. It's gonna double in size and strength, which means a much larger attack range, so watch out for that. Not just that, it discards the double axes for a halberd. Slower and more predictable, but much more powerful and a much longer reach. Drifter spoke up, as someone who had personal experience handling halberds. Argo nodded. What he said. Last but not least, the boss got a final attack. Dunno what it is, y'all know how info is always foggy on that. Seems to me like something more physical, so not an elemental attack or something like that. I'm not 100% sure on that though, so take it with a pinch of salt. She was being succinct. Argo was an info broker, not a fighter, even if she was better than most clearers with her claws. But planning how to fight the boss fell to the frontliners. We already know how to beat the first phase, and we'll just have to power through the second. We'll rotate. Furinkazan, Legend Braves, Dragon Knight Brigades Teams 1 through 6. 4 of Aincrad Liberation Squads parties, plus. Lin pointed to 3 or 4 smaller guilds and independent parties, neatly splitting them into groups. Everything else aside, he was a capable commander. Black Swordsman, the final phase will be up to Reaver's Requiem. Kibu the Challenger and Litten the Fortress, as well as the ALS players not involved in the second phase will be your support. Alright, scratch that. Lind was a pompous fool who insisted on using everyone's titles despite repeated warnings not to do so. And one of them wasn't too happy with the task they were assigned. Or with being called support. What the heck are you thinking, Lind? Just cause your DKB is taking point this raid doesn't mean you get to boss us around. Oh, for foo dash. Deciding to interrupt before Lind could retort and the meeting degenerated into a shouting match, Drifter smacked the ground with the butt of his spear. The solid thud stopped the 2 guild leaders dead on their tracks, insults caught on their throats. Do you two want a repeat of the 10th floor? Huh. Thought so. Then stop this pissing contest and focus. This is not a normal boss raid. One mishap and you are dead. Do you want it to be on your hands? The sharp questions left Dragon Knight Lind and Kibu the Challenger red-faced. Drifter didn't give a damn. The 2 guild leaders could have their little spats whenever, except now. The Spearmaster shot a glance at Kirito. The boy caught it, and nodded. Drifter got the privilege of yelling at the 2 idiots, and the swordsman had to steer the meeting back on track. It always worked wonders. Reaver's Requiem will be ready for the last phase. But we will need more shields besides Valork and Shigio. Litten? HM. I'll direct our shield squads. The heavily armored player grunted in agreement. Although she had revealed she was a woman a long time ago, and started dating Shivata, old habits died hard, and she was more often than not covered from head to toe, as was this case. Humph. Kibu and Lin weren't happy at being sidelined, but a glare from Drifter reminded them that they were in front of 130 frontliners just like them, who were about to risk their lives in what would in all likelihood be the harshest battle in Sword Art Online yet. Even their subordinates were throwing them dirty glances, although not as overt as Reaver's Requiem and Furinkazan's. We planned all we could. No sense in overthinking it when we aren't sure of what will happen after the first phase. We'll see y'all tomorrow. One step closer. Kirito ended the meeting with those words. Drifter nodded to Klein, Orlando, Shivata, Litten, and the rest of the assault team, and Reaver's Requiem walked away. Tonight, exceptionally, they would be getting a full 8 hours of sleep. Everything ready for the raid. For whatever came. Kana sometimes thought those pre-battle meetings were harder to watch than the actual thing. The way they planned, made contingencies. How they casually mentioned death. The way her son could look someone in the eye and tell them that if they died, someone else was expected to immediately take their position. Or that if he died, Kismal and Griselda were supposed to fill the vacuum he left. Victory before grief. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. Maybe the assault team wasn't familiar with the exact wording of the saying, but they were more than aware of how real it was. Which was why, when everything went to hell, you needed to win. Even if your friends were dying around you, if your family was screaming in terror. Victory before grief. Because if they didn't win, there wouldn't be anyone left to mourn. Another morning dawned in Aincrad. Just a month and a half short of a full year since Sword Art Online started. The morning sun found most of Reaver's Requiem already up. Ran and Yuki were polishing their swords in the room they shared, not because there was any need to clean the weapons, but just to keep their hands and minds occupied. Sinan was sitting on her windowsill, watching the sunrise. Kismal was already halfway through her breakfast, like the soldier she once was. Kirito and Asuna had gone on a walk while it was still dark out. Keita, Sachi, Sasamaru, Tetsuo, and Ducker were, possibly, more nervous than the frontliners in the guild, despite the fact they wouldn't participate in the raid. Agile and Shigeo were sharing a table with them, in absolute silence. Would was still in his room, but already awake. Valork and Liz had stepped outside for fresh air. Silica was playing with Ferder and Pina in the plaza just outside of their inn. Argo was keeping her company, for once not typing away in her menu. Griselda was on the floor's edge, watching the sky. None of them had slept the 8 hours they wanted. Well, 6 was already more than they had hoped for. Tock tock. It's open! Nautilus knocked on a door, and Yuna yelled from the other side. The blade user turned the handle and walked inside. Drifter and Yuna were sitting on the bed, staring out of the window and watching the sunrise. The couple smiled when their friend walked in. Nautilus returned it with an upturn of his lips, and flopped down on Yuna's other side. Drifter's hand, which had been around her shoulders, stretched to lightly hold the back of Nautilus' head in a comforting gesture. Sleep well, not? Did you? The ash-haired player threw a suggestive glance at the snuggling couple. Yuna rolled her eyes. I'm 17, Dad. And you have your own girlfriend, go cuddle her. Sinan and I got dumped in favor of some sister bonding time. So now I can only come here to be the third wheel. Rough life, mine is. They joked, because it was better than thinking of what was coming. The part of the raid they only alluded to, but never mentioned overtly. That they made plans for, but never thought too deeply, because it scared them. It was never nightmares that kept them awake. It was anticipation. How was the boss? How would the battle go? What mistakes would happen? How long would it take? Who would die? Because someone was going to. Maybe more than one person. They all felt it, hence why they were so restless and still at the same time. That contradiction. The silent, unconscious, selfish prayers to not be someone you cared about. Breakfast? A few more minutes. Yuna hummed, and snuggled closer to Drifter, closing her eyes. Nautilus smiled at the sight, not an ounce of jealousy in his gaze. You watch my back, not, and I'll watch yours. And our singing angel will watch over both of us. Like always, the intimidating boss room doors stood several meters tall over the players. This time they didn't have any engravings, but were lavishly covered in silver and gold. The mood amongst the assault team was somber. It had to be. They had walked into the 10th floor boss room without knowing any better. Thinking it was just another raid. Now they knew. And 6 deaths were too many. 1 was too many. But the possibility was there, for that and worse. They felt it looming over their heads. Frontliners died. That was a fact. Nobody expected the assault team to reach the top with the same members it had now. People were going to die. But never before had it felt so close. So certain. None of them stepped back. There was pride and more on the line. And if they turned around, ran away, what good would that do? The only way out was up. The only path to survival was up. Ready? Lind rested the pommel of his sword against the doors and asked one last time. No one said anything, but the grim looks were answer enough. He pushed the doors open. The room was a long hall, furnished with statues and ancient tapestries. At the very end, sitting on her golden throne, awaited the boss. She was big. Maybe 8 meters tall, with muscle forearms the size of Drifter, and about thrice as thick. Which they needed to be, to lift the 2 huge axes she used in battle, one gold and the other silver. Both had deadly edges. Zatanna Queen was her name, and she was mostly human. Mostly, because she had sporadic rainbow scales growing on her exposed skin, which was almost all of it, as she barely wore enough to keep her modesty, not that any of the players were interested in peeking now. Going up, a spiral horn grew from her forehead, and her eyes had slitted pupils. But the most distinguishing feature of the Zatanna Queen weren't the scales or the horn. It was her heart. Her exposed, bare for all to see, heart. There was a hole in her chest, all the way through. And her heart was in the middle, still beating, and held by thorny chains that seemed to come from inside her body. It was gruesome. And disturbing. So Kirito nodded, and Sinan shot an arrow at it, of course. Waiting for the boss to get up? Why the hell would they do that? Strike first, strike faster. Hit it where it hurts, and use every dirty trick in the book. That was how the assault team fought. Unfortunately, it seemed the Zatanna Queen was still in the middle of her cutscene, and Sinan's arrows bounced off harmlessly. It was worth a try. Everyone, to your positions. The boss got up, pulling out her axes from where they had been stuck on the ground in front of her throne. Feeling her malicious gaze, the frontliners tightened their hold on their weapons. Chapter 135 Another One Bites the Dust. As a humanoid boss, the Zatanna Queen had very developed attack patterns. In fact, it was probably wrong to call them patterns at all. She fought just as any other player would, without any discernible flaws and with the skill level of a frontliner. That meant her axes came at you a lot quicker than you thought, and from very unexpected angles. When the first gold axe cut at his knees, almost parallel to the ground, Drifter swore, not having expected the boss to attack so low despite her stature. He hastily swung his spear down to block, the sharp clang of metal echoing in the room and making his body tremble, for more than one reason. If an axe of that size hit him, it would go straight through his legs, and he would be as good as dead. It still hurt like hell. Not actual pain, of course, but the power behind the blow sent him careening back and into Valork and Wolf. As his 2 friends helped him up, Drifter looked up and shivered. I blocked it and still 1/4 of my health is gone. This is going to be tough. As they say, seeing is believing. Even after watching the scouting party, one had to experience it for themselves to understand just how terrifyingly strong a round floor boss was. The gold axe is harder. The silver one hits faster. Kismol, switch in with Ran. Kirito was overseeing Reaver's Requiem's maneuvers. His eyes were darting around as he gave orders, and a slight tightening of his fingers around the handle of his black sword was all the indication he gave before jumping back into the fray himself. Drifter bumped fists with Wolf and Valork, and shot a smile at Yuna to show he was okay, before raising his spear again. Zatanna Queen had 5 HP bars. 2 of them were completely gray, and a third was only halfway full. Wounds covered the boss, more red lines appearing before the old ones could fade. Every frontliner was giving it their all. There had been no casualties amongst the assault team. Yet, they were now in what they called the second phase of the boss raid. In practical terms, that meant the boss had just turned a lot more deadly. The sparse scales on the Zatanna Queen's body had now multiplied to cover her limbs, belly, back, and cheeks almost entirely. Her spiral horn was now 2, both much larger than the original one. And her axes were much swifter, which was what caught Drifter by surprise just moments ago. Having recovered enough, Drifter charged back in once again. His spear snapped out, accurately finding the spots without scales on her body. He didn't know if it made a difference, but he tried to find weak points anyway. The big one was obviously her exposed heart. It was hanging there for all to see, and Sinan would put half a dozen arrows in it every 5 seconds, but most of them got impeded by the chains wrapped around the organ. Drifter didn't have as much of a problem. If the chains were in the way, he was just going to pierce through them. Brute force oftentimes worked just as well. Back left, agile. Regardless of their ability to withstand and shake off normal status conditions such as stun or paralysis, bosses were still very much afflicted by physical interaction. So, when Drifter yelled, Agile slammed his axe on the back of the Zatanna Queen's left knee with a tree felling, and the boss stumbled, then fell down to one knee. That put her heart at the perfect height for Drifter to stab it. He did so with an upturn, his spear seemingly burning with the skill's orange glow. The two-hit combo of a stab and upward swipe struck hard if the boss roar of pain was any indication. Drifter avoided the retaliatory silver axe with edge vaulting. The boss was still kneeling. Martial arts, Senda. Downwards vertical. Stab, stab, swipe. Snake bite. Dirty play. Brick break to create distance. Rage spike to close it again. Slash, cut. Sting. Horizontal. Swipe. Swipe again. Another snake bite. Stab, dirty play again. Martial arts, high kick. Stab, cut, stab. Needle spear. Tendon snap. 24 attacks in total. 32 hits, since each snake bite were 2 hits and needle spear 6. The longest combo Drifter had ever attempted. He was battered by the end of it. And not just physically, but mentally too. The focus required to connect each attack was out of this world. The skills couldn't be chosen at random. The normal attacks had to be perfectly placed to serve as a buffer to connect the end of one skill with the start of another. He couldn't afford the fractions of a second that it would take to reposition his spear. And he had to avoid the boss counterattacks while at it. He was replaying the sequence in his mind, even as he used the rebound from martial arts, tendon snap to back away, avoiding the gold axe by a hair's width. Senda had been to send his body up, so that vertical could bring him back down with gravity on his side, carving a line on the Zatanna Queen's face and torso. The swipe had left him in position for the first snake bite aimed at her heart. The dirty play was to make sure it hurt. And so it went. Instinct and experience were a frontliner's greatest assets. Drifter never planned any of that combo. He had never attempted it before. But he did it, even if he had a number of wounds carved into his body and a health bar in the low end of yellow to show for it. You are making the rest of us look bad, Drifter. Here, drink. Hero Orlando chucked a health potion to him, and Drifter grinned despite himself. It didn't matter that they weren't in the same party or even the same guild. You say that, but I saw Gilgamesh, Beowulf, and Enkidu working together to bring her down for the rest of you, and it wasn't too shabby either. Ha ha ha. They both laughed, perhaps more passionately than they should have. But it was one way to relieve the tension, and it was true. She ain't gonna make this easy. No. Watch out, Orlando. The last HP bar is gonna be it. Have Chuchulain on standby, I feel like we're going to need more shields for the halberd. Full health or stay back. Pass it on to Dale and Harry one. Drifter's eyes flashed and his seriousness returned. No deaths yet. But there had been some close calls. Players in the red, a flick away from their demise. Half a dozen missing limbs from those not quick enough to block or dodge the gold axe. He watched Nautilus grunt and tank the silver axe, holding it still long enough for his blade to chop down on the fingers holding it. Kirito and Asuna coming from the other side with slant, sonic leap, sharp hail, oblique, glass shard. Silica had used Valoric's shield as a platform to launch herself up and stab the Zatanna Queen in the eye. Repeatedly. Last phase. Song of Stone and Firemare, Yuna. Change as you see fit. A short nod was all he got from the songstress, who was busy playing her flute. Drifter didn't have the time to share affections with her now. When Kirito was in the thick of it, it was his job to coordinate the Reavers. Kismol, Liz, get back in there. Ran, Yuki, Griselda, relieve Kirito and Asuna when they need to bow out. Sinan, work impediment. Anything to slow down her swings when she trades for the halberd. The archer gave a curt nod. Drifter didn't need to explain in detail what he wanted. Her status effect skills worked for less than half a second on the boss. Her arrows could be the difference between life and death for the players in the front, but they needed to arrive at the perfect time. Not a second earlier or later. It was a lot of pressure. She could handle it. Drifter searched for the last 3 members of Reaver's Requiem. Agile and Wolf were in good positions. Shigeo had already fallen back to prepare for the last phase. The Zatanna Queen had less than 10% on her second-to-last HP gauge. Litten, Shivada, 30 seconds. Valork, switch. After signaling the ALS and DKB players, Drifter rushed in. Valork had to get back in preparation for the last phase. 9%. Drifter hit the boss with a series of normal attacks, dancing between the gold and silver axes. 7%. Klein, Dynam, Issen, and Kunamit struck the Zatanna Queen from the side, giving Nautilus an opening to step back and heal. 5%. Kibu, Litten, and several ALS elites stepped forward, still out of reach, but close enough that they could join the battle at any moment. 4%. Valork, Shigeo, Nautilus, Chuchalane, Dale, and Harry 1 formed a line behind Drifter. The entire assault team tensed in preparation for the final phase. 3%. 2%. 1%. Drifter swept his weapon up and twisted his wrists, spinning his spear. The tip went through the chain links and pierced the Zatanna Queen's heart. 0%. The 4th HP bar went gray, and the boss bellowed. That and the gold and silver axes crashing on the floor as she let them go were the only sounds in the room. The players who were fighting the Zatanna Queen retreated, and all the tanks stepped forward. Drifter could feel his heart beating in his chest. He heard it in his ears. It was like someone was beating a war drum right next to him. The Zatanna Queen punched the ground, and shards flew everywhere. Her fingers wrapped around something. She was now covered in scales from head to toe, her yellow eyes and slitted pupils the only uncovered part of her body. She roared again, and pulled a halberd out of the ground. It was enormous. Bigger than her, and pitch black. Dark as night. The blade didn't glint or reflect the light from the torches. It absorbed it. Brace! Shield wall. Mountain power. The halberd was raised. Skills flashed to life one after another. The halberd came down. Players went flying. Arg! Fuck! Ah dash. No one died. Not yet. But that simple attack had hurt over 24 players. Half were instantly brought down to the yellow mark. 2 were in the red. Forward! There was no time for hesitation. Litten shouted, and the tanks who were still on their feet literally stepped over their fallen comrades to pressure the boss. Shield bashes from most of them. Litten, Valork, and Nautilus used unrepentant charge. The boss halberd froze for just a fraction of a second, but it was enough to take a lot of power out of it. Valork and Litten stumbled. Nautilus held his ground on sheer willpower. AFNC hadn't made him kneel, neither would a boss. By the 3rd strike, the rest of the frontliners had already come up the sides and behind the boss, exactly as planned. Drifter himself stabbed and slashed with reckless abandon. This wasn't a battle they could just tough it out and endure. They had to finish it quickly. Drifter watched the first player die. He saw that halberd coming up and down again, barely a pause in its unstoppable descent, repeating the cycle. A DKB player with less than 20% HP remaining looked up in horror at that looming blade. Harry 1 pushed him away, and the halberd cut straight through him. The Furinkazan player had his mouth open in an O shape right before he shattered. As if he couldn't believe what he had done, as if his body had moved on its own to save the other frontliner. Which it probably had, to be honest. There had been no time for a conscious decision. Drifter was sure Klein screamed, and many others. He probably did it too. But if he did, he couldn't hear it. Drifter's spear swung furiously, all the hate and pain of a frontliner behind each blow. He didn't see or hear the next player die. Only learned of it minutes later, after the Zatanna Queen exploded into shards and the anxiously awaited message appeared in the air. Congratulations! The second player to perish had been the last. It was the DKB frontliner that Harry One pushed and died to save. The boss hadn't stopped going after him. What a useless sacrifice. What a necessary sacrifice. That was how the 20th floor boss raid ended. In silence. Because 2 was better than 6. But it was still too many. Chapter 136, A Big Step. Afterwards, it was the same as any battle like this. Congratulations were passed around. Commendations were made. Quietly. Because it was a big victory. They were now officially over a fifth of the way up to the top of Aincrad. 2 out of 130 frontliners wasn't even that big of a loss. In fact, it was almost negligible. Acceptable casualties. It was hard to call it that when you personally knew the people who died. When you had shared drinks and jokes. Who you had fought with shoulder to shoulder for 20 floors. They weren't acceptable casualties. And it hurt. Badly. Klein, Dale, Issen, Dynam, and Kunomitz took Harry One's death the hardest, of course. Their eyes were red, and they were visibly holding back tears. Let's go. Drifter sighed. There was really nothing you could say in this situation that would make them feel better. Harry died to save someone. He gave his life so we could escape SAO. It all felt empty. Worthless. Getting up, the Spearmaster gave Yuna and Nautilus a one-armed hug. The other Reavers also set into motion, albeit reluctantly. There would be time for crying later, but not in the boss room, with all at Aincrad watching. Kirito went over and spoke softly with Klein. The red-haired player was one of his oldest friends in SAO. Without saying anything, Klein and Furinkazan got up and shuffled towards the stairs to the next floor. Drifter sighed again. 3 days later, somewhere on the 21st floor. Drifter thought it was unfair how beautiful the 21st floor was, especially after the price and blood it demanded. In some ways, it was almost a leisure floor. It still had mobs, but they were restricted to certain areas. The several lakes that made up most of the floor were connected by stretches of land and man-made wood paths. It was a paradise for fishermen. Most of the mobs were encountered in the small forests sprinkled throughout the floor, or sometimes fished from the lakes. But while they were appropriate for the average clearer level, they were no threat for the frontliners. Maybe Cardinal had decided to finally offer some respite for the players after their desperate struggle on the last 10 floors, and especially the 20th. I'm worried about Klein. Drifter turned his head to look at Kirito. He, the swordsman, Kismol, Liz, Valork, and Yuna were exploring one of the floor's small forests. Furinkazan has less than a full party now. And they have been throwing themselves into fights recklessly since the raid. Argo said they haven't gotten back to the safe zone earlier than 10 p.m. in those last 3 days. When nobody said anything, Kirito continued. His gaze was clouded with worry. Yuna fiddled with her instrument. Are you thinking of offering them to merge with Reaver's Requiem? They wouldn't go for it. Klein and the others put their blood, sweat, and tears into Furinkazan from before SAO had even started. Drifter frowned, then shrugged. Kirito was right. And he found himself speaking somewhat callously. Give them time. It's the first time they lost someone so close to them. I'm sure Argo is keeping an eye on them, she won't let them do something stupid. We can revisit the topic later, after they calmed down and came to terms with Harry's death. It was incredible and horrifying how quickly you became used to death. Or, at least, with the need to keep moving, and to not stop and wallow on it. Hey, is that a house? Valork interjected and changed topics to something less depressing, for which they were all grateful for. Kismol stood on her tiptoes to get a better view, and nodded. Huh. So it is. Drifter cranked his neck to get a better view. There, by the lakeside, was a log cabin. It was a small building, but not tiny. It looked accommodating. Probably 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a living room. A chimney was the only stone part of the cabin. Maybe it's an NPC's house? It looks comfy. It truly did. There was a porch out the front, and Drifter could easily see someone setting down a rocking chair and reading a book or taking a nap, or simply just enjoying the view of the lake. Maybe himself. Let's take a look. The party walked over to the cabin. When they got closer, Drifter finally realized what the building was. Mostly due to the semi-transparent blue wall that rose to block it off. It's for sale. It was. When Kirito touched it, a price appeared on the shield around the property. The amount of zeros had all the reavers spluttering. 1,000,000 COR? Drifter's eyes widened in disbelief. Okay, buildings players could buy were rare. Actually, most of the time players could only temporarily rent stores in the lower floors, normally just a front and a back room, and even then it was expensive. But never that much. It was true the log cabin looked like a luxury property some rich guy would buy to spend 2 weeks a year there during summer. But the price was at least 5 times that of the most expensive house Drifter had seen for sale. If we pulled together what everyone in the guild has, and didn't buy Liz any materials or intel from Argo for a year, maybe we would be able to afford half of it? More like only the porch. That's crazy expensive. It's broad daylight robbery, that's what it is. Nobody can afford that. Drifter nodded. Frontliners were actually tighter on funds than most people would expect. The amount of COR they spent each day on new equipment, repairs, information, and consumables was enough for a low-level player to live comfortably for a month. Reaver's Requiem was slightly better than most guilds due to the fact that they had Liz to create and repair equipment for them for free as long as they supplied the raw materials. Of course, other big guilds also had their own blacksmiths, but they still came to her when they needed to forge something with a high-level material or wanted a top-tier weapon or armor. The party chatted in front of the cabin for a few minutes more, mostly about the absurd price or why someone would even buy a house when the COR could be much better spent on actual useful stuff. And yet, when they left, all of them couldn't help but keep throwing glances over their shoulder at the log cabin. Ideas started taking root and sprouting. They were used to staying in inns on the topmost floor, and moving as that changed. It saved time each morning, not having to go through the teleporters. And they didn't actually spend that much time in the inn, or even the safe zones, anyway. But it would be nice to have a place to call theirs. A headquarters for Reaver's Requiem. Some saw even more than that. Drifter looked back at the cabin, and threw a sideways glance at his girlfriend. Yuna felt his gaze on her, and turned to meet his eyes, giving him that smile he loved so much. The cabin wasn't very big. Probably 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. A bathroom too, of course, maybe with a bathtub. And the porch. Not enough for an entire guild. Not even close. But for 2 people. It had even a spare bedroom in this case. Reaching over, Drifter grabbed Yuna's hand, and she leaned her head on his shoulder. They didn't need to talk to know they were both thinking the same thing. Not the log cabin. It was too expensive, and too out of the way. It would be a trek each day just to get to the city to use the teleporter, and from there to wherever they had to go. And being separated from the other Reavers would be too big of an inconvenience right now. But it was a nice dream for the future. Not necessarily inside SAO. In their house, Kana was watching Drifter Itsuki on the television they always left on in the living room. The Ogawa household's electricity bills had risen sharply since the 24/7 broadcast feature was released, but they were happy to pay it if it meant they could see their son anytime they wanted, which was all the time. Genji, I think it's time we started talking with Tetsuhiro. Genji lifted his head from washing the dishes in the kitchen sink. We talk to him almost daily, honey. We meet up once a week and in every boss fight. Kana waved her hand dismissively. I know. But I mean we should talk to him about Itsuki and Yuna. What about them? Turn that tap off and come here and look. Kana ushered her husband. Genji looked puzzled, but shrugged and did as he was told, sitting down on the sofa next to her. What am I to see? Their eyes, you old man. I know the look in their eyes. They are head over heels for each other. Genji looked. Songstress Yuna currently had her head on Drifter's shoulder, and they were trailing behind their party, which was steadfastly ignoring the PDA. He shrugged again. I think that's old news, honey. Quite literally the entire world knows it. His tone was a little sour when he spoke. That was the one thing Genji didn't like about the broadcasts. While Kaiba and the government kept the players' real identities hidden, their faces were still in full display. He had lost count of how many estranged family members had suddenly tried to reconnect, and how many old friends and neighbors he never spoke a word to came to ring their doorbell. There had yet to be any reporters or paparazzi, which was really the only silver lining, but he knew that wouldn't last forever. Don't be dour. You were young once, or at least I think you were. I don't think I would have gone for an old man. Kana slapped her husband's shoulder and chided him. Genji, knowing better than to argue with his wife, let her get it out of her system before cajoling his way back to her good side. Sorry, love, I was wrong. But still, what exactly do you mean? If they were in the real world right now, I would say our Itsuki is about to pop the question. Kana said excitedly, and Genji raised both of his eyebrows. You mean he is going to ask Yuna to marry him? Yes. Well, if they weren't in the game, at least. Our sweet boy is completely and utterly in love with her. And I couldn't approve more of his choice. She is such a great kid. Genji looked at the TV pensively. Kana hadn't said anything he didn't agree with. He never had many objections to Yuna, and what few he did have, the songstress quickly wiped away by virtue of risking her life alongside their son. Much like Shigemura Tetsuhiro once thought in relation to Drifter, it was hard to dislike someone who dared death every day for the sake of 7,000 people she didn't know. Following that line of thought, Genji and Kana came to a sudden realization at almost the same time. You don't think he is going to ask her to marry him now, do you? Can't be. They are still inside Sword Art Online. Surely Itsuki wouldn't he? Our boy has always been decisive. If he thinks he found his lifelong love, and I think he did. But can he even? No, there's marriage in SAO. Yeah, that poor girl Griselda, who joined their guild. It had a horrible end, which luckily they stopped before it went past the point of no return, but she was married in the game. Itsuki and Yuna could do the same. Minus the horrible end part. Don't you even dare say that, Ogawa Genji. Are you trying to curse our son? There Genji went, cajoling again. Or it was the sofa for him tonight. The old saying that nobody knows a son better than his mother turned out to be very accurate in this case. Later that night, in the security of their room, with Yuna resting on his chest, Drifter was thinking of marriage. Could he? No, should he? Griselda set a bad precedent. Not that he thought his relationship with Yuna was anything like Griselda's with Grimlock, but some preconceptions were hard to get rid of. And marriage was a big step anyway. Maybe not complicated in SAO, but Drifter already came to the conclusion that Aincrad was as real as the outside world, which meant if he asked Yuna, it would be for real too. Not just a couple of rings and shared inventory. It would be true and real, and he would make sure it was valid on both worlds as soon as they got out. It was a really big step. But he thought was ready to take it. And not because he might die tomorrow and didn't want any regrets. That would be a poor foundation upon which to build a loving and hopefully eternal relationship. Doubtlessly, SAO and all that it entailed influenced Drifter's decision. The daily danger they were in likely made him fall for Yuna faster than he would have in normal circumstances. But in the normal world, he wouldn't have even met her. At this moment, Yuna, soundly asleep, mumbled something and snuggled closer to him. Drifter smiled softly and kissed the top of her head. It was a big step. But he loved her. More than he could put into words. He was ready for it. He thought she was too. Now to gather up the nerve to actually ask it. And hope Yuna says yes. Suddenly Drifter was really nervous. He didn't think he would sleep well tonight. Or at all. Chapter 137, Proposal. It took 2 days for Drifter to work up his nerve. He did it eventually, however, and shared his plan with only one other person. Nautilus had listened quietly, first with curiosity, then surprise and shock, and finally joy. Before Drifter had even finished speaking, nervously, as if afraid Nautilus would say something negative or outright reject it, the ash-haired player grabbed him in a bear hug, lifting Drifter up. When Nautilus set him down and let the Spearmaster go, Drifter saw that he had a huge grin on his face, ear to ear, the biggest smile he had ever seen his friend show. You are one lucky bastard, Drifter. And Yuna is one lucky girl. Go for it. You deserve to be happy. I would say good luck if I wasn't sure she's going to accept before you can get the first sentence out. Really? Without a doubt. She loves you so much you couldn't screw this up even if you wanted. Drifter felt some of his nervousness slip away with Nautilus' glowing show of confidence. It was always good to have the support of those you cared about, and Nautilus was Yuna's best friend. Thank you, Nautilus. I mean it. This time it was Drifter who initiated the hug, grabbing Nautilus. The blade user's grin hadn't faded. You know I will always be your and Yuna's biggest support. I expect a place of honor when we're out and you do the ceremony, got it? Drifter smiled widely. Best man, not. Best man, and don't you dare reject it. I would never. The two friends smiled at each other again. At that moment, a voice from downstairs reached them. Not, Drift, 5 minutes. We are just waiting for you. Seemingly unwilling to wait, the owner of the voice stomped up the stairs to the inn's second floor. When she saw Drifter and Nautilus standing in the corridor, she huffed and put her hands on her waist. Honestly, what are the two of you doing? Normally you are the first down. You didn't even woke me up, dummy. I thought you had gone out already. Turns out you went to Naught's room. Should I be jealous? By the end of her tirade, Yuna couldn't hold her grin anymore. Nautilus laughed, and Drifter walked to his girlfriend and pulled her into a rather passionate kiss. While Yuna was never shy about her affections, even she blushed when Drifter kissed her so deeply in front of someone else. What was that about? It was a good minute later that Drifter pulled back, both of them gasping for air. Yuna saw Nautilus smirk over Drifter's shoulder and blushed even more, hiding her head on her boyfriend's chest. I love you, Songbird. Love you too, dummy. But don't do that in front of Naught, it's embarrassing. The songstress mumbled into his chest, and Drifter hugged her. Gods, he loved her. Oh, don't mind me, Yoon. I was already going down. I'll tell everyone you two need another 5 minutes. Better make it 10. The ash-haired chuckled, and walked past them. Just before disappearing down the stairs, he shot a wink at Drifter. The Spearmaster shook his head with a smile. Then he put a finger under Yuna's chin and lifted her head. You heard him, Songbird. We have 10 minutes. Should we occupy THM? Drifter's teasing was cut off by Yuna covering his lips with hers. It was only 15 minutes later that the couple appeared on the inn's ground floor. The hours passed, and morning turned into afternoon. Reaver's Requiem went about their day normally, exploring the 21st floor and grinding. With their levels at the very top of SAO, it could now take up to 3 or 4 days for them to gain a single level. It was about an hour before sunset that the guild returned to the safe zone. Usually they would have stayed out until closer to nightfall, but Nautilus, bless his heart, had pulled Kirito aside to talk. Nobody could hear what they were saying, but Drifter had a pretty good inkling, even without Kirito turning to look at him with wide eyes. He subtly nodded, and a huge smile plastered itself on the swordsman's face. Nobody else caught onto it, and they didn't question Kirito's decision either. Fighting the same mobs all day got very tedious very quickly, so any change of pace was nice. Once they were back into the town, the Reavers split up, each going to do their own thing. Some went to the inn to catch up on their sleep, others decided to stroll around the town or, in Agile and his friend's case, to hawk their wares. It's still early. How about a walk, Yun? Drifter held Yuna's hand, interlacing their fingers, and asked her. The songstress looked at him and hummed her agreement, a happy smile on her face and a flash of something in her eyes. Later, Drifter would wonder if this was when she caught on to what he planned. As it was, the couple strolled aimlessly for half an hour before Drifter directed them to the teleporter. Yuna raised an eyebrow, but followed him. Talbana. Seconds later, they appeared in the first-floor city. Gladly, Drifter noticed they were the only players around. While he would go through with his proposal regardless of witnesses or not, he would rather not have a crowd watching. Our special place? Always good to remember where it started. The couple grinned at each other, and Drifter pulled Yuna to sit down, not on the benches, but on the grass. She took it a step further by pushing him onto his back and laying down next to him, her head resting on his arm. All right, spill it. What? Yuna turned sideways to stare at him. She was so close Drifter couldn't help but lean in to kiss her, just a soft brush of lips. She chased the kiss, but wasn't distracted. Come on, tell me. I know you too well for your innocent act to work. Drifter smiled and rolled over, pressing Yuna under him. I love you, Songbird. The Spearmaster lowered his head and kissed Yuna. The songstress put her arms around his neck and pulled his head closer. Cardinal was considering cutting off their transmission. This seemed almost as intimate as the inside of their room. After what could have been 5 minutes or 5 hours, they separated. Drifter stared straight into Yuna's eyes, which were just a few centimeters away from his. He chuckled. I had a whole speech planned, but it just went out of the window when I kissed you. I can't remember a single word. Except the most important ones. Yuna's eyes widened. She had suspected it, yes. Drifter was acting weirdly passionate, even for him. But now there was no room for doubt. Yuna, my songbird, will you marry me? The songstress felt tears welling up in her eyes, and Drifter's face, close as it was, became misty. Yes. Yes, dummy, yes. Her words were broken up by happy sobs, and she pulled Drifter down once again. Their kisses were broken up by affectionate interjections every now and again, before their lips joined together once more. Finally, with the sunset dyeing them, the plaza, the town, and the entire floor orange and red, the couple split apart. But only their mouths. Drifter rested his forehead against Yuna's, and gazed at her lovingly. Both of them shone with happiness, and they had dopey smiles plastered on their faces. I love you. Compared to the outside world, getting married in SAO was anticlimactic. Just a request sent, and then 2 golden bands appeared on Drifter and Yuna's fingers. Their inventories were now shared, and nothing changed. Everything changed. While they walked back to the teleporter, Yuna would stop to admire her ring and put her hand over Drifter's, then smile happily and hum a melody. The Spearmaster himself felt absolutely overjoyed. At peace. He kept an arm around his wife's, and wasn't that the most amazing thing ever, waist, holding her close, whispering sweet nothings in her ear. When we get out, we'll have a proper ceremony. With our parents, and our family. I want Asuna and Sinan as my bridesmaids. And Argo. And... actually, can it be all of them? And Silica as the ring bearer. Drifter chuckled, and kissed the top of her head. We'll figure it out. I already promised not best man, but I also want the rest of our family there. I love you. How many times had they said those 3 words to each other today? Probably no less than the amount of times they got distracted and stopped to kiss each other while on their way to the inn. But it was okay. Today and forever. It was several hours after they split from the rest of the Reavers that the married couple found themselves in front of their inn again. And even from outside, they could hear the commotion inside. Yuna lifted an eyebrow to her husband, and Drifter shrugged. I told Nautilus. He probably told Kirito so we could get away earlier. This led into that, and I bet we have everyone waiting for us inside. And I do mean everyone. Drifter didn't see a world where the Reavers would have kept quiet about his plan to proposal, at least to their closest friends. Good thing Yuna had accepted, or it would have been a very awkward wedding party. We are really lucky to have them. No doubt about that. Drifter grinned and pushed the door open with one hand. The other, his left, was holding Yuna's right hand. Inside was a cacophony of noise and motion. Drifter had been right, everyone was waiting for them. Not just the Reavers, but Furinkazan, the Legend Braves, Argo, Sasha and the kids, Akari, Litten, Shivata, even some other DKB and ALS players, and other frontliners and clearers they were in close terms with. There was a brief moment of silence when Drifter and Yuna entered, where everyone stopped talking, looked at them, lowered their gaze to their hands and the rings, and then back up to their faces. Then they all shouted together, pandemonium restoring. Congratulations! It was like a wall of sound hit them, followed immediately by a wall of bodies as everyone rushed forward to welcome them and, of course, look at the rings. They were plain and simple, but that didn't take anything away from what they represented. Drifter didn't know how much time passed, and how many people he thanked. He never let go of Yuna's hand. With the exception of the Spearmaster himself and one or two others, the adults were all drunk. Sure, the effect only lasted half an hour, but they had to stop drinking for it to vanish. Even a few of the underage participants had taken a few sips. SAO was really the only place you could drink without consequences. As the party winded down, Drifter found himself hugging his wife from behind, his arms around her navel, his chin on her shoulder. Yuna was comfortably resting her back on his chest as she chatted with Griselda, Litten, Kismol, Akari, and Sachi. As groups went, this was one of the weirdest ones, but everyone was happy. Drifter was particularly grateful and relieved that Griselda was enjoying herself. There had been a slight concern that the wound left by her divorce was still too raw, but one look at her radiant smile was enough to see that the woman was genuinely happy for the couple. There was no bouquet throwing in your wedding, Yuna, but I fear some to-be brides caught it anyway. Yuna and the others giggled, and Drifter smiled. Their union had certainly put some ideas in the heads of a few couples. And was Litten's blush because of the drinks or something else? Shivata better watch out. He might get a pleasant surprise. Enjoying yourself, Songbird? For an answer, Yuna turned her head and kissed him. The ladies in the circle gave them knowing smiles. The party was fun, but, as was tradition, soon it would be time for the groom and the bride to recuse themselves to their chambers. Another place where a party was coming to an end was the Ogawa household. Earlier today, when their son mentioned his planned proposal to Nautilus, Kana had started making calls. Now, close to 3 in the morning, the house was still packed. It was a little bit of a mess, really, with the aftermath of 20 people talking, eating, and drinking. And unlike their loved ones in SAO, their families outside would feel the effects of all the alcohol imbibed tomorrow. All was good. Kana had cried a lot, but of joy. She had always been an emotional woman. Even Genji and Tetsuhiro had shed a few tears. The former tried to hide it, the latter didn't even bother. Saying this was a once-in-a-lifetime occasion wouldn't be correct, because there would be another wedding, a proper one. Not that there was anything wrong with how Drifter and Yuna did it, it only lacked a bit of ceremony. But you better believe there would be a second take in the outside world. Kana had already started planning it. All was good. Eventually, Drifter and Yuna found themselves in the privacy of their room. The closed door from the inn's premium suite prevented any noise from disturbing them, and their broadcasts had cut off. They were truly alone now. We owe a lot of people for putting that party together. Forget them, dummy. Focus on me now. Drifter did. He lifted Yuna, and she held onto his neck, wrapping her legs around his waist, never breaking their kiss until Drifter lowered her down on the bed, not letting go of him. I love you, Songbird. Yuna. Drifter trailed soft kisses down her neck, and Yuna moaned. He made a questioning noise with his throat, but didn't halt his ministrations. Yuna. My name is Shigemura Yuna. Then Drifter stopped. He lifted his head to look at her flushed face. Two pairs of eyes, lost in each other for who knew how long. Then they both broke out in laughter at the same time. Ha! I can't believe it. We got married without even knowing each other's real names. She giggled like a woman in love, which she was. Drifter smiled affectionately. You are my songbird. That's all I ever need to know. Dummy. Tears welled up in her eyes at the declaration, and Drifter kissed them away. But he told her, just before capturing her lips again. My name is Ogawa Itsuki. I love you, Shigemura Yuna. Chapter 138 War in the Shadows. On the insistence of their friends, Drifter and Yuna took 3 days off as a honeymoon of sorts. They went back to the floors they already passed, this time not rushing to conquer them, but as tourists. It was great. Although with how in love they were at the moment, anything they did would be so, as long as they were together. Yet, all good things must come to an end. The 21st floor boss raid was rapidly approaching, and Drifter and Yuna themselves couldn't help but want to go back to the front lines. It didn't feel right to not be there while their companions were fighting. So the married couple cut their honeymoon short and rejoined their guild. In truth, not much changed in their dynamic. They were still Broken Spear Drifter and Songstress Yuna of Reaver's Requiem. Nevertheless, the meeting before the boss room doors was an unusual one this time around. When Reaver's Requiem arrived, plenty of people, including Kibu and Lind, came forward to congratulate the newlywed couple. The news had spread quickly, and many single men and some women in Aincrad were disappointed. While it was well known that Drifter and Yuna were dating, their marriage made both of them properly off-limits. Well, no skin of their backs. The couple only had eyes from each other. Such a festive mood felt wrong before a major battle took place. Sao should have been a dark and gloomy place. Close to 3,000 people were already dead, including many friends. And yet, even here, good things could come about. That made a difference. The 21st floor boss was hardly unique. A giant stone construct, with some kind of backstory no one really cared about. Most of the intel about it came from the two-people multi-floor quest Argo had Drifter had. The raid was not easy. They never were. But it was much more uneventful compared to the 20th floor. No deaths, no pain from losing someone dear to you. By now, the pattern was clear for the frontliners. Every round floor was a checkpoint. Always the hardest battle. And, unless something changed on the 30th floor, the round floors would come to be known as sure death floors. The ones which always required a toll and blood. Drifter was still thinking of that when he fell asleep that night, but his dreams were peaceful. They always were, when he had his wife in his arms. While to most players the day was ending, for some it had just begun. One such player was, quite obviously, Akari. But not just her. 20 of Humaningdom's players, all those who weren't on some critical task, were with her. The air was heavy with tension, and for a simple reason. Yesterday, one of the role players hadn't reported in. When Akari went to check her friend list to send a message, she found the name gone. It had also vanished from the guild register. With a heavy heart, she went to the Monument of Life to confirm what she already knew. There was the name she wanted, crossed. Killed by another player. Akari looked at the assembled players. Most were dressed like her, covered from head to toe in black clothes, only their eyes showing. But those eyes showed a myriad emotion. Anger. Fear. Loss. She clenched her fist. Ermal was tasked to follow one of the red players that was on the Hill of the Cross that night. That he is dead means Laughing Coffin knows about our existence now. The ninja stared at each of her subordinates. Unlike her words, her eyes were cold. They probably didn't even kill Ermal because he was one of us. They killed him just because they could, because they wanted to. Her eyes were cold, but not out of indifference. Akari touched the dagger on her waist. Regardless of their reasons, They crossed a line they shouldn't have. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. We are the shadows of the frontliners. They are the darkness of SAO. If Laughing Coffin refuses to come out into the light, we will fight them in their element. It's home to us too. Not one of the Fumaningum players moved. Akari didn't offer them a chance to back out either. That discussion had happened and been forgotten. An eye for an eye. Laughing Coffin desires war. We will give it to them. Move out. Unknowing of the conflict that was brewing under the surface, another meeting was taking place that night, this one a much smaller gathering. In an inn on the 13th floor, 6 players were sitting around a table. They were all males, but 3 stood out the most. The first was a large and boisterous man who couldn't seem to stop laughing. His name was Godfrey. To Godfrey's right, flinching every time the orange-haired player spoke, was a short and fat man, older than most players. He had an obviously fake smile on his face, and an avaricious glint in his eyes. His name was Daizen. The last of the 3 was different. He sat at the head of the table, watching quietly. He was tall and lean, and by far the oldest. He looked about 40-something years old, which put him at one of the extremes of SAO's age range. His long hair was white, and his serious expression exuded calmness. He was the leader of a new guild called Knights of the Blood Oath, and the people around the table were the founding members. His in-game name was Heathcliff. His real name was Akihiko Kayaba. The 22nd floor was similar to the one directly underneath it. Less lakes, more coniferous forests, more twisty walkways, more log cabins for sale. Overall, a very tame floor. The wolves destroyed that impression pretty quickly. Oh woo! A brown blur lunged towards Drifter, and he instinctively swung his spear to block. It cut into the maroon wolf's side, but 3 claw gashes also appeared on his torso as the mob flashed past him and disappeared into the forest again. Arg! This is so annoying! Drifter screamed, turned around, and threw his spear. The silver glow of serpent coil impale left a glowing trail through the air before impaling the maroon wolf. Finally! The entire party shouted with him, and the mob was hit by 2 arrows and 3 swords before it could recover, dying immediately. The maroon wolves weren't dangerous. Not even close. But they were extremely annoying. They were absurdly fast, and jumped at you without warning, before disappearing and repeating. Unless someone managed to react in time and tie them down like Drifter did, it took several passes to kill one mob. It's like Kaiba is trying to remind us that this floor is easy, but not to get complacent. I would scream if it didn't have merit. Petty bastard. Sinon grumbled, kicking the ground where the wolf had been. Drifter, Yuna, Nautilus, Kirito, and Asuna nodded in agreement. When they thought of bringing the original party back together for a little grinding, this was not what they had in mind. Can't we go fishing like Agile and Kismol? Or back to one of the lower floors? This is horrible. You are not the one having to nail them with arrows, Yuna. And someone needs to explore the floor. It will get better once we find the tower entrance. Plus, Drifter has that quest to complete. Yuna glared at her husband, as if it was somehow his fault, and Drifter shrugged. Sorry, love, but the rewards are important. Especially the boss intel. I know. I'm just annoyed. The songstress sighed. Drifter smiled and touched the back of her head. Yuna leaned into the touch. Don't worry, I'm sure Kaiba is going to throw something horrible at us soon. He would never make it that easy. This doesn't make me feel better, dummy. The others rolled their eyes at Drifter's overly cheerful attitude. Sinon groaned. Please tell me you aren't going to be like this forever, Drifter, and that it's just a side effect of the marriage. Asuna, Yuna, Yuki, Silica, Liz, and Agile are already too happy. I thought I could at least count on you to be somber and moody with me. Now I'm gonna have to stick with Kirito and Valork. Woe is me. It was amazing how the archer could say all that with a straight face. The players burst out laughing, and Sinon smirked. She may not make many jokes, but when she did, they landed. Hey, this noise? Waterfall? Waterfall. Yuna's trained ears brought the party to a stop, and they looked at each other. They were off the beaten path, so to say. No walkways, just the middle of a forest. So while a waterfall might be normal elsewhere, here it probably indicated something else. At least a change of scenery, which would be very much welcomed. The party pushed through the trees, having to deal with 2 more maroon wolves before arriving at their target. Up close, the roaring of the waterfall was deafening. What was curious was that it wasn't even that big. Does it sound echo-y to anyone else? Nautilus turned his head, a frown on his face. Asuna tapped her lips. A cave? Wouldn't be the first time. The 4th floor had one. Or was it the 5th? 4th. Should we check it out? Of course. Every gamer knew you had to check behind waterfalls. 99% of the time there was nothing but a stone wall, but sometimes you found a cave with treasures or dangers. Usually both. The third option was, of course, quests. And the party landed on that portion of the wheel today. After finding a small ledge on the sides of the waterfall and precariously walking on it, they bypassed the thunderous wall of water and found the cave they were hoping for. It was a small one. They could see all of it with a single glance. Not that there was such to take in. Humid walls and moss, mostly. And an NPC sitting cross-legged in the middle of it. The NPC was human, although he didn't look like it. He was covered in dust, and completely immobile, almost like a statue. A thin, fragile body enveloped in tattered garments finished up the perfect recluse hermit look. Drifter looked at the others, who shrugged, so he pushed Kirito towards the NPC. The swordsman stumbled and glared at the spearmaster, but took a few hesitant steps, stopping just short of the NPC. Error. Hello? The party rolled their eyes. Here he was, Black Swordsman Kirito, guild leader of Reaver's Requiem, one of the most famous frontliners in SAO, looked up to by thousands of people in Aincrad and millions outside, talking to a hermit NPC, and that was how he opened up. Truly, that was a lot like him. The NPC didn't answer. He didn't move at all, even his chest was completely still, as if he had stopped breathing. Were it not for the green cursor above his head, the players would think he was dead. Kirito looked back, and they shrugged again. Each quest had different triggers. Most were just initiating a dialogue with the NPCs, but sometimes you had to do something else, like bring them something, or perform certain actions. Figuring out what to do was the tricky part. After trying to communicate several more times, Kirito hesitantly reached a hand to touch the NPC's shoulder. He got the scare of his life when, his fingers just a few centimeters away, the NPC suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed his wrist. Before even he realized it, his sword was already raised and almost touching the NPC's chest, while a spear and a rapier poked his throat. Back. He isn't doing anything. Kirito? The swordsman lowered his sword, and Drifter and Asuna reluctantly retrieved their weapons. The NPC had a green cursor. But they didn't survive this long by trusting. Hello, sir. Can we help you? The NPC turned his head to stare at Kirito with a distinctive mummy-like feeling to it. The black-haired boy shuddered, but held still. Strength. With just that one word, the NPC closed his eyes again. No matter how the players tried to grab his attention, he didn't move. But they had gotten a quest. After ambling over the ledge and out of the cave, the party put some distance between them and the waterfall so they didn't have to yell. Then they stopped to discuss the quest. Weird, but pretty simple. Go to these coordinates, kill a bunch of elite mobs, come back. He said strength. It's a clue. To what? No idea. But I'm sure we'll find out if we follow the quest. Asuna made sense, so they all shrugged. They were doing that a lot today, and set off. They expected to spend a few hours between walking to the place they had to go, killing the mobs, and walking back. Nothing out of the ordinary. But something, or rather, someone unexpected happened. The founding party of Reaver's Requiem stopped on a walkway and looked at the group fighting iron-shell tortoises, the mobs they needed to hunt a few hundred meters away. Who are these guys? Yuna put a hand over her eyes and squinted, trying to get a better look. Red and white. I don't think any frontliner guild uses those colors. Well, they are definitely clearers. That sword and shield is really good. Nautilus whistled, and the others stirred. They could see that the other players were good, clearer level at least, to be on this floor this early. But to get this kind of praise from Indomitable Knight Nautilus, they had to be a lot more than just good. I don't recognize them. There are clearers we don't know, you know? Most of them, sure. But a swordsman that's skilled? That's frontliner material right there. We should know him. You know, we could always go down and talk to them instead of stalking them from up here. We need to kill iron-shell tortoises anyway. Drifter leaned on his spear while making his point. He was curious, but he was also a practical man. No reason why they should keep guessing when they could just ask. Kirito, Asuna, Sinon, Nautilus, and Yuna stared at him. Then they shrugged. Chapter 139, Knights of the Blood Oath. As they got closer, Drifter realized the other players had already noticed them. They were well trained. No one gave the Reavers an overt glance, but it was clear from the way they rushed up to finish off the mobs while subtly repositioning to meet a sudden attack from the party. Not newbies, then. Not all of them, at least. I think I recognize a handful. Aspiring clearers, but not quite there yet. Well, they are now. Whoever that white-haired guy is, he whipped them into shape pretty good. Drifter, Yuna, Nautilus, Kirito, Asuna, and Sinon chatted casually as they unhurriedly made their approach. They didn't have any nefarious purpose, and it would relax the other group. Although, they had twice as many people as the Reavers, so who was supposed to be nervous? No one was an answer. Everyone was also a pretty good one. You never knew what was going to happen, so it was always better to be prepared. They stopped acting like they hadn't noticed us already. I think they recognize us. It stands to reason they did. I know the fame is worthless, but we do have 6 titled players here. It was wild when Kirito said it out loud. SAO had 13 titled players, 8 of which were in Reaver's Requiem, Dragon Tamer Silica being the newest addition. And that was if you didn't take into account how many people said Dark Elf Kismal with a capital D and E, in which case it would be 9 out of 14. Sometimes small things like that made you proud. Mornin'! We need some of those iron-shell tortoises for a quest. Mind if we take a corner? Kirito opened the conversation cheerfully. The introverted geek still resurfaced sometimes, but the black swordsman was much more prominent these days. Drifter scanned the other guild, and they had to be one, with the color-coded equipment, with his eyes. 12 people, a nice mix of damage dealers and tanks. All of them used swords, so they lacked a little diversity in Drifter's opinion, but then again, this was Sword Art Online. Now that they were closer, Drifter agreed with Asuna. He definitely recognized a few faces in passing. Mostly upcoming mid-level players, who had now clearly started to spread their wings. Of course. The map is everyone's property. The other guild had relaxed visibly after recognizing them. Reaver's Requiem had one of the best reputations amongst the Frontliners Guild. Not really because they were more friendly, but because the comparison was Kibu the Challenger and Dragon Knight Lind. The man who answered Kirito was very clearly the leader. Guild leader, probably. A lean build, tall, with long gray hair that somehow screamed dignified. Mostly red armor, although detailed with white, and a one-handed long sword along with a crux-shaped shield. He was at least 2 decades older than the average clearer age, mid-20s. But he carried himself with confidence and exuded calmness. And those eyes unnerved Drifter. They were deathly still. The Spearmaster couldn't feel any emotion in them, like a pond you could not see the bottom of. His gaze passed over each Reaver without a change before settling on Kirito. Drifter shivered, his hair standing on end, and he wasn't the only one. Drifter! Yuna's shout whispered in his ear, and her gentle but firm grip on his arm made him realize he had started to raise his spear and shift his body into an offensive stance. A quick glance revealed the rest of his party doing much the same, although they also caught themselves and stopped. Drifter didn't think any of the other guild's players, but their leader noticed it. The gray-haired player definitely saw it, but his emotionless eyes showed no ripples. They were like a mob's eyes. The sudden realization caught even Drifter by surprise. That was why his gaze was so uncomfortable. An instinctive dislike for the older man. Not out of any established emotion. Just a gut feeling. That was what Drifter felt. He didn't act on it. What was he even supposed to do? Attack the other player just because he didn't like his eyes? I'm guessing you already know us, but I'm Broken Spear Drifter from Reaver's Requiem. But someone who could give him, a veteran frontliner, such a strange feeling definitely wasn't normal. So Drifter metaphorically pushed Kirito aside and put out his right hand for the older man in introduction. The other Reavers exchanged glances and raised eyebrows. This wasn't like Drifter. And the way he used his title, which he normally hated, sounded presumptuous and demanding. But they said nothing, and, if the other guild noticed, they also didn't show any reaction. And the older player didn't miss a beat when turning to grab Drifter's proffered hand in a strong grip. I'm Heathcliff. It is a pleasure to meet you, Broken Spear Drifter. And also the rest of you, Black Swordsman, Lightning Flash, Arrow Huntress, Indomitable Knight, and Songstress. Your fame precedes you. You have my thanks for all the effort you and your guild have put into clearing sword art online. That last sentence nipped any aggression Drifter had right in the bud. He couldn't, nor did he have any reason other than instinctive dislike, to slap the proverbial cheek Heathcliff offered. The man was nothing but polite. And even his gratefulness seemed real, the first sign of emotion his eyes showed. Drifter's actions mellowed, and he swept his gaze over Heathcliff's guild. Some of them were calm, some were nervous. There was one particularly boisterous and burly man that reminded Drifter of Orlando. They were all wearing the red and white armor. Some faces are familiar, but the guild certainly is new. Am I correct to assume you are the guild leader, Heathcliff? You definitely carry yourself like one. It was a heartfelt compliment. Drifter never bought much into his fame, but he was aware he had a real effect on other players, especially lower-leveled ones. It wasn't anything as fantastical as an aura, just the fact that he had fought all those battles and bosses, and they hadn't. And they knew it. Heathcliff didn't appear to be nearly as affected as his guildmates. Or at all. The gray-haired player nodded. Yes. I am the guild leader of the Knights of the Blood Oath. We are a recently established guild, less than a month since the foundation. And you are already near the front lines? This time it was Nautilus who raised the question, and the other Reavers also narrowed their eyes. They had seen from afar that the Knights of the Blood Oath, Cobb, had dealt with the iron-shell tortoises without any particular problems, but for a guild not even a month old to already be here was pure recklessness. And yet, Heathcliff seemed to be anything but. I was lucky to find very talented players in the mid-floors. They just hadn't had the opportunity to develop those talents yet. I am that opportunity was what Heathcliff left unsaid. Arrogant, but also true. If they survived long enough. Aiming for the front lines? Assault team. It would be remiss of us not to. Everyone needs to give it their all if we are to beat Aincrad. There was no disagreeing with that. And the assault team always needed fresh blood. Their casualties might not have been that many since the 10th floor, but they were the hardest to replenish. I hope to see you there someday. Don't rush more than you have to. It was a genuine warning that Kirito gave, with no underhanded intentions. Every player life was precious. Except Laughing Coffin, but they were monsters anyway. We will take every precaution possible, Black Swordsman. But correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't get to where you are by always playing it safe. Heathcliff's tone was flat. Kirito and the Reavers narrowed their eyes. That was a dangerous stance to take. We take risks where there are no better options, Heathcliff. Or when the losses would outweigh the gains if we tried to play it safe, as you put. But frontliners are the most careful players in SAO. You don't live long enough to get where we are otherwise. The statement was chilling on its own, but the look in Kirito's eyes had the COB players gulping and taking 2 steps back. Heathcliff had crossed a line he shouldn't have. The man himself, despite being the target of at least 3 glares, didn't seem affected. If anything, his face took on a slightly interested expression. I misspoke, Black Swordsman. I'll see you in the front line soon. Heathcliff nodded his head fractionally, then turned around and led his guild away without hesitation. The Reaver's party watched the Knights of the Blood Oath leave with furrowed brows. They weren't narcissistic enough to believe that other players should worship them, but the complete lack of interest or anything really from Heathcliff wasn't amongst the normal reactions they usually received. I can't tell if he's arrogant, despondent, or just plain boring. Yuna fiddled with her harp. Sinan spat and turned to fire at the closest iron shell tortoise. Don't like him. Normally that comment would have elicited some sort of response along the lines of you don't like anyone from one of the other Reavers, but this time no one disagreed with the archer. Did you see his eyes? I wish they had stuck around. I wanted to watch him fight from up close to see if he's really all that he's playing up to be. He holds himself well. Cold demeanor aside, I mean. What do you think, Drifter? Will we be seeing him again? Asuna asked the spearmaster, who was casually stabbing an iron shell tortoise. He had always been the better judge of character between them. Slashing down with a vertical, Drifter killed the mob and stopped to think. After a few seconds, he nodded, then shrugged. We will at least hear from them. If nothing else, about how Heathcliff got his guild exterminated trying to take on something they weren't ready for. Such harsh words would have effectively killed the conversation if the participants weren't frontliners. As it was, Kirito, Asuna, Sinan, Nautilus, and Yuna just frowned and nodded. If what Drifter predicted did come to pass, it wouldn't be the first time, nor the last. Akihiko Kayaba, who went by Heathcliff inside of Sword Art Online, didn't look back at the Reaver's party. His subordinates, the Knights of the Blood Oath Guild members, already knew him well enough not to make a fuss about their sudden departure. There was a reason why Kayaba had entered SAO and assumed the identity of Heathcliff. 2, actually. The first was to groom worthy frontliners and lead the assault team to the 99th floor, whereupon he would reveal himself as the final boss and betray them. Hence why he established the Knights of the Blood Oath Guild. Every game needed a plot twist right at the end, otherwise it would be boring. The second reason was a selfish one. It turned him into a hypocrite. But Kayaba couldn't resist. He wanted to see his heroes with his own eyes, not through screens like everyone else. He wanted to interact with them. To confirm he had made the right choice, criminal as it was. The short encounter with the main party of Reaver's Requiem was the first time Heathcliff met frontliners face to face. Met his chosen heroes. He had made the right choice. Reaver's Requiem was a strong guild. Heathcliff himself felt the lightest twinge of regret that they were so united. He would have liked to poach a few of their members, the tamest ones, but knew it would be a futile endeavor. It was a pity. Heathcliff would eventually end up betraying the assault team, leading his guild, the Cobb, without any leadership and lost. He needed someone who could take the reins and lead them to fight the final boss, him. Lightning Flash Asuna, Arrow Huntress Sinan, Merchant Warrior Agile, Ran, and Griselda were all potential candidates he had initially selected, along with those from other guilds such as Shivada. However, they were all taken. Black Swordsman Kirito and Broken Spear Drifter had never figured in his list. The former was too independent and headstrong to blindly follow him, while the latter was simply too mature. Broken Spear Drifter was not someone Heathcliff wanted observing his every move. Despite being the creator and god of Aincrad, Heathcliff wasn't arrogant. He wasn't worried about being bested by others. His own technical skills were higher than any single frontliner or killed. He had the system protection that kept his HP from falling below half. But if his real identity, that of Akihiko Kayaba, was discovered too early, it would ruin his carefully laid plans. That couldn't be allowed. Well, all of this was unimportant now. For the moment, Heathcliff was just the insignificant leader of a newborn guild. He had to train his subordinates well. Their moment to shine, his moment to shine, would come soon. After all, it wouldn't do for Sword Art Online to only be interesting every 10 floors. Chapter 140, A Sorry Boss. Exactly 16 days before the one-year mark of being stuck in SAO, the frontliners of the assault team gathered in front of the boss room of the 22nd floor. 349 days wasn't a very special milestone, true. Not as much as a full year. But today was the day of another floor boss raid, and that was memorable on its own. Plenty of spectators were anxiously waiting for the start of the battle. Not just the SAO players gathered in the town of beginnings, but also the tens and hundreds of millions of people outside who had taken to watching Sword Art Online like one would the Olympics or the World Cup. Only deadly. There was a reason gladiatorial combat had been famous for so long, and that wasn't only because the ancient Romans were bloodthirsty. There was some deeply hidden, bestial part of the human being that delighted in the violence. Something in their roots, first as prey, then as hunters. Bets about the outcome and every aspect of the boss raids were common. From how long it would take, whether someone would die, and if so how many, and who. And also bets on less darker topics such as who would deliver the final blow, which guild would have the highest contribution, and so on. Japan had already cracked down on the underground organizations arranging the bets within the country. Those were their citizens fighting for their lives inside SAO, not participants of some blood sport. But they had no control over what happened outside their islands. Kikuka Seijiro shook his head. Whatever was happening outside of SAO wasn't his concern. His job was to get the players out of the death game as soon as possible or, failing that, as he had until now, make sure their bodies were safe. This was not an issue he had ever expected, but now faced. Just 2 short months ago there had been an attempt on the life of a SAO victim. 2 players had gotten into a heated argument, which Seijiro had only seen the recordings of much later. The content had been inane, but a few days later, one of the players had committed suicide by allowing mobs to kill him without trying to defend himself. The father of the victim, in his grief, had blamed the second player for it, and, during a visit to the hospital to formalize the proceedings for the retrieval of the body of his son, attempted to pull off the nerve gear of the other player. Luckily, a nurse had noticed the man's odd behavior and notified security to keep an eye on him, allowing the guards to subdue him as soon as he entered the room of the second player. The man himself had freely admitted what he planned on doing when questioned. Yet, the incident had alerted Seijiro to the failings of his security measures, which he promptly reinforced by stationing more soldiers in the hospital and a much stricter screening of staff and visitors. No similar problems had cropped up since then, and Seijiro hoped it would stay that way. The deities above knew he needed some respite. A loud creaking noise coming from his computer pulled Seijiro from his thoughts, and he sat up to watch the assault team opening the door to the 22nd floor boss room. That primal, bestial urge resurfaced, and the SAO task force leader found himself inwardly cheering for his champions. Go, Dragon Knight! Yeah, get him! Hit the bastard, Merchant Warrior! Kibu the Challenger! Kibu the Challenger! Look at them go! Lighting Flash! Black Swordsman! Broken Spear Drifter! Go! For a people known to be quiet and introspective, the Japanese weren't being shy about the amount of noise they made. Every bar across the country was full to the brim with people drinking and watching the raid, cheering the players on. Any such business that didn't have a television mounted on the wall playing the SAO broadcast was pretty much guaranteed to go bankrupt. Different establishments showed different perspectives, but all of them were, without a doubt, tuned into the boss raid. The assault team was making quick work of the boss, and more cheers resounded when Linton the Fortress and Indomitable Knight Nautilus both blocked a giant stone hammer each, not ceding an inch of ground to the boss as the frontliners swarmed it like ants from the sides. It was not an easy battle by any means. One soul, the boss, was a giant construct of pale white stone and glowing moss, and hit hard. Yet, in front of the veteran frontliners, the boss appeared to be little more than a plaything for the players. At least, that was how it seemed to the onlookers. To this day, countless had yet to understand how the frontliners could face monstrosities like the floor bosses without flinching. The truth was, very few could understand, and that was good. To look at death and spit in its face like frontliners did demanded a price nobody should ever pay. But all of that was far from the minds of the spectators, who cheered loudly as Broken Spear Drifter used his signature move and threw his spear directly at the boss head, knocking the monster back a dozen meters. Yeah. Get it! Go! Yuki Shuzu found himself in one of the strangest gatherings he had ever been part of. Not really because of the people involved, but because of how casual it was. He didn't do casual. He was the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise who had recently acquired the company behind SAO and was responsible for the game and the souls trapped in it. Every gathering he attended since he was a child had been a formal affair where no one particularly liked each other, but was only there for the connections. Being in the Kurigaya household, humble as it was compared to his own home, was a novel experience. As was mingling with people who would, usually, be considered much below his standing. Shuzu enjoyed it. The families of Reaver's Requiem were kind and genuine. He didn't need to put on a facade and mull over every word spoken to him searching for double meanings and hidden implications. Here, he was just Asuna's father. Not even Lightning Flash, but just Asuna. He wished his wife saw it the same way. The woman hadn't come to any of the gatherings, which were organized mostly by Kirito and Drifter's families. To her, they were all peasants, unworthy of her time. Truth be told, Shuzu was starting to lose his temper with her. Love his wife as he did, she insisted on acting like their daughter wasn't trapped inside a deadly game, fighting for her life. She didn't even watch the boss raid's broadcasts, and Shuzu was almost 100% sure she hadn't tuned into Asuna's transmission even once. The woman had always raised Asuna to be the perfect daughter, and behaved as if they were still in the shogunate. And for the most part, Asuna had grown to be exactly what his wife had molded her to be. Her first act of defiance had been to borrow her brother's nerve gear. Who could have imagined the consequences would be so harsh and far-reaching? But Kyuko still acted as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. And honestly, his wife or not, Shuzu was starting to get quite pissed off with her. Her latest fixation was finding a good match for Asuna. Ordinarily, Shuzu wouldn't be concerned about this. In the circles he ran in, it was normal, even expected, for the parents to decide on the marriage of their offspring. It was what happened with him, and he had very rarely had reason to complain about his chosen partner, at least until now. If only his wife were to watch their daughter's transmission for even 30 seconds, she would realize that Asuna had already found the love of her life. And if there was one thing the girl had inherited from her parents, it was their stubbornness. Trying to force her into ending her relationship with the Kurigaya boy and into a marriage with a stranger was a surefire way to push Asuna away. If he was being honest with himself, Shuzu was a little ashamed. Weren't it for the broadcasts, he might have actually allowed Kyuko to go through with her plans. Not now. His daughter's happiness was the most important thing to him, and when not if she escaped SAO, he would not break her heart by forcing her to marry someone she didn't even know. Kirito was a good kid. His family might not have the financial power or political influence to match his own, but the boy was a damn hero. No one could deny that, not with what they were watching right now. Shuzu slid to the edge of his seat as the black swordsman ran forward, parrying a hammer by the skin of his teeth, not even blinking twice. How he could do that, Shuzu would never understand. But Kirito followed up with a blue-glowing skill Shuzu recognized as horizontal, carving a red gash on the boss' ankle. The weapon that partly earned Kirito his title was a blur, skills and normal attacks being delivered faster than the eye could follow. By now, the frontliners had decidedly surpassed human limits. SAO was a game of numbers, after all. A golden shadow flew past Kirito, and the boy nodded gratefully to the arrow huntress, Sinon. The arrow had almost grazed his cheek, but he didn't show any surprise or shock. The implicit trust between the Reavers was impressive to see, at the very least. The thought brought another to the front of Shuzu's mind, and he looked around the room. With the boss raid still ongoing, everyone was watching the TV with rapt attention. And there were a lot of people. The Kuragaya family was there, obviously, Kirito's younger sister/cousin sitting on the mat in front of the sofa. There were also Ogawa Kana and Ogawa Genji, Broken Spear Drifter's parents. And many more. Argo the Rat, Arrow Huntress Sinon, Songstress Yuna, Indomitable Knight Nautilus, Merchant Warrior Agile, Dragon Tamer Silica, Lisbeth, Valork, Wolf, all of them had family and loved ones here. Even Griselda's widowed mother had come. The Bond's Reaver's Requiem had been built upon transcended the game, even if the players themselves didn't know it yet. Their families had found their much-needed support on each other to get through those difficult times. Oddly, Shuzu felt that when, again, not if, the Reavers came out of their virtual prison, they would be proud. Yes! Several throats shouted the same word, and Shuzu turned his attention back to the broadcast just in time to see the twins, Ran and Yuki, working together to carve out pieces of one soul. Their synchronization was perfect, the wounds they left on the right and left of the boss torso almost mirroring each other. Whoever thought the Reavers were done with just that was sorely mistaken. The next second, Shuzu watched his own daughter and Dragon Tamer Silica take advantage of the boss distraction to run up its arms to reach its head. Keiko! Asuna! Shuzu's exclamation was much quieter than that of Silica's father, but carried no less emotion. Of course, none of what they said reached the players, and the duo continued undeterred in their endeavor, stacking injury upon injury on the boss before jumping off when it tried to squash them with its large hands. There was something both awe-inspiring and horrifying about witnessing two children battle and climb on such a monster without hesitation. It made one think of what they had experienced that made them so bold and fearless. Everyone knew what they went through. While much was still unknown about the first 10 floors, everything after that had been watched by billions of people around the world. But what frontliners did and how they fought would never be normal. Once the boss raid started, you forgot everything else. That was one of the core rules of the assault team. Who would get the last hit, what would the drops be, how the SAO players were watching them, everything stopped to matter. You stuck to the plan, fought, and survived. That was all that was important. Broken Spear Drifter did just so. He had never cared much for fame, and knowing he had spectators didn't occupy more than a remote corner of his mind since about the 3rd floor. Everything other than keeping his teammates alive and killing the boss was unimportant, in that order. His spear moved as if it possessed a life of its own, and Drifter never gave the boss a break. He stabbed twice before slashing a large gash on one soul's palm when it tried to grab him. Swift movements of his feet, almost as if he were dancing, kept Drifter away from the boss attacks. Not all of them, but any that would really hurt. As random thoughts were meant to be, one intruded onto Drifter's mind. He didn't know how to dance, but he thought that it should be easy for him to learn now, with all his self-taught footwork. Something to bring up with Yuna, she would probably like it. Later, of course. Now they had a boss to kill. Chapter 141, half a floor. Time to move out, gents. Come on. Challenger, the teleporter is yours. Kibu scowled, but nodded. Hero Orlando rolled his eyes. His spiky-haired counterpart just couldn't ever be happy with anything. Regardless, Orlando was in a good mood. Everyone had been in perfect condition today, and the frontliners had brought down the 22nd floor boss with 0 casualties. Even the close calls had been few, and not that perilous. Putting Kibu through the paces, Orlando? Heh! Just cutting off his whining before it starts. The guild leader of the Legend Braves slapped Drifter on the back, and the Spearmaster staggered 2 steps forward, then glared at the boisterous hero, who put on an innocent expression. Drifter wasn't fooled, but then again, he wasn't really bothered by it either. Like the other Braves, Orlando was a close friend. As they started climbing the stairs to the next floor, Drifter put an arm around the other man's shoulders. Let's see if we can't conquer this floor in time for SAO's first anniversary. Orlando's smile faltered for a moment, and Drifter almost regretted his words. But then the Brave was grinning brightly again. Let's. Orlando punched him lightly on the shoulder. AMD shrugged Drifter's arm off before quickening his pace to join his guildmates. The Spearmaster looked at his back and sighed. I think I said the wrong thing. A small hand grabbed his own, and Drifter turned to look at Yuna, who had been trailing behind them, listening to their conversation. His songbird bit her lower lips and shook her head. Never. It's just hard thinking about how long we've been here. We all found new things to enjoy. New people to love. But we still left a lot behind. From his left, Kirito put a hand on Drifter's shoulder. The black swordsman had an unreadable expression on his face. We'll get it all back. 1 year, 4, 5. As long as it takes. We are making good time. If we climb much faster, more people will have to die. Nautilus and Agile. Apparently everyone had been listening in. This is our life. But I wouldn't have it any other way. We are frontliners, after all. Yuki and Ran. The twins grinned. Like dead women smiling and walking to their doom. It was the prettiest thing in the world. Drifter looked at each of them, even the ones who didn't speak. If the legend Braves were friends, then the Reavers were his family. He might not have chosen them, but he wouldn't change anything that brought him here. Should have known you guys wouldn't let me feel depressed. Come on then. Aincrad won't beat itself. The Spearmaster smirked. Who amongst them didn't have times where their darkest thoughts and fears took over? But they always forged on through, regardless of everything else. Because they were frontliners. I see the light. Dramatic as always. You sure you don't want to go to theater school after we are out, Liz? Nah. Maybe before, I would do something else, but now I can't think of anything I would rather do than forge. All our weapons, our trusted companions. I want to make all of them in the outside world. My family's forge. The Reavers smiled fondly at their pink-haired blacksmith, the girl herself unaware of the tears her words just caused her grandfather and big brother to shed. For the frontliners, this had been simply a raid like any other. Already forgotten by the time Drifter stepped foot on the 23rd floor, shielding his eyes with his hand against the harsh sun. Whoa! This is marvelous. Never before had Drifter used that adjective, but none could have fit better the sight before his eyes. The frontliners that climbed the stairs before them, and those who came after, stopped, dumbstruck. Stopped and stared, at a world divided. A world in halves. The assault team had come out of the tower in a square of raised bedrock. To their right was a seemingly infinite desert. Just sand and nothing else until the edge of the floor, wherever that was. To their left was a towering wall of water. It rose at least 30 meters above the desert, completely still, as if held back by an invisible wall. Unlike the desert, the water portion of the floor was teeming with life. Inside the contained ocean, the players could see marine wildlife. Fishes, crustaceans, and more. It was like they were standing at the border between two different planets. One dead and forsaken, another just in the first stages of its life. The boundary between the two was right in front of the assault team. There was no marking, but it was a clear divide nonetheless. The desert ended and the wall of water started. Or vice versa. Touching, but never interacting. Seconds and then minutes passed, with the frontliners staring awestruck at the border between the two halves of the floor. It was Klein who broke the stunned silence first. Damn. Every time I think we already saw everything Aincrad has to offer, something like this appears. I'm glad. It makes everything almost worth it. The players nodded in muted agreement. Those sights, those manifestations that defied every law of physics there was, were the reason they had bought Sword Art Online in the first place. A chance to experience a new, magical world. That's all well and good, but where the fuck do we go from here? Drifter rolled his eyes at Kibu's crude language. But they did wake him up from his stupor, and he frowned. I don't see the town. Unless. First sweeping past the desert, his gaze then traveled up, climbing the water wall. Then back down again. There. The frontliners followed his finger. He was pointing right in line with the border between wet and dry. The players squinted. Those black things? Aren't they just rocks? I don't think so. Look up. The players did, and gasped. They had been so overwhelmed by the monumental wall of water that they hadn't paid attention to what was above it. That's the town? Half of it, at least. How much do you want to bet this floor's lore is something along the lines of a god or ancient monster split the ocean in half and drained it? The adaptation threshold of the frontliners was truly exceptional. While most of the people on the outside were still speechless from witnessing the impossible scenario through their screens, the players, who were seeing it all personally, had already moved on. The desert we are seeing is actually the bottom of an ocean. Valork rested his shield on the ground and stretched. The tank felt exhausted. Today was just one surprise after the other. I want to relax in the hot springs. Me too. Me three. Kismol, Sinan, and Griselda spoke, and the other frontliners stared at them like they were mad. Although they were likely the most sane of the bunch. What do you think, Pina? It's pretty, isn't it? The little dragon chirped against Silica's palm. Liz hugged the young girl from behind, resting her chin on top of Silica's head. You know, I'll probably have to agree with Pina on this one. This floor seems to be either too hot and dry or wet and cold. No middle ground. Ha ha ha. That's where the fun is, blacksmith. Imagine all the interesting mods this floor is gonna have. Orlando and the Braves guffawed. Yup, they were still the same battle maniacs. No way they would feel down forever. I would rather they be the same old, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Don't be boring, old man. You always grumble when we have to fight the same enemies too many times. Shavada sighed from within the DKB ranks. Lidden giggled and ousted him unceremoniously, and her boyfriend blushed when everyone laughed. We are never going to know if we stay here chatting. Agile pipped in, his eyes and his companions, Wolf and Shigio, shining. Frontliners or not, their roots would always be that of merchants. Lead the way, Scrooge McAgile. Yuki ribbed him, and the merchant warrior held up a fist in mock anger. Her sister watched the exchange with a grin, Nautilus arm around her waist. The ash-haired player was happy to simply watch in silence. Drifter shook his head fondly at the numerous conversations happening at the same time, each more outlandish than the other. This was how SAO was supposed to be. Had been meant to be, before all the death and despair. Hey, this is trippy. Guys, come over here. Asuna and Kirito had wandered away during that time, the former dragging the latter by the hand, and jumped down from their bedrock platform, walking the short distance to the water wall. Like a child with a new toy, Asuna was sticking her hand inside the contained ocean, one finger at a time, and giggling. Kirito, for all his pretended maturity, had quickly folded to his girlfriend's whims, and was doing the same, with similar, if contained, reactions. Hey, what are you lot thinking? This ain't no playground for you to fool around. Arg. My knights, we have more to do than admire the scenery. Maybe just for a short while. Kibu and Lin ran after the crowd, yelling and cursing. Oi, Asuna was right, this is trippy. What the heck? Look at me! Ha ha ha. Klein and the Furinkazan were the first to reach Asuna and Kirito. The samurai plunged his head sideways into the water without a second thought. Children, the lot of them. Don't act like you don't treasure them all, dummy. Even the annoying ones. The married couple leisurely trailed behind the assault team, hand in hand. Broken Spear Drifter and Songstress Yuna. Two of the largest names in SAO. They've grown on me, I'll admit. As for our guild, our Reavers. I never thought I would have a family this big. Do you dislike it? Drifter squeezed Yuna's hand and showed a true smile, innocent and bright. Full of love. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. The songstress grinned, a mirror of his own. You really are a dummy. But you are our dummy. Mine. Always, Songbird. Those short exchanges of affectionate words and gestures had become more frequent after they married, and neither Drifter nor Yuna wasted a chance to let the other know how much they loved them. Eyes front! Unfortunately, their lovey-dovey time was interrupted by a shout. Near the front of the group, the desert sand was vibrating in circular patterns. Left 2! Isin from Furinkazan yelled 2, drawing his blade and turning to the water wall. The players stepped back as a shadow rapidly approached from the depths of the ocean. Incoming! Prepare! In an instant, the formerly disorganized and rowdy frontliners had established a battle formation. The discrepancy in their behavior was so big it left the spectators outside feeling tumultuous. Over 100 players, who were not even moments before laughing and enjoying the novelty of the new floor, became once again the battle-hardened frontliners. Gone were the smiles and laughter. In their place were grim determination and closed expressions. I guess this is our introduction to the 23rd floor, huh? Shivata chuckled, but there was no mirth in his voice. The DKB vice leader had turned to face whatever enemy was coming out of the ocean wall, with about half of the assault team mimicking him. Kibu and the ALS naturally chose the one from the desert half of the floor, Reaver's Requiem behind them. The two mobs burst out of their respective environments at the exact same time. Shivata may have made his remark jokingly, but Cardinal was making an effort to deliver. The monster from the ocean looked like what you thought a siren would look like if you made it evil. Jet black scales, bloodshot eyes, some sort of dark purple goo covering its body, and a mouth full of sharp teeth that opened in a deafening screech. The mob from the desert side was different, but no less fearsome. It was also a humanoid monster, but it was covered in sandy white fur instead of scales. It had an elongated and twitching snout and beady black eyes. Unlike the siren, this one held a weapon, a crude bone dagger. With the entirety of the assault team here, most of the players wouldn't even have a chance to engage the mobs. Drifter himself was in no hurry. Kirito signaled for him and the other Reavers to let the ALS take the lead, and the Spearmaster was happy to comply. The name above the desert mob's head was Ashera Puppet. The last word implied the existence of a puppeteer or a puppet master. His gaze then wandered over to the DKB, who was fighting the screaming siren. Amihenta Decoy. Another strange name. A puppet and a decoy, a floor divided in opposite halves. This might be the next campaign. Griselda calmly spoke while watching Kibu cut off a chunk of fur of the Ashera puppet. The others agreed with her, but Drifter shook his head. Nope. Well, maybe. But I don't think so. Why not? Drifter smiled and shared his HUD with the Reavers. My quest with Argo just updated again. Chapter 142 Lights and Shadows. Argo, ahoy, DRI boo. Y'all frontliners thinking of opening the 23rd floor anytime soon? The Spearmaster read Argo's message and grinned. Clearly he wasn't the only one who had noticed the changes in their quest menu. Drifter, this floor is interesting, little rat. And the safe zone is quite far from the exit of the tower. But we'll get there soon. Drifter, in the meantime, why don't you ask what you really want to ask? There were a few moments of pause, likely during which Argo was composing her answer, and Drifter turned his attention back to the floor. The Ashera puppet and Amihenta decoy had been easily dispatched. After all, they were going against the entire assault team. Even if they were tired after the boss raid, there was no way two lone mobs could cause them any trouble. Once the monsters perished, the players had chatted a little about drops and attack patterns before setting out again towards the safe zone. The closer they got, the clearer the layout of the town became. The houses were made of some sort of rough white dirt, and very square. The streets were paved with the same kind of material, and were all windy and curved. There was a side alley in between basically every house, making the town a very confusing maze. That was how it was for the desert half, at least. When the frontliners looked up, however, they could only see the water wall because of how close they were, so there was no way of knowing how the other half of the safe zone looked. No, in the first place, how do we even get up there? Are we even supposed to? No question about it. No way, only half the floor is accessible. Having done this countless times now, the frontliners were in no hurry to activate the teleporter. Once they did so, there would be a flood of players rushing in, and everything would become a mess. What if we are looking at this wrongly? Whatever do you mean, girl? Silica probably hadn't meant to say it out loud, and she flinched when Kibu snapped at her in his usual brisk tone. Drifter and the other Reavers scowled at him, and even the famed challenger had the decency to look ashamed. Sorry, Tamer. The ALS leader mumbled his apology, and Silica waved it off. She was too kind for this world. It wasn't for nothing that she turned on the brotherly and sisterly protective instincts of every Reaver older than her, all of them. Drifter patted her head. Go on, Silica. HM. Because the two halves of the town are so close and, well, halves, we are taking it for granted that they are just one thing. But every floor has at least 2 safe zones, right? Like the town of Beginnings and Talbana on the first floor. What if this is the same? Realization dawned on Drifter, and he smiled and ruffled Silica's head. She was a smart girl. Looking around, he saw that many still didn't understand. Nodding to Silica, he took over the explanation. What Silica means is that while the two towns might be close physically, if we can't get to the one on the top of the ocean portion, then they might as well be on opposite sides of the floor. Great deduction, Silica. The dragon tamer grinned happily at the compliment and hugged him briefly. Right. This whole floor is trippy. Even if you were right, Broken Spear, dragon tamer, we still don't know how to get up there. A player from another guild spoke up and Drifter shrugged. Explore, clear quests. The usual. I'm sure it will reveal itself at some moment. It wasn't the answer they wanted, but it was the only one Drifter had for them, and Drifter ignored the grumbles in favor of opening his messages again. Argo had been steadily losing her patience while the assault team discussed. Argo, you are no fun, Dri boo. But alright, I saw the quest updated. Pluck the starlight. Any clues as to what that means? Argo, something been going on with Akari and her shadows recently that she won't talk about, so we are on our own to investigate this. Argo, but you don't need to worry, Dri boo. The greatest info broker in the world is by your side. Argo, are you in a battle or something? If you are ignoring me just because, it'll hurt my feelings. Argo, Dri boo. Dri boo. Dri boo. Argo, bad Dri boo. Didn't you say I'm like a little sister to you? How can you ignore me? Argo, come on, I can see in the friends list that all of you are well and healthy. Is anything interesting going on over there? Argo, humph. Annoying Drifter. I won't talk to you anymore. After reading all the messages, Drifter shook his head in amusement. Argo normally wasn't this childish, which meant she wasn't that annoyed really. She was just bored, and was spamming his message box to pass the time. Although, one of the many messages she sent caught his attention. The second one, specifically. The Spearmaster frowned and paused in responding to Argo. Akari wasn't someone who would feel the need to report her actions to Drifter, but from what he gleaned from the info broker's message, the role player seemed to have landed on a spot of trouble. It bothered him a little that he was only now finding that out, and from a secondary source on top of that. Drifter, sorry, little rat. This floor is quite mesmerizing, and we were discussing something. Kibu already sent people to unlock the teleporters. Drifter, about Akari and Fumaningum. It was a few seconds later that Argo replied, despite what she said earlier about not talking to him anymore. Drifter could feel her solemn mood even through the written words. Argo, I don't know. When I asked, she just brushed me off. But she was angry. And sad. I think they lost someone. Anger and sadness wasn't an unusual combination for SAO players. Every frontliner had experienced it multiple times. The rage and pain of losing someone, that is. How Fumaningum lost one of its members was what worried Drifter the most. If the other guild did indeed lose a player, it could have been for a myriad of reasons. If it was to a monster, then that was just bad luck or human error, and they had to move on. But there was one other task Fumaningum undertook that could lead to death. Shadowing the red players. His friendship with Argo and Akari meant Drifter was privy to some of the actions of the ninjas. They were one of the groups who were the most in danger every day, even more so than clearers, and just behind the frontliners. Akari had her ninjas infiltrate lawless zones and tail red players to identify them and monitor their actions. And, if needed, to take more proactive actions. The Spearmaster knew of at least one occasion when they managed to covertly warn a solo player in time for them to avoid an ambush by a duo of red players. The day Laughing Coffin found out about their actions, and it was inevitable that it would happen, Fumaningum would become the biggest thorn on their side, which the red players probably couldn't wait to remove. Drifter seriously hoped that day hadn't come already. "Drifter, can we put our quest aside for a moment, Argo?" "Argo, don't do anything stupid. Akari ain't someone you can bully into telling her secrets." Despite the worrying thoughts running through his head, Drifter smiled. The concern the info broker felt for both him and Akari was evident through her messages. "Drifter, I'm the only person other than you she might talk to. I just need to clear up what this is about. If it is something internal to Fumaningum, then I won't pry. But if by chance it's related to Laughing Coffin..." He left the sentence unfinished. Argo could surely understand what he meant. "Argo, make sure she isn't doing something stupid too. And keep me updated." "Drifter, you got it. Stay safe, little rat." "Argo, I should be saying that to you." Argo went back to typing like she was some sort of underground, black market informant, which meant she was relieved. After what happened with Mort, Argo had made Drifter promise to never do something similar and go after a murderer alone without telling anyone. Akari didn't count since, according to the little rat, she was as reckless as Drifter. The Spearmaster wouldn't betray her trust. Taking a deep breath, Drifter started composing a message to Akari, only to forego it in favor of a much simpler and to-the-point inquiry. He sighed. This wasn't likely to be a pleasant talk. "Drifter, are you going after Laughing Coffin?" Akari reread the short message for the nth time, complicated emotions swirling in her eyes. She had expected it to come, only not so soon. Akari was the leader of her guild and needed not answer to anyone but herself and those who trusted her to lead them. But if there was anyone who deserved to know what she was doing, it was Broken Spear Drifter. Closing her menu, the ninja rested her back on the wall of the building behind her. She was on the newly opened 23rd floor, for convenience's sake. The soft sounds of footfalls didn't go unnoticed by her trained ears. Akari only turned her head when Drifter was right in front of her. "Akari. Broken Spear. Drifter. My friends don't call me by that title." The ninja paused. Well, that was something at least. Then she pushed off from the wall and sighed. "I suppose we should talk." "We should." Akari stared hard at Drifter, but his expression was unreadable. She wasn't sure how or where this conversation was going to go. She wanted to say she didn't care about the results, but that would be a lie. Although Fumaningum's war on Laughing Coffin would persist regardless, Drifter was one of the very few she considered a friend, and his opinion mattered more to her than she would care to admit. They walked silently, Akari guiding Drifter to a remote corner of the town, where they wouldn't be disturbed, and the Spearmaster following without a word. They were both used to silence, but this one was especially awkward. Eventually, Akari broke it. "I thought Argo the rat would be with you. I imagine it was she who brought this to your attention." She had her back turned to Drifter, but she could almost see his frown. He deliberated his words before responding. "It was, and she knows I'm here. So do Yuna, Not, and Kirito. I promise not to keep secrets from them, especially if it's related to those monsters. But I reserve the right to decide how much I'll say." They accepted that. That was Drifter's roundabout way of saying she could trust him to keep her secrets. But also that he would have to tell before he mentioned something. "What do you want to know?" Stopping at some deserted alleyway very near the edge of the safe zone, Akari turned around to face the Spearmaster. Drifter just stared at her for a long minute before shaking his head and exhaling. Let's not do this, Akari. This is not a game, so don't treat it like one. I'm not. The ninja deflated, and eventually nodded. Drifter ran a hand through his hair. You are going after Laughing Coffin. Not just keeping an eye on them anymore, but actively seeking conflict. Don't deny it. You responding to my message only with a time and location to me was an answer on its own. What I want to know first is, why? This time, Akari didn't waste time in answering. Most likely, she had already accepted that Drifter wouldn't go back without learning what he wanted. And she wouldn't have agreed to meet him if she wanted willing to talk anyway. They killed one of ours. Irmo. Hearing this, Drifter sighed. It was as he had expected. There was no reason for Fumaningum to change from simply observing to proactively hunting the red players otherwise. It was always a sad affair when a person died, but especially so if they were killed by another player. Any others? And how many red players have you killed? Drifter's tone was even and impartial. No hint of judging or discrimination. Of emotion. But his eyes gave it away. In them, Akari saw a mixture of empathy and anger. But only the former was directed at her. Of course he wouldn't be disappointed or disgusted. He had experienced those reactions already when he told the assault team he had killed Mort. He wouldn't push the same to her. One other of my subordinates fell. But we have already killed 3 red players. 2 of them were from Laughing Coffin. I took care of them myself. There was still a small amount of emotion when she started speaking, but by the time she was finished, Akari's tone was as flat as Drifter's had been. Good. What? The ninja's eyes widened in surprise at Drifter's response to her confession. She didn't know what she was expecting, but it certainly wasn't for him to praise her. But the Spearmaster simply shook his head at her confusion. I'm not a saint, Akari. I killed Mort because I was worried he would come after me and the others. It wasn't justice, or even revenge. It was preemptive. Because I was afraid. I don't have the right to judge you. Nor do I want to. Then what do you want? Her glare was challenging. Drifter's gaze was full of steel. For you to stay safe. For Fumaningum to not lose another member. For those Laughing Coffin bastards to never be able to harm anyone else. The ninja started. This was not what she was expecting. Her features softened under her mask. What are you proposing? Laughing Coffin is a threat to every player in SAO. Not just because they are murderers, but because with each life they take, they set back our efforts to clear the game. It was Broken Spear who stood before her then, not just Drifter, and Akari shivered against her will. Find Laughing Coffin. How many there are, who they are, where they are hiding. Then tell us. This burden isn't yours to carry alone, nor should it fall only on Fumaningum's shoulders. His gaze was steely, but there was a fire burning within. Laughing Coffin are monsters barring us from escaping. It has always been the frontliner's job to cut down such obstacles. Chapter 143 Resolution. When Drifter made his way back to the inn, it was to find more people than he was expecting waiting for him. Argo, Kirito, Yuna, and Nautilus were a given, since he had already let them know he was going to talk to Akari. Agile, Sinan, Asuna, Kismol, and Griselda weren't unexpected either. He had never meant to keep it a secret from his friends, only to understand the whole situation before informing them with all the facts in hand. But clearly others had caught on to his out-of-sorts behavior during the day, because Liz, Ran, and Valork were also there, as was Keita. Drifter had no doubt that Wolf, Shigeo, Yuki, Silica, and really everyone else, were also aware of the impromptu meeting, but had simply chosen or been advised to skip it for now, and would surely be filled in with the details later. What did she say, Drifter? Griselda asked while leaning forward on her chair. Her eyes stared unblinking at him, and the Spearmaster was sure she had already partially guessed what his talk with Akari was about. Fumaningum is at war with Laughing Coffin. Never one to mince his words, Drifter summed up the entire conversation with the ninja in a single sentence. The reactions to his statement were varied. Some recoiled, some widened their eyes. Others stood completely still or frowned. Argo, Yuna, Nautilus, and Kirito, with whom Drifter had already shared his thoughts before setting out to meet Akari, had no reaction at all. "You can't leave it at that, Drifter. Explain properly." Asuna had been one of the people to frown, and Drifter felt a pang of guilt. Although he knew it was not his fault nor something he could control, it still hurt to see someone so young, and who he cared so dearly for, showing only this little reaction to such dreadful news. It never occurred to Drifter that he too had grown numb to Sao's brutality. But the fencer told him to expand, and so he did, retelling almost word for word how his meeting with Akari went. By the end of it, most of the players in the room were reclining back in their chairs, eyes closed. But it was never easy to push bad news away, and the ones Drifter brought weren't the kind you could just cast aside. 2 Fumaningum players, 2 from Laughing Coffin. Is this how it's going to be? Are we to trade lives with those murdering bastards? An eye for an eye, a body for a body? Several people shivered when Agile's low growl filled the room. Kismal answered in a carefully dispassionate tone. This cannot be allowed. Nor can the warriors of Aincrad afford it. Those red players have to be taken care of immediately. Prison or death. There's no third path for them. Some heads nodded in agreement, Drifters included. But Yuna stood up and walked over to her husband, grabbing his hand tightly. I think you are right, Kismal. Laughing Coffin made their choice when they decided to go around killing people. But I'm also worried. We can't just abandon the front lines to hunt them. We still have a duty to the assault team, and won't we be just like them if we do that? The songstress avoided Drifter's gaze in the silence that followed her question. She was trembling, afraid of how he would react to her words. After all, leaving everyone behind to go hunt down a red player, wasn't that what he had done? Gingerly, the Spearmaster reached for Yuna's chin and lifted her head, forcing her to look into his eyes. For someone who enjoyed calling him dummy, she was the one acting like one now. As if he could ever hold anything she said against her. I made a mistake going after Mort without telling any of you, Songbird. I did it because I was afraid of how you would react, of becoming just like him. But most of all, I was afraid of you getting hurt. He dipped his head and kissed her, ignoring everyone else. But his words were meant for all their ears. But Laughing Coffin won't stop. If we leave them be, more people will die, more people will get hurt. And one day, it will be you. Us. The people in this room, the rest of the assault team. It will never be enough for them. The Spearmaster looked around. Kirito, Nautilus, Argo, many of them had been uncharacteristically silent. But that was because they had no more doubts, and their gazes never faltered when met with his. At the same time, Yuna is right. We can never hesitate to put them down hard when we fight the red players. Kill them even, if necessary. But it's a fine line to thread, the one between doing what is needed to protect and free the players of SAO, and just killing for the sake of it. That's why I told Akari to pull back for now. Laughing Coffin and that mysterious boss of theirs now know that we are aware of them, thanks to Redite XAXA and the encounter on the Hill of the Cross. Griselda shuddered minutely. What she went through at that location was likely a trauma she could never get past in her life. And because of their clashes with Fumaningum, they also know there are people who aren't afraid to kill them if it comes to that. Kirito spoke up for the first time, his eyes hard. Drifter nodded. Yes. And did Akari agree? To stop, at least for now? She seemed pretty hell-bent on revenge from what you said. Surprisingly, it was Keita who spoke at this time. He was there as the representative of the former Black Cats, and Drifter had honestly expected him to stay an observer throughout the entire night. Keita and his friends weren't frontliners, they were clearers. Despite all being part of the same guild, that was a divide that would always exist between them and the other Reavers. But that was okay. They had suffered some pretty brutal reality checks after joining Reaver's Requiem, and their dreams of becoming frontliners had been dashed, but with good results. It was a dangerous job, the most dangerous in SAO, and Keita, Sachi, Tetsuo, Ducker, and Sasamaru realized that it wasn't what they wanted. They were happy to stay as clearers. It helped that the Reavers never treated them any differently and were all like one big family. She did, after some convincing. Fumaningdom is back on surveillance only. Although I have no doubt they will still strike if the opportunity presents itself. But Akari has cooled down enough that I'm confident she won't fall into a trap anymore. That was the real conclusion from meeting with Akari, and Drifter was left with the feeling of averting a crisis. The Red players, Laughing Coffin especially, had already proved to be ruthless to the extreme. Drifter had no doubts they would sooner or later try to spring a trap on Fumaningdom, even if they had to be the bait themselves. They were crazy like that. We are missing a lot of information. How many criminals there are on Logan Coffin, where they are hiding, and much more. 2 pieces of intel are critical before we can make any move against them, who their boss is, and... Argo trailed off at the end, her face scrunched up as if she found her next words particularly distasteful. But she still said them. And if there are only red players in Logan Coffin, or orange and even green ones too. I've been looking into them for several floors already, and barely found out anything more than what XAXA boasted about on the 19th floor. Drifter's eyes widened, and Yuna gasped against his chest. He hadn't thought of that before, and, from how pale they suddenly became, neither had anyone else but the info broker. The implications were ginormous. You think they have spies? I'm thinking a lot of things, Liz-chan. And it's dangerous to make conclusions without having the whole puzzle solved in front of me. But those murderer assholes have been really good at dodging all my swipes, almost like they knew they were coming. The info broker interlaced her fingers and stretched, the top half of her face hidden under her hood. Saying more is likely to cause a panic. But I'm almost certain I have some moles within my moles. And Mort was a frontliner before he went rogue, was he not? There were ugly faces all around. The frontliners routinely put their lives in each other's hands. That someone you trusted with your everything might turn out to be a would-be murderer and stab you in the back was a disturbing thought, made worse by the very real example they already had in Mort. Still, something had to be said about the bonds between the Reavers, that the fact they were frontliners too, and, as such, Argo's doubt was also applicable to them, flew right over their heads. There were no subtle glances at each other or shifty eyes. The idea that one of them might be a traitor never even crossed their minds. I hate that you might be right, little rat. But we shouldn't act any differently. After all, even if, and gods forgive both us and them if that's the case, some in the assault team have a connection to Laughing Coffin, just remember that their cursors are still green. And one way or the other, they are comrades who fought with us through thick and thin, risking their lives every day. It would be a great injustice if we started doubting them now. Even if he said that, Drifter knew that the seeds had already been planted. It would take some time for the Reavers to stop looking at other players and wonder what their true faces were. Maybe it would never happen. The Spearmaster shook his head. Those were things to consider later. It was already 1 to midnight, and it was time to wrap up this meeting. Not a word of what we discussed today with those outside the guild, friends. Don't even talk about it unless you are in a private room. He nodded, concurring with Kirito's orders. Secrecy was the most important takeaway tonight. It's useless to speculate without information. Let's end it here tonight. We will decide what to do when Argo and Akari find out more. Okay, little rat? Ya can count on me, Dri Boo. I want those bastards gone as much as ya. Good. Any more questions? There were many, Drifter could see. But none that needed to be asked right now. A lot of heavy burdens had been dropped on their shoulders today, and everyone was as tired as if they had just fought a field boss. Then that's it. Good night, everyone. One by one, the players left for their rooms. Drifter, with Yuna still glued to his side, was the last to make his way up the stairs. Until the moment he closed the door of their room behind them and guided her to the bed, Yuna still hadn't said a word. Propping his spear up against the wall next to his side of the bed, Drifter first unequipped his armor and shirt, before laying down on the soft mattress. He shook his head with a slight smile when he saw that Yuna was still standing, her back turned to him. "My silly little wife. Are you still hung up on what you said? You know I meant every word I said too, right? I'm not the same as Mort. As long as I have you in our family, I'll never be. You are my anchor." The songstress finally turned around to face him, her expression a mix of fear, joy, and confusion. Hesitantly, Whe changed into her sleepwear before slipping under the covers. There was still some distance between their bodies, but Drifter reached over and pulled her close to him. Immediately, Yuna melted against his body, resting her head on his chest. They might have only known each other for a year, but the connection they shared was such that only a few words were needed for them to understand each other. "I'm being dumb, aren't I?" The Spearmaster, no, the husband chuckled, running his fingers through her hair. "A bit, love. But it's understandable. We are not talking about hunting some mobs, but killing people. Monsters, yes, but still people. You are still going to have to kill them, though." Drifter hummed softly, tracing Yuna's back with the tip of his fingers. This wasn't exactly pillow talk, but it was one they needed to have. "Yes, we will. We have. We will have to see what Argo and Akari turn up, obviously. And if possible, I want to arrest them like we did with Laos. I really don't want to have Not, Kirito, Asuna, and all the others turn into killers, even if Laughing Coffin deserves it. But it won't happen that way." He sighed, and kissed the top of her head. "No, it won't. Mort threw himself into my spear. Laos was trying to bait us into killing him. Red-Eyed XAXA, their boss, all of them. They take as much pleasure in making others into murderers as they delight in the act of killing themselves." His wife was quiet for a few minutes after he said that, and Drifter almost wondered if she had fallen asleep. But then Yuna shifted her body up and straddled him, one hand on each side of his head, her pretty brown eyes burning brightly. Before Drifter could say anything, Yuna leaned down and kissed him forcefully and fiercely. As if she was trying to convey all her conflicting feelings towards him, Laughing Coffin, and SAO as a whole, through that one gesture. However long they made out for, Drifter had no idea. When they separated, one of his hands was entangled in her hair, while the other was in the small of her back, pressing her closer to him. But Yuna's eyes were still blazing, although the emotions that fueled the flame had changed somewhat. "Whatever happens, we do it together, dummy. I just sing, and it won't be my spear piercing their bodies or ending their lives, but we will do it together. All of us. Nautilus, Kirito, Kismol. All of us. As a guild. As a family. Whether we end up arresting or killing them, it will be all of us. Not one of us will carry this burden alone, got it?" For an answer, Drifter rolled them over, and this time it was him who initiated the kiss. Chapter 144 Busy Morning. It was 5:55 a.m. the next day when Drifter woke up on his own, 5 minutes before the alarm he had set, like he always did. There was a weight on his chest, and he didn't need to look to know that it was Yuna snuggled up to him. Somehow, regardless of their arrangement when they went to sleep, it always ended up with his wife using him as a pillow by the time he woke up. Not that he minded, of course. There was little he wouldn't give to wake up with Yuna in his arms every day. The Spearmaster laid there contentedly for the next several minutes. While his own internal clock had woken him up at the usual time, Yuna was never a morning person, and he knew better than to try to wake up the sleeping tiger songstress. Shifting his body a bit to better distribute Yuna's weight and free a numb arm, Drifter caressed her silky hair. When he first met her, Yuna's hair was only shoulder length, but she had opted for letting it grow after finding out how much he enjoyed running his fingers through it. H'm. This was the way to rouse Yuna from her dreams without risking her being grumpy all day, Drifter had learned. He continued to pat her hair as his wife slowly stirred awake. "Good morning, my songbird." A smile graced his lips when he watched Yuna sleepily open her eyes. Truly, he was blessed to have earned her love. NNG. Good morning, dummy. What time is it? Past 6 o'clock already. Can't we just laze around in bed today? I don't feel like fighting. Drifter chuckled and pecked her cheek. They had the same argument every morning, and it always ended up the same way. Frontliners had little time to rest. SAO waits for no man or woman. But I'm sure a few minutes won't be a problem. They did just that. For the next several minutes, the couple simply snuggled together, sometimes whispering softly to each other, but mostly silent, just content to be in each other's presence and feel their warmth. By a tacit understanding, neither mentioned the meeting that took place yesterday. It would take time for Argo and Akari to turn up concrete results of their investigation, and, until then, discussing the laughing coffin situation would be useless. Alright, as enjoyable as this is, we really do have to get up. Argo is here, and she won't leave us alone with the innuendos if we're late. After more than 15 minutes, Drifter finally patted Yuna's head and sat up. Since she was basically draped over him, her body was dragged over, causing her to yelp cutely. Due to the sudden movement, the sheath slipped down, revealing Yuna's naked upper body. But the woman made no motion to cover up, and even crossed her arms and snorted. Humph. She can make all the innuendos she wants. We are married. She should find her own husband and stop being jealous of mine. Drifter's fingers reflexively tightened at the idea of the little rat, his little sister for all intents and purposes, finding a boyfriend, much less a husband. But he shook his head, noticing the upturned corners of Yuna's mouth, and knowing she was just joking. She is 15, silly. So are Asuna and Kirito, and don't you act like he hasn't come to you to talk about marrying her. Asuna sure did with me. Drifter raised an eyebrow. Kirito had, indeed, asked him how it was like to be married, and Drifter had answered to the best of his abilities. After all, the circumstances surrounding his marriage with Yuna couldn't quite be considered standard. Then the Spearmaster saw the smirk on Yuna's face, and knew she was thinking up ways to tease their lovebird friends, and probably Argo too. Kirito should just ask her already. I've only ever seen one person more obviously in love than him. Oh? Who? Yuna seemed genuinely curious, and Drifter found her obliviousness all the more endearing. He pulled her by the waist and kissed her neck, feeling her body shudder in his arms. Myself, of course. How could I not, when I have you? My songbird? Yuna's eyes glazed over, and she grabbed his head. Drifter. They were late for breakfast. Nautilus, Agile, and many others shook their heads with wry smiles when they saw Drifter and Yuna walking down the stairs so close to each other that they were almost one body. The pair was very rarely late, so they let it slide this time. Also because questioning them could only lead to awkwardness. Just as well that they weren't the only ones who slept in today. After last night's heavy talk, many had difficulty falling asleep, and only ended up drifting into the dream world after 2 or 3 a.m. After Drifter and Yuna sat down at a table with Nautilus, Agile, Wolf, and Valork, it didn't take long for Argo to skulk over, heavy bags under her eyes. But at least, her expression was that of her normal trickster persona. Mornin', Diaribu, Yuchan. Good morning, little rat. Good morning, Argo. Drifter ruffled Argo's head, and the girl huffed and pushed his hand away. She really hated being treated like a little kid, which only made Drifter want to do it more. What are your plans for today, Diaribu? The player considered it while spearing some sausages of unknown precedence with his fork. Leveling and exploring this floor, I guess. We still have to find out how to get to the ocean half. I heard 2 guys from the ALS tried to swim all the way up there, but ended up backing off after a bunch of Amahita decoys attacked them. Wolf interjected, and Valork rolled his eyes. That was a stupid idea. Even if there were no mobs, did they really expect to make it to the top without breathing? I suppose they could stick their heads out the side when they needed? Have to be careful not to fall though. There's so obviously another, proper way to get to the other safe zone. Bunch of idiots. And they called Kirito a cheater when they are trying to find shortcuts like that. Yuki and Ran appeared out of nowhere, completely derailing the conversation. Argo facepalmed and tugged on Drifter's sleeve, pulling him aside so they could talk properly. "What's up, little rat?" Following Argo to a somewhat quieter corner of the inn with about 20 people in their guild, nowhere Reaver's Requiem was ever truly quiet, Drifter tilted his head and looked at the info broker. "I was hoping to borrow you for today, Dri Boo. I want to complete that Pluck the Starlight quest quickly so I can focus on Logan Coffin." Hearing that, Drifter sobered up very quickly, his good mood vanishing. He frowned. "We can definitely do that, little rat. If it's like the previous quests in the series, it'll also give us intel about the floor boss, so it's in our best interest to get it done swiftly." "I thought you would say that." "Thanks a ton, Dri Boo." The Spearmaster grinned weakly and messed up Argo's hair again. This time, she let him do it without squirming much. "Don't sweat it, little rat. I'm also curious to see how it goes." They stayed in companionable silence for a few minutes, watching the chaos that was Reaver's Requiem's breakfast time. But eventually, someone had to address the elephant in the room. "Argo. About Laughing Coffin and the Red players. I know you are the best for the job, no matter how much I hate the idea of you putting yourself in danger. Just promise me you will be careful, okay? The two Fuminingdom ninjas who died are Mao and the other player. It's sad, but I didn't know them. I don't really know any of them apart from Akari." The info broker turned her head to look up at him. She saw so many emotions swirling in his eyes. Most of all were love and care. "Don't die. Don't get hurt. Don't even put yourself in danger, little rat. Please. Or I'll really hunt them down and kill all of them." It sounded like a threat. Emotional blackmail. And it was, in a way. But it was also Drifter's purest, raw emotions. To him, not even all of Fuminingdom's players could compare to Argo's life. It was bad to think like that, and he knew it. He also didn't care. He would rather 20 players he didn't know die than see Argo be harmed. The info broker stared at him, and for a moment Drifter saw something that looked suspiciously like tears in the corners of her eyes. But then Argo hugged him tight, and he was patting her head. "Gotcha. Are you sure it's a good idea for just the two of us to come, Dri Boo?" Drifter raised an eyebrow at the informant. Despite her words, she was skipping along without a care in the world. "What? Don't you trust your own information, little rat? I might have to switch brokers if the quality is declining this much." "Humph. Annoying guy." The Spearmaster laughed, happy that he managed to distract Argo. He knew very well what she was afraid of was exactly that. That her information network couldn't be trusted anymore. For the info broker, that would be her greatest nightmare. If she sold information that turned out to be inaccurate or wholly untrue, all that she had built would collapse in the span of hours. Furthermore, wrong intel also put lives at risk, and, at least in Argo's mind, all that blood would be in her hands. The questline is mostly in the safe zone anyway. The worst we have to do is get some medals from those mole-like mobs. For now, yeah. But there's still gonna be a boss later on, Dri Boo. And even if we only have to fight the puppets, it ain't like they are weak mobs. True for both. But when we have to go farther than the surroundings of the town, I'll call over the others. As for the Ashera puppets, I'm still Broken Spear Drifter, aren't I?" The Spearmaster struck a pose when he said that, and Argo stared at him for a painfully long time. It took him a few seconds to realize that she was taking a picture of him. That should sell for a good amount of core. "Wait, little rat. Don't you dare." He lunged and grabbed her shoulders, but he couldn't interact with her menu or stop her. The info broker just snickered. "You better never piss me off again or I'm sending this to Yuchan, Dri Boo. Also never make that pose again, even if it's perfect blackmail material." I almost gagged. Argo squirmed and escaped his grasp, jumping out of reach. Drifter just sighed dejectedly, knowing that before the sun was down, every player in Reaver's Requiem would have seen the picture. "All right, you win. Let's just get the items we need. Defeated, Drifter led Argo through the town gates and out of the safe zone. Almost instantly, it was as if they had become two different people. Their eyes darted around, searching for threats, and they kept turning their heads from one side to the other, slowly, calmly, never missing anything around them. Argo had her claws equipped, and Drifter held his spear in hand. They were barely 70 meters out of the city when the sand in front of them started pulsating in the now familiar pattern, and an Ash-era puppet emerged. It was still the same white-furred mole-like humanoid, but this one was holding a pair of wickedly sharp metal rings, not dissimilar to Nez's chakrams. Long-range weapons. Close in, little rat. I know, you don't need to nag me. Even before she was done speaking, the info broker had already dashed forward, closing the distance between her and the mob before it could even think of throwing the rings. Tiger claws. Crisscrossing wounds appeared in the Ash-era puppet's body, and it howled in pain before trying to clumsily slash at Argo with its rings, only for Drifter's spear to pierce its shoulder and push it back. The spearmaster quickly retracted his weapon before stabbing again, a simple sting breaking through the hasty defense the mob put up, and opening a hole in its throat. That wasn't enough to finish off an enemy on the current highest floor of Aincrad, of course. But with Argo at extremely close range, clawing away at it with her unorthodox weapon and martial arts skills, and Drifter at mid-range restricting its movements, the Ash-era puppet couldn't make use of the greatest feature of its throwing rings, which was their long effective range. Pa! A vertical carved a red line over the right side of the mob's torso, and it collapsed, dead. Amidst the flickering shards, Drifter looked to Argo and laughed. We aren't a bad team, little rat. The info broker flipped her hair with a grin. Heh! Don't think that just 'cause all of you're a frontliner you can look down on little ol' me, dri boo. What do you think? Should I join the assault team? Argo jested, and Drifter played along by making a horrified face. Please don't. Kirito, Asuna, Yuki. If I have to look after another reckless kid, my heart might actually give out. The next 15 minutes were spent trying to dodge Argo's claws. After all, he had already seen firsthand what they did to the poor mob, and he didn't fancy getting the same treatment. Chapter 145, to make the key. Outside of the 23rd floor's first safe zone, Drifter and Argo were making quick work of another Ash-era puppet. The mobs only ever appeared individually, so it was no trouble for the two of them. It's those guys again. Suddenly, Drifter stopped and looked towards the town gates. He slashed diagonally one-handed with his spear, and finished off the mob. The entire time, his gaze was focused on the large group of players who were stepping out of the safe zone. It was actually pretty late for a bunch of clearers to only now be going out to level. Even if Drifter and Argo had been particularly early today, it was almost 10 a.m. already. Who? Oh, them. Knights of the Blood Oath, Cobb. There's been quite a lot of chatter about them lately. Argo looked up, squinting against the sun, and nodded. Drifter glanced at her. Really? What sort of chatter? The info broker shrugged and smirked, and Drifter rolled his eyes before handing over a small bag of core Argo would always be Argo. Just the normal stuff. They gathered some attention a few weeks back cause of their leader, Heathcliff. He came out of nowhere and started recruiting with the intention of forming a frontliner guild. I imagine he got laughed at. Drifter wasn't purposefully mocking Heathcliff. But the assault team was pretty much well established already, and for some unknown to say they wanted to join was the same as asking to be ridiculed. But Drifter had caught a glimpse of Heathcliff's skills, and the guild was not only formed but here on the top floor, so obviously there had been some face-slapping of those who didn't believe and mocked him. Yup. But he shut him up real quick. How? Duels. That's how he became kind of famous, and I heard of him. He got a 12-win streak. Just mid-level players, but it proved he was skilled. Then he went round recruiting and stuff, and it snowballed from there. He got a pretty solid guild now. Wouldn't surprise me if they actually make it to the front lines by floor 30 or something like that. Me neither. Oh? You met him already, didn't ya, Dri Boo? You said those guys again when they appeared. The Spearmaster nodded, and told Argo about their short encounter with the Cobb a few weeks ago without hiding anything. The info broker focused on one certain detail. You didn't like him much? Drifter scratched his neck, uncomfortable. He pondered before answering, watching the red and white-clad players in the distance. He could vaguely make out Heathcliff's face as he gave orders to his subordinates. Like Drifter had already noticed, they were a pretty disciplined bunch. I wouldn't say I don't like him. I don't know nearly enough about the guy to like or dislike. But he just unnerved me a little. Argo frowned. Unnerved you how? Like Kibu unnerved, or Mort unnerved? Even now, months after the fact, Drifter still tensed up whenever someone mentioned the red player. But he shook his head. Neither. His gaze was just very flat. I couldn't make out what he was thinking at all. It reminded me a little of a mob. Her frown deepened, and Argo opened her menu to inspect her notes. She didn't have a lot of information about the Knights of the Blood Oath. What most people wanted to know was about mobs and quests, not other players, so those two were her main focus when collecting intel. I'll dig around some and see what turns up. You don't need to, little rat. I probably just got a bad first impression because I found Heathcliff a little arrogant. Some people just aren't compatible. You should focus on Laughing Coffin. They are the most urgent problem right now. Sure, if that's what you say. The info broker made a face that showed she wasn't convinced, and Drifter was certain she had added an investigation on the Cobb to her many side projects. But he was speaking the truth when he said there was no need. Heathcliff and his guild were working hard to become frontliners. There was no reason to worry. Heathcliff had noticed the pair of Drifter and Argo, of course. He had the cardinal system always notify him when other players were nearby, especially those he considered of above-average relevance. It wouldn't do for his identity to be revealed too early because of carelessness, after all. Broken Spear Drifter. Argo the Rat. It was a strange duo. He was, of course, aware of their odd friendship and Argo's honorary membership to Reaver's Requiem. They were both promising seeds. Initially, Heathcliff, No, Kaiba, and Cardinal's best predictions saw the players, after 1 year, just now reaching the 20th floor. The worst-case scenario had them still stuck somewhere between floors 15 to 18. And yet, largely due to Argo the Rat's admittedly impressive information network, the clearers were already exploring the 23rd floor. That had forced him to enter SAO earlier than he had initially planned. Another outstanding feat of the info broker, although she wasn't aware of it and likely never would be, was the much smaller number of casualties when compared to what Kaiba and the Cardinal system had expected. Just about 3.000 instead of the 4.200 they had predicted. Broken Spear Drifter's achievements, while less far-reaching, weren't any less impressive. Aincrad's god had always known that there would be players who took the lead and were exceptionally skilled. Beta testers like Black Swordsman Kirito, for example. But what Broken Spear Drifter brought to the fold wasn't just individual prowess. It was unity. He was the moving force behind the creation of Reaver's Requiem, a guild which contained many of the most promising talents Kaiba had seen. He was also a balancing force in the assault team, and well respected. Whether they liked him or not, whenever Broken Spear Drifter spoke, all the frontliners listened. Maybe they not always agreed, but they at least stopped and thought. The Spearmaster was not afraid of knocking sense into some of the more hot-headed players, but he was rarely arrogant or overbearing. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, at least from Kaiba's point of view, Drifter was ruthless. He would squash all obstacles that stood between the players and freedom, and was willing to and had killed other players. Oh yes, Kaiba knew everything there was to know about the red players and Laughing Coffin. He did nothing, because it wasn't necessary for him to interfere. It was just the natural progression of the game. Since long before he implemented Sword Art Online, Kaiba already knew that some players wouldn't be able to resist the combination of having the power to kill in a world without laws, and would give in to temptation. Admittedly, he hadn't expected them to join together and form a red guild. That had been a surprise. But one red player had forced all the others to obey him by using a mix of promises and violence, swearing that he would let them kill whoever they wanted while murdering those who opposed him. Kayaba was impressed. After all, who would expect a madman to procure a nerve gear and dive into SAO after it already started? And also he could kill impudently. Originally he had planned for red players to be sort of roaming field bosses. Maybe sometimes banding together in small groups, but never too many. The madman had scrapped that really quickly. But Kayaba wasn't concerned. Laughing Coffin would be simply another rallying point for the frontliners. If Broken Spear Drifter couldn't use his ruthlessness and take the reins in dealing with the Red Guild, then Kayaba would simply have to go back to Plan A and lead the assault team himself. Still, it was good that there was someone like the Spearmaster in the game. And the role player too. He believed the outside world was calling her Shadow Blossom Akari. She was also an important, if surprising, addition to his world. While Kayaba wanted to create heroes, he didn't want the ones from children's stories. He wanted true heroes, with all the pain and heartache and coldness that came with it. He needed true heroes. Otherwise, all his plans would be for naught. Kayaba cared not for his name or the infamy he received. The opinions of outsiders had no influence over him. But for the world he built to be worthwhile, heroes needed to be born. If not, forget his other goals, even Sword Art Online would be incomplete. That was unacceptable. Heathcliff directed another gaze over to Argo the Rat and Broken Spear Drifter. He could feel their eyes on him. For some reason, the Spearmaster didn't like him. That was okay. Heathcliff was a leader, but only to his guild, at least for now. If it became necessary for him to step up and take over the assault team, then he would deal with Broken Spear Drifter's animosity when the time came. Tearing his eyes off of the unorthodox duo, Heathcliff led his men to kill an Ashera puppet. Just 2 more floors until he could make a proper debut. By then, the assault team wouldn't be able to reject the Knights of the Blood Oath even if they wanted to. Shortly after Heathcliff and his Cobb Guild disappeared in another direction, Drifter and Argo started making their way back to the safe zone, having acquired all the drops they needed. I really didn't think I would be running around doing fetch quests again. Aren't frontliners supposed to be all high and mighty guys that everyone looks up to? The Spearmaster groaned when he looked at his HUD and saw that the next quest in the Pluck the Starlight questline was to deliver a bunch of items to an NPC. Argo snorted from beside him. Are you belittling all us lowly players that ain't frontliners, dri boo? Fetch quests are what I do most of my day. They are the soul of any RPG, you know? I could do without. As repetitive as fighting the same mobs can be, not fighting is worse. Spoke like a true battle nut. Careful you don't end up like Spiky Hair. Drifter shuddered and tapped the ground 3 times with the butt of his spear, his version of knocking on wood. Let's hope not. And I can't say I don't enjoy fighting, I just would like to not have to risk my life every time. Still time for you to retire. Pfft. As if. Someone needs to help Kirito keep control of our unruly bunch. I hear you. Do you? Argo stuck out her tongue and Drifter rolled his eyes. He saw the info broker wriggling her fingers in midair, typing a message, and ignored it. Argo did that every so often. As the heart of her information network, she was never idle. And here we are. Pretty place, huh? He was being sarcastic. The building they stopped in front of was almost falling apart, the walls cracked and even missing huge chunks. An old wood plaque with flaking paint above the door read Oracle. This looks promising. The 2 players exchanged wry glances before Drifter pushed the creaking door open and entered. Inside, the building was just as decrepit. Walls of bare white bricks, a floor that was more dirt than stone, and scarcely any furniture apart from a scarred table and an empty bookshelf. Sitting behind the table, facing the door, was a mummy of a human being. Their skin, which Drifter assumed was once of a dark brown like the other NPCs on the floor, was now a pale gray, like that of a corpse. It was all wrinkly and dry, and the Spearmaster felt that, if he touched it, the person would fall to dust. Ragged robes covered their body, and their head was devoid of hair, the open eyes white and dull. The NPC raised hers head when they entered, the blind eyes staring unblinking at them. It was very unnerving. Drifter and Argo looked at each other, and the info broker pushed him forward. Drifter squared his shoulders and turned to the NPC. "Are you the Oracle? We have the Asheran medals. We want to consult you about the Starlight." The Oracle stared at him, ignoring the 6 medals he dropped on the table. Drifter stared right back. Creepy or not, he was a damn frontliner. No NPC was going to scare him. 2. Make the key for that which you seek. Eventually the mummy opened their mouth and spoke in a low and raspy voice, and then Drifter felt chills. It was like someone was scratching a chalkboard with their fingernails. Behind him Argo shivered, but typed away at her menu, not missing a word. Sea and land, opposites meet. The barrier to the sky, no single one can break. 2. Make the key. That was apparently it for the Oracle, and they closed their eyes before resting their chin against their chest, looking very much dead. Drifter didn't even need the notification pinging in his HUD to know that the quest had updated. Well, that was informative. Any bright insights, little rat? After they left the shabby building and walked to a much nicer part of town, Drifter and Argo sat down on the edge of a water fountain, eating some sort of kebab the info broker bought, and drinking the bamboo juice Drifter liked. We gotta find 2 somethings to make a key. Drifter rolled his eyes and took a bite of his kebab. It tasted of chicken. Yeah, I think I got that. Anything else you glean from the overly cryptic stuff the half-dead NPC said? Sea and land are obviously the 2 halves of this floor. Barrier to the sky. The floor boss? Drifter considered it while chewing, before swallowing and begrudgingly nodding. It makes sense. So we have to find 2 things to make a key, somehow related to the boss. The key. Either it's a key to find the boss room, or, in a less literal sense, the key to defeating the boss. More likely the latter. We never needed anything special to find or open boss rooms. I'm more inclined to think it's some sort of mechanic to the battle itself. Drifter nodded in agreement. Then he frowned. How do we connect that to the quest name? Pluck the Starlight. Up till now, every quest in this line has been related to stars one way or the other. Meteorites, crystals, mobs. The info broker shrugged. She had no idea either. But she opened her HUD and set it to public. Dunno. But we have a lead. 2, actually. See? Drifter did. There were 2 red dots on Argo's map, each of them about halfway between the center of the floor and the edge of Aincrad. One of them was in the ocean portion of the 23rd floor and thus inaccessible at the moment. The other. Well, I guess we know our next stop. Chapter 146, Ashara's Light. 3 days after the opening of the 23rd floor, Desert Half. A large group of players trudged through the scalding sand. Having once been the bottom of an ocean, the land was quite flat, although not entirely. There were more than enough depressions, fissures, and small hills to hide enemies. Not that it was really needed, since most of them just emerged from the ground and ambushed you. The players braving the burning sun were none other than Reaver's Requiem. After Drifter and Argo found out that their next quest objective was deep within the floor, they had put it on hold for a few days. The info broker went back to gathering intel on Laughing Coffin, while Drifter joined his guild in exploring the floor. Still, after they had grown some, it wasn't often that all of Reaver's Requiem set out together like today. From the original party to Agile and the Black Cats, all of them were here. The reason was simple. Yesterday, after following the dot in his map with Yuna, Nautilus, and a few others, Drifter had discovered that his quest objective was none other than a field boss. Drifter wasn't ashamed to say that he ordered his party to run then. Frontliners ran away all the time, except when it mattered. But after a night of preparations, Reaver's Requiem had come out in force to face the field boss. Nautilus, Shigeo, Valork, and Kismol took the front, advancing cautiously step by step. Like every other mob on this half of the 23rd floor, the field boss appeared from the ground. Being caught by surprise could be disastrous. But it would be a cold day in hell when the Reavers allowed themselves to be ambushed by an enemy they were aware of. Here she comes. Shields, block the boss. Kata, take the left, Griselda the right. Follow the plan. Kirito spotted the shaking sand and yelled. By the time the field boss emerged, the players were already in position and waiting. Ashara's Light was the name of the field boss. But there was nothing sacred about it. A house-sized scorpion burst out from the sand, pale blue exoskeleton glinting under the sun. The creature was oddly pretty, if terrifying. The many eyes were red like rubies and shone brightly, and the stinger at the end of the tail was of a much darker hue of blue than the rest of its carapace. A bucket-sized drop of jet-black venom fell from the stinger's tip, melting a whole 50 centimeters deep into the ground, which quickly filled up with sand again. Suddenly the field boss wasn't so pretty anymore. Come on, big guy. Undaunted, Valork and the other three who were tasked with stopping the field boss stepped forward. At the same time, most of the remaining players neatly split into two groups, one to their left and one to their right. Here come the puppets. Stick to the plan and finish them off quick. Ashara's Light screeched, and about a dozen Ash-era puppets burst out of the sand. That was the one battle mechanic Drifter and his party had discovered when they ran away valiantly retreated yesterday. The field boss summoned minions as soon as the fight started, also explaining why the one mob type they had encountered in this floor was named a puppet. Drifter was one of the few who didn't go to either side, instead electing to stay behind the shield bearers. Kirito and Asuna were with him. They were confident that the others could handle the minions. Meanwhile, they would entertain the field boss. Let's start then. Two giant pincers tried to crush Valork and Shigeo, but the tanks heaved and pushed back. Two shadows flitted past the players, a longsword and a spear striking the gaps in Ashara's Light's chitin armor. Asuna was even more straightforward, rushing underneath the field boss and peppering its underside with attacks. Ashara's Light shrieked and recoiled, but Valork and Shigeo were tying it down, and Kismal and Nautilus didn't hesitate at all to use Shield Bash to extend the stun duration. With its pincers locked down, the field boss resorted to its other main attack method, the stinger. Drifter's eyes widened and he swept Nautilus aside with the shaft of his spear, just in time to push the ash-haired player out of the path of the car-sized appendage. A crater was formed where the stinger struck the ground, the sand fizzing and bubbling around it where the black venom splashed. When Ashara's Light retracted its stinger, the center of the crater was a mess of cracked black glass, the venom somehow having melted the sand. Uff. Note to self, don't get hit. From where he had rolled on the ground after being pushed away by Drifter, Nautilus gulped and nodded his thanks. To say that getting pierced by the stinger would be unpleasant would be an understatement. A quick glance to the left and right told Drifter that the rest of the Reavers were doing okay in their respective roles. From the middle of the U-shaped formation they had assumed, Sinan was firing arrows non-stop, and the Spearmaster felt Yuna's music empowering him. A blur came to his side, Asuna's chestnut hair swinging wildly as she expertly dodged lance-like legs to rejoin her companions. Kirito was right behind her, and the trio watched for a moment while Valork once more taunted the monster. Ideas? We have to get close. Its pincers and stinger have a long reach, but they aren't very nimble. Well, the tail a little more, but they are still very cumbersome. That's what I was going to say. Neither of them could reach me when I was underneath it, although you have to be fast to avoid all the legs. Drifter decided there and then that he wasn't going to imitate her. If Lightning Flash Asuna, SAO's authority on speed and agility, said you had to be fast, he wouldn't even bother to try. While his spear was extremely nimble, the Spearmaster wasn't nearly as quick on his feet. Drifter twirled his spear out of habit. Despite the high-intensity first exchange, he was calm. Reaver's Requiem was formed of absolute elite, the best of the best in what they did. All right. Since we have the beginnings of a plan, I'm going to assist in eliminating the puppets so we can all focus on the boss faster. That good, Kirito? The Spearmaster looked at the Black Swordsman, who nodded without hesitation. Go to Kata's side first. They are doing well, but it doesn't hurt to be careful. Roger that. With that, Drifter took off to the left. His spear arrived before him, a serpent coil impaled blowing a hole through the torso of the Ashera puppet Sachi was engaging. Senior! With wide eyes, the young woman called out. Drifter chuckled as he retrieved his spear through his menu and exploded into a comet break. Sachi and Sasamaru, the two other spear users in Reaver's Requiem, had been constantly tutored by Drifter when they first joined the guild. Even now, he always found the time to teach them. Due to that, Sasamaru had at first wanted to call him master. Drifter steadfastly refused, feeling all his hairs standing on end whenever the man did so. It was better not to talk about the one time Sachi hesitantly called him that too. Yuna had not been very amused. Anyway, they ended up settling with Senior. Drifter, 2 years older than them, was willing to accept that middle ground, but it still made him laugh sometimes. An upward slash of his spear knocked away the short sword on the Ashera puppet's hands, and Drifter seamlessly transitioned into a horizontal, cutting off the mob's head and killing it. Normally Drifter wouldn't so brazenly steal the opponent of one of his guildmates, but they had to deal with the minions fast so they could focus on the field boss. Keida's side of the battlefield was comprised of the staff user, Sachi, Sasamaru, Tetsuo, Ducker, Liz, Silica, and Agile. A quick sidestep saw Drifter arriving next to the merchant warrior, his spear moving as if it had a life of its own and piercing through the neck of the mob Agile and Ducker were fighting. Another swift turn of his upper body and a horizontal arc, and the mob was dead. Oi! I thought you were tangoing with the boss. Quick change of plans. The others are keeping it entertained. Let's finish the minions off quickly so I can explain the new plan. Got it! Title sequence, Tornado, Vertical Square, Earth Sunder, Tree Felling, Tremor. All those powerful AoE skills were liberally used by the players in order to quickly kill the Ashera puppets. The last mob on the left side was slain by Silica, her dagger biting deep in the soft flesh under its ribs, and carving a jagged wound up its torso. Well done, Silica. Drifter praised the little girl, and turned to the right side of the battlefield. The rest of the Reavers, led by Griselda and Ran, were almost finished with their enemies too. A quick glance towards the field boss revealed that Nautilus, Valork, Shigeo, Kismol, Asuna, and Kirito were still holding well. Ashara's light still had well over 3/4 of her first HP bar, but that was okay. They weren't focused on killing the monster, just on holding it back. Alright, gather round for a second, everyone. We need to discuss strategy. The players obediently gathered in a semicircle around the vice leader of Reaver's Requiem. Drifter wasted no time in putting forth the new plan. While you were fighting the minions, we already checked out the boss. You have to be exceedingly careful of the stinger, and the pincers are nothing to laugh at either. But it lacks versatility. Its attacks are mainly crush and sting. We haven't tried out the venom yet, and hopefully won't have to. Just as he said that, Drifter winced when Kismol narrowly dodged said stinger, jumping back just in time to avoid the droplets of venom splashing from the blackening sand. Like I said, you don't want to get that stuff on you. Any weaknesses? Like always, Ran was curt and straight to the point. Drifter appreciated it. One for now. Its claws and tail can't reach you when you are under it. You do have to avoid all the legs, and Asuna says they are quick, but it's an entry point. Okay. So how do we play it? Griselda's grip on her sword was firmer than usual, and her whiter than normal eyes let Drifter know she wasn't a big fan of the giant scorpion. Neither was Yuna, really, and she let her displeasure be known through her shifty glares at the field boss for existing, and at Drifter for making her fight it. But at least she wasn't screaming at them to set it on fire like she did with the spiders, so Drifter just smirked at his wife. Her returning glare promised pain, but it was worth it. Probably. We can't have too many people underneath it at once, or we'll just trip over each other and get impaled. We'll split roles. Agile, Wolf, Griselda, Sachi, Sasamaru, Keita. Yes? You are with me. Our weapons are long enough that they might become cumbersome. We will attack it from outside. Saying that the length of their weapons would be an issue was a stretch, but a logical one. Each of the players was more than skilled enough to use long weapons such as spears, axes, staffs, and long swords in enclosed spaces with ease, much less under Ashara's light. But it was smarter to let those better suited, weapons-wise, to go that close to the field boss. Liz and Tetsuo support Valork, Not, Kiz, and Shigeo. Trade in when necessary, but be on guard. Shield bearers have the most dangerous job today. Heh. Don't we always? The Spearmaster rolled his eyes, but allowed himself a grin. Sinan, Yoon, you are doing a great job, keep it up. The archer just nodded, and Yuna's eyes almost closed from her smile, but she didn't stop playing her flute. Silica, Ran, Yuki, Ducker, coordinate with Kirito and Asuna, go under the boss, and wreak havoc. Switch often and don't get greedy. I don't want more than 3 people under it at once, or you'll get in each other's way and cause a disaster. 3 people max, got it? Preferably 2. The Spearmaster, no, the vice leader of Reaver's Requiem in this instance, had a more serious expression when he spoke to the 4 than in the entire battle until now. His gaze stopped momentarily on Yuki and Ducker, the 2 most prone to get carried away, until they nodded gravely and he was satisfied. No one wanted an angry drifter after them. There was little more scary than that. Good then. Let's kick some ass. Chapter 147, The Other Half. The raid against the field boss Ashara's Light wasn't unlike many Reaver's Requiem had conducted before. To this day, the 2 most dangerous field bosses the Reavers fought remained to be the Myconid Queen of Embers and Biceps Archilon. Compared to them, Ashara's Light wasn't that difficult. Sure, the giant scorpion was a lot stronger than the mushroom and the turtle. But Reaver's Requiem 2 had grown a lot. New members, new equipment, higher levels, and several more floors under their belt. The Reaver's Requiem of today was incomparable to that of the past. And it showed. Aim for the joints. Yuki, switch. Left side, agile, wolf. Bring it on, you oversized insect. It sounded like chaos, but there was order to it. Each member of Reaver's Requiem functioning like a cog in a perfect machine. A thorny pincer grazed Drifter's side, but he didn't even flinch. His spear stabbed down in an edge vaulting, and he jumped over the appendage, slashing twice more as soon as he landed. Only then did the Spearmaster glance at his depleted health bar. It still was 70% full, so he ignored it in favor of getting more attacks in. Around him, the Reavers were also going all out in the organized chaos that all battles were meant to be. Nautilus knocking aside the stinger with his shield and slicing it with a serration wave. Griselda burying her sword almost to the hilt in the field boss body with an avalanche. Sinan firing arrows without stop at Ashara's Light's eyes and mouth. Ran carving a long gash in its belly with a vorpal strike. Little by little, Ashara's Light was falling. It was almost at the end of the second of 3 HP gauges. Minions incoming. Those who have to deal with them, step back, heal, and prepare. Drifter. Leave it to me. Already knowing what Kirito wanted to ask, the Spearmaster stabbed Ashara's Light one last time just because, and swiftly jumped back to avoid retaliation before disengaging altogether. Every time Ashara's Light's HP fell by 50%, it spawned more Ashara puppets. Drifter had no idea what the relation between a giant scorpion and mole-like people was. He was sure someone did. Sao no, Aincrad's lore was complex and multifaceted. The backstory of the castle itself, of the many monsters and NPCs within, of the quests, the maps, the dungeons, the bosses, the items, they were all incredibly in-depth. There were many players out there who dubbed themselves discoverers or explorers. They weren't frontliners or even clearers, and yet they penetrated deep into Aincrad's highest floors to uncover the hidden lore. They followed and completed every quest, regardless of the rewards, and sought every hidden secret. Drifter couldn't understand them. If they were so willing to risk their lives, why not do so for something more worthwhile? Why not become clearers and frontliners and escape this game? And yet, it was because of those explorers that the assault team could progress as they did. Not all of them, of course, and not always, but they played a part. Their part. The information they shared was vital to the success of floor boss raids. Drifter still didn't understand them. But he was grateful nonetheless. At least they weren't hiding. Even if many died for their adventures. Drifter was a frontliner, and they died for other reasons. But not today. As the last few pixels on Ashara's Light's second HP bar were wiped out, the scorpion shrieked and summoned its minions. Drifter greeted them with a sky render. The charged skill almost bisected the first Ashara puppet, and Silica's rapid bite and stop cut, along with Ferder's powerful jaws, ended its short life. From above, Pina chirped and spat healing bubbles at Drifter. The Spearmaster shot the little dragon a grateful look he was fairly certain she understood, then rage spiked over to the next mob. This Ashara puppet was using a pair of awls. Uncommon weapons, but not ones Drifter had never faced before. With a frown, he stabbed at the mob's stomach, rotating his left wrist at the very last moment to curve his spear in an unexpected angle. The Ashara puppet had lifted its hands to protect its body, and the forceful change in direction caught it by surprise. The spear tip passed straight through its guard, knocking the awls aside, and pierced through its lower abdomen. A snap martial arts, low blow caused the mob to stagger, and Drifter unabashedly followed up with a dirty play and upturn. The puppet was thrown up in the air, and Drifter pulled back his spear completely, bending his torso for a powerful vertical. It sliced through the mob, the two halves breaking, flickering shards drifting down around him. The Spearmaster turned his head, quickly scanning the battlefield for where he was most needed. Seeing Kata bashing a mob with his staff, he rushed over. Snake bite! One of Drifter's favorite skills glowed, his spear bending beyond what seemed physically possible, the tip catching the Ashara puppet in the neck and piercing all the way through. Instantly provoked, the mob snarled and turned around to stab Drifter with its sword. The Spearmaster didn't back down, and ripped to the side with his weapon, opening another large gash on the puppet's chest. At the same time, Kata smacked it on the back of its knees with one of the exclusive staff skills, tripping the creature. Drifter was never going to let such a perfect chance pass. Willingly taking a shallow cut just above his ribs, he stabbed twice at the unbalanced mob's chest, killing it. Kata stood there for a moment, just looking at him. When Drifter raised an eyebrow in questioning, he chuckled mirthfully. Jesus, Drifter. I know you are strong, but when you go off like this, it reminds me why I'm not a frontliner. Despite his words, there was no bitterness or jealousy in Kata's voice, only admiration and some amusement. The Spearmaster just smirked and rested the butt of his spear on the ground. Even for him, killing 3 high-level mobs in quick succession like this, even if 2 of them were assisted by other players, was tiring. You can worship me later. The others are almost finished with their toys too, so get back in position. It's about time we bring the big one down. Actually, there would be at least one more wave of summonings from the field boss. Possibly 2, once it was down to the red of its last health bar. But even if that was the case, they were getting close to wrapping up the battle. Truthfully, a single field boss never stood a chance against an entire frontliner guild. They had, at the start of SAO, been a real threat. But the higher they climbed, the more evident it became that Kaiba didn't want players dying meaningless deaths in secluded corners of Aincrad. No, what he wanted was the spectacle. The large-scale battles of over 100 frontliners against a floor boss. Broadcasted for all to watch. After all, what kind of hero died a quiet death? Those were not the kind of stories Sword Art Online was built upon. Of course, just because Kaiba and the Cardinal system weren't actively trying to kill every player at every turn only most of the time didn't mean the field boss wasn't going to murder them if they slacked. That was how SAO was. Always deadly. Just more deadly on certain occasions. This was not one of them. Anyone who wasn't cautious or supremely skilled, or both, as was often the case, had died long before they made it to the front lines. Reaver's Requiem was full of all kinds of people, with all kinds of personalities. But even the most hot-headed and brash of them knew when to advance and when to retreat. And most importantly, they followed orders to AT. Ducker, Silica, go in. Tetsuo, Shigeo, Nautilus, get ready to pull the aggro back. Drifter and Griselda, give support. With a nod, Drifter re-entered the main battle. Narrowing his eyes, he aimed his spear at the gaps between the carapace of the giant scorpion, where pale green flesh could be seen. He wasn't sure if that caused more damage or not, but SAO was a realistic enough game that it might. Either way, with his control over his weapon, Drifter could hit wherever he damn pleased, so it wasn't like it was a struggle. Slowly but surely, Ashara's Light's HP was disappearing. 90%. 75%. 60%. 50%. For the sixth time, the field boss shrieked and minions spawned, and the Reavers neatly split up and took care of them. 45%. Agile's battle axe glowed red and chopped off a skittish leg. 40%. Nautilus roared and bashed a pincer away with his shield. 35%. Kirito parried the stinger and nearly sliced it off with a slant. 30%. Sachi and Sasamaru ducked under a clenching pincer and stabbed their spears upward, deep into the field boss' mouth. 25%. A blurry arrow embedded itself on one of the eyes of Ashara's Light. Two others soon followed, White Streak and Breaking Airflow claiming two more eyes. 20%. Yuna's music changed to the faster tunes of Firemare. 15%. Ashara's Light screeched, and a dozen Ashara puppets clawed their way out of the sand, attacking the players. 10%. Two identical swords, two identical horizontals, cut down the last minion. 5%. The field boss crumbled to the ground under the violent impact of hammer down from the pink-haired blacksmith. 0%. Ashara's Light shrieked one last time in defiance, and Drifter, on top of its head, stabbed down while holding his spear with both hands, and twisted it. The noise stopped. Landing softly on the ground when the field boss shattered, Drifter looked around. Quite a few Reavers were injured, especially during that last phase when Ashara's Light went slightly berserk, but no one seriously. Amazing job, everyone. Impeccable coordination. Congratulations were passed around, and people slapped each other in the back and hugged. Drifter lightly bit Yuna's lips and whispered his own praises in her ear, which earned him a radiant smile and another soft kiss, before opening his inventory. Just as he expected, a shining new quest item was sitting there. It was an old key made of sandstone. The item description wasn't helpful at all, so he just put it back into storage and forgot about it. He would learn more when he got his second quest objective, which he would bet anything was in the spoils of another field boss. Ha! I knew it! A shout drew his attention, and Drifter looked up to see a sheepish Kirito scratching the back of his head and blushing from the attention he received due to his outburst. What did you know? The black swordsman, who many sometimes had trouble remembering was just a teenager but not his friends and family, grinned and held up an item. It looked like a sandstone rock, about the size of a fist. A few glowing lines were carved in it. Some sort of rune, probably. Remember how yesterday Kibu was boasting about his ALS being close to finding out how to access the other half of the floor? Yup. Not exactly uncommon for him. Why the elation? Hee. I was pretty sure it was just hot air, and when you told us about the field boss, I had a hunch. I was right. The others smirked when they realized what Kirito was implying. The rock opens up the teleport gate to the ocean safe zone? Yup. And Ashara's Light dropped it? Yup. Are you going to rub it on Kibu's face? If you don't wanna, I can do it for you. Oh, me too, me too. Everyone laughed at Sanon's proposal and Yuki's enthusiastic support. There were few who didn't want to take Kibu down a peg. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's open up the other half of the floor and be the first to explore it. Yay! Reaver's Requiem always drew attention, wherever they went. And when the guild was out in force, like now, even more so. Most of them had learned to ignore it. Some, like Silica and the Black Cats, were still uncomfortable with all the stares that followed them as they made their way to the teleporter. Don't they have anything better to do than ogle at us? Drifter snorted at Sachi's furrowed brows and muttered comment. On his left, Yuna shook her head. Nope, they don't. They aren't clearers, just players touring the upper floors. And what better attraction than a frontliner guild? Well, it wasn't like seeing the Reavers around was that uncommon. Aincrad was big, but with just about 7,000 people still alive, everyone crossed paths with everyone every now and again. It was just that, after a year, more people were willing to travel to higher floors, even if only to the safe zones. They will stare even more when they realize we unlocked the other half of the town. Floor? Whatever. Just ignore it. Liz waved her hand dismissively. By now they had already reached the center of the town, and Kirito pulled out the runestone that Ashara's light dropped. Hey! The swordsman shouted in surprise when the item flew out of his grasp and fused with the portal, which glowed brighter than before settling back down to normal. Exchanging glances with his guildmates, Kirito stepped into the teleporter, then hesitated. Error. Up. Huh. Kirito vanished. The other Reavers looked at each other before shrugging and mimicking him, minus the startled yelp. Half a second later, Drifter found himself in a completely different place, as it happened when you teleported somewhere. He sidestepped Kirito, who was standing still, and made way for the others who were coming up behind him. This city was a lot livelier than the one on the desert half of the floor. The buildings seemed to be made of some type of coral and were, as such, of all kinds of colors. The NPCs were humans, but with bright clothes and expressions, and there were a lot more of them too. This is trippy. Following Yuki, Drifter walked over to a chest-height wall. That was when he noticed that this teleporter was at the very edge of the town, right where the ocean ended. He whistled. It was a long fall down to the desert half of the 23rd floor. This was different from looking over the edge of Aincrad. Here they could see the landing point. I wonder. We are in a safe zone. And right below us is also a safe zone. Do you think we would take damage if we jumped? Drifter, Sinan, and Ran exchanged horrified glances, and all three grabbed Yuki and pulled her far away from the wall. The purple-haired girl just laughed. Chapter 148 Battles Over the Ocean. The ocean half of the 23rd floor was a sight to behold. And much more dangerous than its desert counterpart too. The way to advance on this portion of the floor wasn't through boats or ships, but a spider web of raised reefs. Dozens, maybe hundreds of natural platforms were scattered over the water, some the size of a trampoline, others as big as a small island. Each of them was connected to several others by paths of reef and coral, only wide enough for two people to walk side by side. Reaver's Requiem stood at the edge of the safe zone, besides a couple of NPC guards with tridents, who ignored them. The players were making long faces. I don't like it. It's too easy to get surrounded or separated. And even if it doesn't happen, we will only ever have 4 people able to help each other, likely less. There is no room to maneuver or switch. Drifter spoke with a deep frown. Out of the 3 with leadership roles in Reaver's Requiem, he was by far the most cautious. And he wasn't getting good vibes from the rest of the 23rd floor. While walking on the bridges between platforms, it was obvious that mobs would jump out of the water at them. If it was just one at a time, like with the Ashera puppets, then that was still okay. But if they came in packs, it would spell trouble. Imagine the following situation. The Reavers were walking through the paths 2 at a time when suddenly 3 Amahenta decoys burst out of the water right behind the last pair. The 2 players would be forced to fight while outnumbered, and without the others being able to help. They would be completely isolated and on their own. Worse still, in the narrow reefs there was little space to maneuver. They could only go backward or forward. With their lateral movement blocked, the players wouldn't be able to fight to their full potential. What a nasty floor design. Is Kaiba trying to cut our numbers down? This looks more cardinal than Kaiba. It doesn't matter which of them came up with it, it's still pretty fucked up. Language! Yuna and Asuna glared at Drifter for his language, the former slapping the Spearmaster's arm. He apologized, but his heart wasn't into it. He stood by what he said. Your quest's still pointing in this direction, Drift? He nodded to Kirito's question, and the black swordsman scanned the ocean with his gaze. It will be another field boss. That means a large arena. There. The biggest platform/island. Sinan pointed directly west of them. At this distance and angle, it was little more than a large shadow in the water, but it was definitely the biggest one in sight. The Spearmaster sighed. That's it. You want to go now? No, we already fought one field boss today and are tired. And Liz needs to repair our equipment. We'll go tomorrow. Roger that. But it's still early. We should explore a little. See what we are dealing with. Shigeo raised a valid point, and Drifter nodded in agreement. But he had his own 2 cents to add. Okay. But we need some insurance to explore this mess, I think. Kirito, I think it might be time to invest some of our funds. The guild leader looked to him. On what? Teleport crystals. 1 for each of us. It will be pricey, but I believe it's worth it. That way if we get separated or can't make our way back before it's dark, it will be safer. And if we don't use them on this floor, as I hope we don't, there's sure to be use for them in the future. There was no answer, from Kirito or anyone else, for a while. Crystals of any kind were expensive, but teleport crystals especially so, even after being available for 10-odd floors. There was a good reason why they held on to the reward from Ader, Lord of the Fallen, for so long. To outfit all 21 members of Reaver's Requiem with teleport crystals would put a sizable dent on the guild's finances. They all turned to Kirito, and waited for his response. While Reaver's Requiem was largely democratic in nature, he was still their leader, and in charge of the guild funds. Kirito frowned, deep in thought, but didn't immediately reject the suggestion. To be honest, it was something they had already considered doing, but until 2 or 3 floors ago, that, together with their everyday expenses, would have put Reaver's Requiem in the red. In hindsight, they should have probably bought the crystals even if that was the case. No amount of COR could compare to a life. They were lucky they hadn't fallen in a situation where they needed to make a quick escape yet. Eventually, the young swordsman nodded. While it would be a painful blow to their wallets, it would be important. Even if the thought chilled him, he knew there would be a time when the teleport crystals would become necessary. Asuna, can you go buy it? Meanwhile, I'll discuss with Drifter what our formation should be. It won't be the usual one, that's for sure. I'll be right back, dear. The fencer smiled, pleased, and pecked her boyfriend's lips. Then she ran back into the town to buy the crystals. Only the guild leader, Kirito, or his vice leaders, Asuna and Drifter, could access the guild funds, hence why she had to go personally. It was similar to the joint storage of a married couple. Drifter and Yuna, for example, could access their shared inventory and take out any item they wished, as long as the other didn't have it equipped on their person. How do you think we should position, Drifter? We will need to change everything. There will be more information once we actually go and find out how many mobs attack at once, but for now, I think we should act as if we are going to be separated into groups of 2 and 4. Prepare for the worst, Kirito muttered with a frown, and Drifter shrugged. Better to prepare unnecessarily than to be caught off guard. All right. Valork and Griselda, first pair. Liz and myself, second. Keita and Ducker, third. Kismal and Sachi, fourth. Silica, you stick to them. Tetsuo and Sasamaru, fifth. Then Sinan should be in the middle of the pack, that way she can support both the front and the rear, and wherever the mobs appear. Good point. Sinan, you are the 6th pair. Yuki, you are with her. Yuna and Drifter, you are right behind them as the 7th pair. Between you and Yuki, Drifter, you should be able to handle anything unexpected that happens. The Spearmaster and Swordswoman nodded. Yuna and Sinon were by far the most fragile players in Reaver's Requiem in terms of defensive power and health points. Usually that didn't matter much because they were always surrounded by the others, who would protect them, but in this case that wasn't possible. Wolf and Asuna, 8th pair. Remind her of the order when she gets back, please. Nautilus and Ran, 9th. And finally, Agile and Shigeo as the 10th pair, bringing up the rear. Kirito looked around to see if anyone had any complaints or suggestions. When they didn't come, he clapped his hands once. Alright, I think that's as good as we're gonna get without actually trying it. We will change up as we see fit when we get on one of the larger platforms. Not much later Asuna returned, and the guild set off. Other players had yet to find out that they had opened the other half of the floor, but with how many people saw them do it, it was just a matter of time before they figured it out. Kirito randomly chose one of the many reef bridges that spread out from the safe zone. Very cautiously, the players crossed it, always staring at the water on both sides, waiting for the first enemy to appear. Even just a few seconds of warning could make a big difference. On me! They were barely halfway through to the first platform when Drifter saw a dark shadow swiftly swimming towards them. He only had time to yell a warning and turn around before an Amahenta decoy jumped out of the water and onto the bridge, right behind him. The dark siren was alone, which was a blessing. The spot it chose to appear was between Asuna and Wolf, and Drifter and Yuna. The Amahenta decoy screeched, purple goo splashing everywhere, and Drifter took one step forward to put Yuna behind him. Meanwhile, the rest of the Reavers that weren't the 4 near the mob, or Sinon, made disgruntled faces. Not being able to help in battle was one of the worst things there was for a frontliner. Drifter snapped a sting, hoping to catch the mob off guard, but his eyes widened when the Amahenta decoy lunged at him, 10 claw-like fingers reaching for his face, and his spear glanced off the slimy skin, leaving barely a paper cut behind. Relying on his vast experience, Drifter immediately chose to abandon the offensive and leaned back. Ugh! The Amahenta decoy's left hand was avoided, but the 5 fingers on its right hand raked across Drifter's face and neck, leaving 5 ugly red lines. In this first exchange, the Spearmaster had clearly come out on the losing end. While the Amahenta decoy barely lost a few percents of its HP, Drifter's health fell by almost 30%. If Drifter had been on his own, this would have instantly become a desperate situation. Luckily, he wasn't alone. And if there was one thing players were good at, it was in throwing honor away and ganging up on mobs. Die! Since the Amahenta decoy had so generously turned its back to them, Asuna and Wolf took full advantage of it to attack the mob. Line cut, parallel sting, bone breaker. Rapier and mace skills fell like rain on the mob's exposed back, quickly cutting it down to half health. From behind Drifter, Arrow Huntress Sinon once again proved to be deserving of her title by using a skill to curve an arrow around Yuna and the Spearmaster. It disappeared almost to the stabilizing feathers in the Amahenta decoy's open mouth. Of course, the couple wasn't going to be outdone by their friends. Recovering from the surprise, Drifter blocked another set of claw fingers with the shaft of his weapon, then spun it, making the mob lose its footing till ing and stumble. The shrill notes of dark melody rang out as songstress Yuna used her music to lower the mob's defense. Broken Spear Drifter snarled a savage smile, and his weapon glowed a vivid blue when he swung it again. A cut and 2 holes appeared on the torso of the Amahenta decoy, the 3-hit combo of Cobalt Slice putting an end to its life. The battle ended in a flash, lasting less than 20 seconds. And yet, it left the players, especially Drifter, feeling cold sweat trickle down their backs. The power of the Amahenta decoy was formidable. And the sudden ambush, plus its relentless attack, was enough to kill an unprepared player in a matter of seconds. That was Dash. Yuna opened her mouth to comment, but before she could finish the first sentence, another Amahenta decoy appeared, this time near the front of the group, between the pairs of Liz and Kirito, and Kata and Ducker. Another few tens of seconds of fierce battle unleashed, and another Amahenta decoy dropped dead, leaving behind a lightly injured Ducker and Lisbeth. While the injured players, including Drifter, chugged down potions, the Spearmaster exchanged glances with his guild leader. A silent conversation took place, and Kirito nodded. Double time it to the platform. We'll talk there. They suffered 3 more attacks before they could cross the remaining 100 meters or so to the small platform. Each time, it was a single Amahenta decoy, at different positions on their line. When they finally stepped foot on the cramped platform, all the Reavers put their hands on their knees and took some deep breaths. Unfortunately, SAO wasn't willing to offer them even a brief moment of respite. No sooner than the players squeezed into the platform, several shadows jumped out of the water, and they suddenly found themselves facing 4 Amahenta decoys. It was at this moment that Drifter realized they had made a mistake. So obsessed with the idea of strength in numbers, they had neglected to think that it might actually become a hindrance. In their defense, it was the first time in SAO that they were confined to such small battlefields. Unfortunately, SAO wasn't such a forgiving game that it would give them a second chance. Broken Spear Drifter grimaced at the Amahenta decoy directly in front of him, his back pressed against Yuna, Nautilus, and Kismal squeezing on his sides. Well, that's just not nice. Chapter 149, Another Field Boss. It was a battered and tired group of players who walked back into the town just minutes before nightfall. They had explored the ocean half of the 23rd floor, but hadn't gotten very far. The constant ambushes by Amahenta decoys forced them to progress slowly. Anyway, by the time they went back to the safe zone, the town was flourishing with activity. It seemed quite a few people had discovered that they had opened the other portion of the floor. Most of the players they crossed paths with were familiar faces. Drifter saw Lind, Shivada, Heathcliff, Orlando and his Braves, Klein and his guild, and a great many frontliners and clearers he knew. What's his deal? The Spearmaster frowned when they passed by Kibu and the ALS, and the player threw the Reavers a dirty glare. There seemed to be a lot more resentment in it than usual, but Drifter couldn't figure out why. Sure, Reaver's Requiem had unlocked the rest of the floor and kept quiet about it, but that was just finder's rights. It was the same with field bosses and new dungeons and quests. The first to get it had the right to explore it before sharing with the others. If that was what was bothering Kibu, then he was being more petty than normal. The Spearmaster spent exactly 7 seconds thinking about the spiky-haired guild leader before forgetting about him. He was too tired to care about Kibu's feelings. On the other hand, while Kibu may not have felt Drifter's unconscious dismissal, his dark expression remained unchanged even after Reaver's Requiem disappeared. His displeasure wasn't about the other guild monopolizing the first few hours of the ocean half of the 23rd floor. Well, not entirely at least. His bad mood wasn't even due to only Reaver's Requiem, although they definitely played a larger than most part in it. No, there were definitely more reasons why Kibu was pissed. Lind and his damned guild, the Beater and his damned guild, that annoying samurai wannabe and his damned guild, Orlando and his damned guild, that upstart Heathcliff and his damned guild. Actually, it might be more accurate to say that there were a lot of people why Kibu was pissed. In the end, everything could be reduced to one particular feeling: frustration. Kibu felt that his ALS was being left behind. At the start, his Aincrad Liberation Squad had been the frontliner guild. Everyone knew them and looked up to them and wanted to join them. Now, they were just another guild. One of the leading ones, true, and it would be a cold day in hell before he let them drop further, but not the foremost guild in the assault team anymore. Lind and his cursed Diavel worshippers locked horns with him whenever they could. Not that Kibu was any less confrontational when it happened, but he wasn't coming out on top nearly as often as he used to. Even his greatest tank, Lytton, was cavorting with them. Then there was one of his greatest headaches, Reaver's Requiem. The damn Beater Guild. Kibu might not complain about the beta testers so much anymore, mainly because even his subordinates were getting tired of it, but that didn't mean he trusted or Shivers liked them. He was still convinced the beta testers, especially the Black Swordsmen, had kept some secrets and hoarded items in the early floors so they could selfishly get stronger, while basically pushing thousands of players to their deaths. Never mind that a good portion of those were beta testers and that the guides Argo the Rat made were all written with information provided by them. After all, that was the only possible explanation as to why a bunch of kids like the Reaver's Requiem could get this far in SAO. And really, Things like a musician, an archer, and even an NPC? They had to be cheating. Excuse me. You are blocking the street. While Kibu was glaring at no one in particular, someone coughed behind him to catch his attention. He swirled around with a glower. Cold and indifferent eyes met his angry glare, and Kibu found himself face to face with another of the sources of his irritations. The gray-haired Heathcliff spoke without any of the awe and worship lower-level players usually had towards frontliners. Although, from the equipment he was wearing, the Cobb Guild leader might not be that much behind in levels. Humph. Kibu scowled, but stepped aside so the Knights of the Blood Oath could pass. Contrary to what many expected, Kibu wasn't that much of a hothead that he would make a scene for such a small reason. That would only mark him as petty in front of the surrounding players. That didn't mean he was happy about it, though, and he glared at Heathcliff's back. The older player didn't turn around or give any indication that he noticed, other than a slight inclination of his head when he passed by Kibu, and that angered the ALS guild leader even more. Heathcliff was a no-name who came out of nowhere, but now his guild had already grown in size and power to almost rival Kibu's own. They even had delusions of joining the assault team, which was, to the Sour Guild leader, an insult. Each and every frontliner guild had fought and climbed their way from the first floors of Aincrad. They bled and died to get where they were, and now some upstart wanted to budge in as if it were nothing? Unacceptable. Again, much to Kibu's frustration, he couldn't say any of what was in his mind, so as to not destroy his already frail public image. Turns out that, after getting over the outrage of Diavel's death and seeing the efforts Black Swordsman Kirito and his bunch put into clearing SAO, not that many people still agreed with Kibu's take on beaters. The handful of ALS players accompanying Hom wisely chose to keep their mouths shut. They followed Kibu out of trust, loyalty, and respect for his skills. He was, after all, Kibu the Challenger, one of Aincrad's titled players, but they also knew his temper better than anyone. If a poll was held to choose the MVP of the 23rd floor, all the Reavers would vote for Arrow Huntress Sinan without hesitation. Her archery made the ocean half of the floor so much easier to traverse that it was hard to quantify. Without her precise arrows, progressing through the floor would have been much harder. Whether it was through system skills or just pure skill, Sinan's arrows never failed to strike the target, even if they had to curve around her guildmates in impossible trajectories. Incidentally, archery ranges around Japan saw a rise in enrollment over the next weeks. But that was a story for another time. Right now, Reaver's Requiem was focused on what was in front of them. Namely, the 10 meters tall, blue-scaled, worryingly seductive field boss. While the Amahenta decoys looked like abyss-born monstrosities with their melting body and exposed innards, the field boss, Queen of Amahenta, was the perfect picture of a siren, magnified. How harmless and human-looking, other than the fishtail, the field boss looked only served to put the players more on edge. It would be a cold day in hell before they actually came across a peaceful boss. The Spearmaster especially disliked the weapon in the Queen of Amahenta's hands. An exquisite trident, prongs tipped in silver. It was as beautiful as it looked deadly. That will look much better once it's in my hands. Several of the Reavers snorted in amusement, and Nautilus raised an eyebrow. Jealous much? Hey, I've never used a trident. I'm just curious. I offered to forge one for you. You were the one who said you preferred the twisted bident. Liz rolled her eyes, and Drifter shrugged. It was true. He had used almost every weapon that fell into the spear category, from lances to staffs to halberds to polearms. From them all, he was still the most partial to honest-to-God spears. And the spiral head consisting of 2 twisting prongs was his favorite. The one in his hands right now was another of Liz's creations. While its stats might not be as high as some of the top-notch mob drops, it had the advantage of being crafted specifically for him. Everything about the weapon was made to fit his specifications. It was longer than a normal 2-handed spear, but still shorter than a lance. The shaft was on the lighter side, and flexible but not soft. The spearhead was heavier than the norm, which pushed the balance point of the weapon closer to the tip than it was usual, but Drifter liked it that way. The 2 prongs twisted around each other, sharp edges jutting out in a way that the spear could be used not only to pierce and stab, but also slice and cut. All in all, it was the perfect weapon for him, and he had driven Liz almost insane during its creation with all his requirements. How about we worry about the field boss in front of us instead of Drifter's craze for pointy sticks? Rand snarked out without any bite, and Drifter did the mature thing and stuck his tongue out at her. Before the swordswoman could respond in kind, Kirito rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Let's kill the boss. I'm getting tired of this floor. Drifter, if the trident drops you can have it. Thanks, boss. Ow! Yuna smacked him upside the head, and Drifter would admit he kinda deserved it. But there was no better way to relax their tense nerves before a battle than to put on a little comedic show. Nautilus, Liz, Rand, and Kirito surely understood this, which was why they willingly played along. Oh! I think the boss got tired of waiting. Asuna's warning was unnecessary, as none of the Reavers had turned their eyes away from the field boss during the entire conversation. The Queen of Amahenta had raised her trident in one hand, curling the other in front of her chest, and closing her eyes with a pleased smile on her angelic face. Then she started to sing. It was a beautiful melody, and, for a moment, the players were entranced by it. Yuna's gaze was particularly unfocused, her fingers twitching over her instruments as if she was playing an accompanying tune. Ack! The piece was broken by the sudden emergence of 6 Amahenta decoys. Drifter scowled. What's with bosses on this floor and summoning minions? Don't know, don't matter. Kata, Gree, Agile, get your people and deal with the mobs quickly. Drifter, you wanted first crack at the boss, it's all yours. One moment the Reavers were standing around joking, and the other they were moving. Kirito's orders were barely out when the players burst into motion, Drifter at the forefront. The Spearmaster let loose his signature Serpent Coil Impale, nailing the field boss in the gut. The giant siren shrieked, her voice still oddly melodic for a cry of pain, and returned the blow with a straightforward jab of her trident. The weapon was almost twice Drifter's height, and the 3 prongs now took on a decidedly more dangerous glint. The Spearmaster didn't flinch. Still barehanded, he ducked under the trident, then punched it aside with a martial arts, senda. Opting not to retrieve his spear through his menu, Drifter took the chance while the Queen of Amahenta was still stuck on the ending pose of her failed attack, and rushed in close. His hands found the shaft of his weapon, the tip still embedded deep in the field boss guts, and he ruthlessly pulled and tore it sideways in a vicious horizontal. The cry of anger that the attack earned him only wasn't sweeter than watching a good 5% of the Queen of Amahenta's first HP bar disappear. The Spearmaster grinned savagely, and ducked under a slap sent his way. He winked at Kirito when the swordsman switched with him. I feel like I should say something along the lines of let's grill this fish. Or is that too cliché? Several Reavers groaned, while Agile, Wolf, and Shigeo barked out a laugh, and not because it was funny. Yuna slapped him upside the head again. Shut up and kill it. Yes, ma'am. Chapter 150 time. You know, I'm quite bummed we don't get to use the key in the last floor after all the work to get it. Don't be, just means we gotta break our backs some more on this level. And by we I mean ya. Drifter rolled his eyes at Argo. Unfortunately the gesture was lost to the info broker as she had her back turned to him while Yuna combed her hair. Drifter already knew it was a lost battle to ask why they insisted on doing that when there was no such thing as hair knots in SAO. Look on the bright side, Dri Boo. You get to use your new weapon. Pointy Stick 3.0. Pointer than ever. Stay still, little rat. Argo gestured with her head to the trident she knew was in Drifter's hands, and Yuna scowled and hissed at her, causing Argo to freeze. Unlike Drifter, when the songstress called her little rat, it wasn't a term of endearment. Quests are annoying. You're playing an RPG, Dri Boo. Quests are kinda their thing. Alright. I just immensely dislike long, seemingly unending questlines. How's that? I'm hearing lots of big words, but they all just mean the same thing. You lazy. I'm going to mess up your hair. No, you are not. I didn't spend this long trying to tame Argo's curls for you to waste all my efforts. Oh! Someone's in trouble. Argo turned around with a smirk, but a particularly rough comb made her lose all her sass. Yes. Both of you if you don't stop bickering. Drifter and Argo decided that it would be best for their health if they shut up. Someone laughed from the side. I knew Broken Spear Drifter was whipped, but I had no idea Songstress Yuna also had you on a leash, Argo the rat. A woman wrapped in black clothes and wearing a veil was sitting cross-legged under a shadow. Yuna glanced over and smirked discreetly. Argo just has a good self-preservation instinct, unlike you. How many times do I have to tell you to drop the titles when you are with us? Shadow Blossom Akari? It was the ninja's turn to scowl and fall silent, and Yuna grinned. Drifter also hid a smile, while Argo didn't bother to smother her giggles. Yep. Don't let Yu-chan's good girl image trick ya, Akari-chan. She's as devious as they come when she wanna be. Like when she asks you to come over to brush your hair but it's actually 'cause she wants to get some intel without putting out the COR for it. The info broker raised an eyebrow, but Yuna didn't falter and shrugged unabashedly. Hey, can't blame a girl for trying to save some money. Besides, I do find combing someone's hair soothing. Why not do DRI booze then? The Spearmaster opened one eye from where he was resting with his back against a tree, and shrugged. She did that already, multiple times. But according to Yuna I am a bad subject. So she needs other victims, and you were dumb enough to say you were free. The songstress glared at him for the comment, but Drifter just went back to pretending to be taking a nap. The less involved in this conversation he was, the better. You move around too much, dummy. Or you fall asleep. One of the two. Either way, not a great conversation partner, and brushing someone else's hair is all about bonding. And... done! You look pretty, Argo. I do, thank you very much, Yu-chan. Cough shameless cough. The info broker immediately jumped on Drifter, who rolled away, trying to escape the feral little rat. They ended up on a heap on the ground as both tried to tickle the other, undoing all of Yuna's hard work. The songstress facepalmed. Children. One of them is your boyfriend. Akari pointed out from her spot. Yuna just waved her hand. And the other is the top information broker in Aincrad. Do you disagree with me? Nope. Children is a spot-on assessment. The ninja laughed, stretching her upper body. It was unusual for her to be fraternizing with the Reavers, but this was their first night on the 24th floor, and she happened to be with Argo when Drifter called the younger girl over. She hadn't run away quick enough, so she got dragged over too. Not that she was really complaining. As much of a loner and introvert that she may be, Akari couldn't deny that she enjoyed Argo, Drifter, and Yuna's company. Well, it's your turn. Come here. Smiling innocently, Yuna patted the grass in front of her, telling Akari to scoot over. The ninja raised an eyebrow. Yeah, no. Good try. Yuna's smile fell and she pouted. Pointing at Akari with her comb in a threatening manner, she delivered a promise. One day I'm going to see what your face looks like, Akari. Mark my words. The ninja laughed in response, and went back to watching the sun set down. Yuna's pout increased until she felt a pair of strong arms come up behind her and embrace her navel. Smiling sweetly, the songstress laid her back on her husband's chest, then snuggled closer. Drifter tightened his hold on his wife, resting his chin on her shoulder and kissing her cheek. She almost purred. I'm guessing you won your tickling war with Argo? Still undefeated. Yuna giggled, especially when Argo stalked over, looking worse for wear, and glared at the couple. Neither fell to the bait, and the info broker huffed before plopping down next to them. The foursome spent the next several minutes in silence, watching the sunset. Akari was a little ways away from the other three, but she was doubtless part of the group in this moment. Aincrad sunsets are something else. Argo sighed, scooting closer to lay her head on Yuna's free shoulder. The songstress put an arm around the younger girl. It's beautiful. November 19th, 2023, morning. Back, 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 back. Watch out! Drifter slashed upward with his trident, barely deflecting the incoming attack from the floor boss. The shockwave from the giant wood club smashing on the ground still sent him flying. Head ringing, the Spearmaster got up. The boss of this floor, the aptly named Drowned Ogre Chieftain, was all about brute strength. Even indirect hits like this one hurt. Still, Drifter would take a straightforward boss like this over the likes of the 10th floor boss any day. The 24th floor had been nothing to scoff about, but it also hadn't been anything special. As it seemed to be the trend with the floors in the 20s, it had a lot of water in it, and the mobs reflected that feature. Case in point, the floor boss. The main labyrinth mobs were drowned ogres, along with 2 variants of selkies. No one had died fighting them or exploring the tower, which landed this floor in the easier category. Well, no matter how easy it may be, it was only in comparison with other floors. The boss was still very much deadly should one be careless. A mighty swing of the club sent a group of ALS players sprawling down. While Yuna's music could boost their defense, it unfortunately only applied to the Reavers, and the ALS members were sent to the yellow zone in an instant. Thankfully, the Drowned Ogre Chieftain wasn't nearly as fast as it was strong. Survival instincts honed after countless life-and-death battles saw to it that the players jumped back to their feet almost instantly, scattering before the boss could land another hit on them. Sinan, did you find it yet? I'm looking! It's not the head, heart, or joints. I need it to turn around. Grimacing, Drifter exchanged a look with the archer. They were already over halfway into the fight, and Sinan had yet to find the boss weak point. Maybe it didn't have one. Some mobs didn't. But they would continue looking until the battle was over. The Spearmaster glanced around the room. The frontliner forces were still mostly organized. Drifter made a decision. We are rotating left. Orlando, Klein, collaborate with us. Agile, Liz, Yuki, Ran, Kismol, Wolf, I want you to go in and hinder it. Hack at its legs, make it follow the spin. Kibu, Lind, pull back for a moment, let us try something. Kirito, Asuna, hang back with me. We have to get a clear view for Sinan. If it were anyone else, there would have been some hesitation to follow their orders. But it was Broken Spear Drifter shouting. He had the unconditional trust of Reaver's Requiem. Hero Orlando and Klein would also lay their lives at his hands without a moment's hesitation. The trust and respect the rest of the frontliners held for him was also unparalleled. If it had been Kirito trying to assume command of the raid, even if just for a short while, there would have been complaints. Hesitation. The stigma of a beater still hung over him, even if unconsciously. There was no such thing with Drifter. When other players looked at him, they saw the titled player, SAO's best Spearmaster, someone who had surpassed every obstacle in his path and fought harder than anyone else. In the heat of the battle, even Kibu and Lind obeyed him. With the last 2, fear was also a factor. Drifter had admitted to killing Mort. Not that they thought the player would murder them if they didn't obey, far from it. They knew someone as righteous as Drifter would never turn his spear on innocent people, even if they were somewhat obnoxious. Their fear was less logical. It drove them to follow Drifter's orders in moments like these. Because he had been willing to do something they couldn't. The assault team moved like a well-oiled machine, every player a spinning cog following Drifter's command. They were compelled to, because despite what others thought, they knew the broken spear rarely surfaced. More often than not, it was just Drifter. But at this moment, it was undeniably the titled player, Broken Spear, giving the orders. That portion of Drifter that was more than man. 3, 2, 1. Go! As Agile and the others cleaved at the Drowned Ogre Chieftain's legs, Drifter started a countdown. Kirito and Asuna leaned forward, starting the activation of their charging skills. The Spearmaster did the same. To the untrained eyes of the audience in the outside world, the 3 of them were just blurs. Sonic Leap, Flashing Penetrator, Comet Break. Savage Fulcrum, Triangular, Skyrender. 6 skills splashed against the boss back, ringing against its crude armor and staggering the monster. In the rear, Sinan's eyes flashed, and 2 arrows flew. The drowned ogre chieftain screamed in pain and anger. There! That chink in its armor, Drifter. Lower left quadrant. There was no better direction than the arrows embedded on the drowned ogre chieftain's flesh. Drifter immediately swiped his trident up in a cobalt slice. Grr! The boss growled, and Drifter frowned. A skill was a skill, and did damage regardless of the shape of the weapon, but a trident wasn't an ideal weapon for slashing. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to only notice this now, after half a month of using the drop from the Queen of Amahenta. Whirling around to dodge a stomp, Drifter extended his right arm and stabbed the boss twice on the inside of its right knee. Double tap wasn't one of his most favorite skills, but when followed by dirty play, it made for a nice little combo, pinning down the giant ogre. The stun only lasted for a second, but that was enough for Kirito and Asuna to dish out a not insignificant amount of damage. With the ALS, DKB, Legend Braves, Furinkazan, and the rest of Reaver's Requiem and the assault team joining in now that they knew the drowned ogre chieftain's weakness, the raid proceeded at a much quicker pace. 15 minutes later, for a total of 40 minutes of battle, the drowned ogre chieftain let put one last sorrowful snarl, Orlando's sword piercing its heart, before it shattered. The first thing the frontliners did after the floor boss died was take a head count. A collective sigh of relief escaped all of them when they saw no one had died. The 24th floor boss raid might be on the easier end of the spectrum, but it was a boss battle nonetheless. Sometimes people died not because of inability or mistakes, but simply bad luck. Thankfully that wasn't the case this time around. There was a lightness to their steps as the frontliners climbed the stairs to the 25th floor. So, obviously, Aincrad and Cardinal had to throw a curveball at them. Instead of the sunlight shining through the exit that they were expecting, what greeted the assault team were flickering torches and long shadows. Drifter frowned and stopped at the top of the stairs. So did the other players. All he could see of the 25th floor were earthen walls and a dark corridor. Well, isn't this nice? Ominous is the word I would use, but sure. Let's go with what you said. Agile and Klein's attempt at a playful banter fell short, the words echoing quietly through the corridor. Shivata grimaced. What are the chances it's just a nice, straight shot to the safe zone? I would say less than 0. How are we doing this? The frontliners looked at each other. This was quite clearly a maze. Whether it stretched out through the whole floor or just part of it was the question. Eventually, Kirito shrugged, trying to hide his apprehension. Unsheathing his sword, the black swordsman took the first steps forward into the 25th floor. We go right in. What else? That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 7. Peace.